Chapter 18. Rationality in Life. Life as Knowledge. Intellect and Emotions. Emotion and Organ of Knowledge. The evolution of emotion from the standpoint of knowledge. Pure and impure emotions. Personal and impersonal emotions. Personal and superpersonal emotions. The elimination of self-elements as a means of approach to true knowledge. Be as little children. Blessed are pure in heart. The value of morals from the standpoint of knowledge. The defects of intellectualism. Dreadnoughts of the crown of intellectual culture. The dangers of morality. Moral aesthetics. Religion and art as organized forms of emotional knowledge. The knowledge of God and the knowledge of beauty. The meaning of life. This is the eternal theme of the human meditation. All philosophical systems, all religious teachings strive to find and give to men the answer to this question. Some say that the meaning of life is in service, in the surrender of self, in the sacrifice of everything, even life itself. Others declare that the meaning of life is in the delight of it, relieved against the expectation of the final horror of death. Some say that the meaning of life is perfection and the creation of a better future beyond the grave, or in the future's lives for ourselves. Others say that the meaning of life is in the approach to the non-existence. Still others that the meaning of life is in the perfection of the race, in the organization of life on earth, while there are those who deny the possibility of even attempting to know its meaning. The fault of all these explanations consists in the fact that they all attempt to discover the meaning of life outside of itself, either in the future of humanity or in some problematical existence beyond the grave, or again in the evolution of the ego throughout many successive incarnations, always in something outside of the present life of man. But if instead of this speculating about it, men would simply look within themselves, then they would see that in reality the meaning of life is not after all so obscure. It consists in knowledge. All life, through all its facts, events, and incidents, excitements and attractions, inevitably leads us to the knowledge of something. All life experience is knowledge. The most powerful emotion in man is his yearning toward the unknown. Even in love, the most powerful of all attractions, to which everything is sacrificed, is this yearning towards the unknown, towards the new, curiosity. The Persian poet-philosopher Al-Ghazali says, "The highest function of man's soul is the perception of truth." In the very beginning of this book, Psychic Life and the World, were recognized as existing. The world is everything that exists. The function of psychic life may be defined as the realization of existence. Man realizes his existence and the existence of the world, a part of which he is. His relation to himself and to the world is called knowledge. The expansion and deepening of his relation to himself and to the world is the expansion of knowledge. All the soul properties of man, all the elements of his psyche, sensations, perceptions, conceptions, ideas, judgments, reasonings, feelings, emotions, even creation, all these are the instruments of knowledge which the I possesses. Feelings, from the simple emotions up to the most complex, such as aesthetic, religious, and moral emotion, and creation, from the creation of the savage making a stone hatchet for himself, up to the creation of Beethoven, indeed are means of knowledge. Only to our narrow human view do they appear to serve other purposes. The preservation of life, the construction of something, or merely pleasure. In reality, all this conduces to knowledge. Evolutionists, followers of Darwin, say that the struggle for existence and the selection of the fittest created the mind and feeling of contemporary man, that mind and feelings serve life, preserve the life of separate individuals and of the species, and that beyond this they have no meaning in themselves. But it is possible to answer this with the same arguments before advanced against the mechanicality of the universe, namely, that if rationality exists, then nothing exists except rationality. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest, if they truly play such a role in the creation of life, are also not merely accidents, but products of a mind, concerning which we do not know, and they also conduce, like everything else, to a knowledge. But we do not realize, do not discern the presence of rationality in the phenomena and laws of nature. This happens because we study always not the whole but the part, and we do not divine that whole which we wish to study by studying the little finger of a man we cannot discover his reason. It is the same way in our relation to nature. We study always the little finger of nature. When we come to realize this and shall understand that every life is the manifestation of a part of some whole, then only the possibility of knowledge of that whole opens to us. In order to comprehend the rationality of a given whole, it is necessary to understand the character of the whole and its functions. Thus the function of man is knowledge, but without understanding man as a whole, it is impossible to understand his function. To understand our psyche, the function of which is knowledge, it is necessary to clear up our relation to life. In Chapter 10, an attempt was made, a very artificial one, founded upon the analogy with a world of two-dimensional beings, to define life as motion in a sphere higher in dimensionality in comparison with ours. From this standpoint, every separate life is, as it were, the manifestation in our sphere of a part of one of the rational entities of another sphere. These rationalities look in upon us, as it were, in these lives which we see. When a man dies, one eye of the universe closes, says Fechner. Every separate human life is a moment of the life of some great being which lives in us. The life of every separate tree is a moment of the life of a being, species, or family. The rationalities of these higher beings do not exist independently of these lower lives. They are two sides of one and the same thing. Every single human psyche in some other section of the world may produce the illusion of many lives. This is difficult to illustrate by an example, but if we take Hinton's spiral passing through a plane and the point running in circles on the plane, and conceive of the spiral as the psyche, then the moving point of intersection of the spiral with the plane will be life. This example illustrates a possible relation between the psyche and life. To us, life and the psyche are different and separate from each other, because we are inept at seeing, inept at looking at things. And this in turn depends upon the fact that it is very difficult for us to step outside the frames of our divisions. We see the life of a tree, of this tree, and if we are told that the life of a tree is a manifestation of some psychic life, then we understand it in such a way that the life of this tree is the manifestation of the psychic life of this tree. But this is, of course, an absurdity resulting from three-dimensional thinking, the Euclidean mind. The life of this tree is a manifestation of the psychic life of the species, or family, or perhaps of psychic life of an entire vegetable kingdom. In exactly the same way, our separate lives are manifestations of some greater rational entity. We find the proof of this in the fact that our lives have no other meaning at all aside from the process of acquiring knowledge performed by us. A thoughtful man ceases to feel painfully the absence of meaning in life only when he realizes this and begins to strive consciously for that for which he strove unconsciously before. This process of acquiring knowledge, representing our function in the world, is performed not by the intellect only, but by our entire organism, by all the body, by all the life, and by all the life of human society, its organizations, its institutions, by all culture and all civilization, by that which we know of humanity, and, still more, by that which we do not know, and we acquire the knowledge of that which we deserve to know. If we declare, in regard to the intellectual side of man and its purpose is knowledge, this will evoke no doubts. All agree that the human intellect, together with everything subjected to its functions, is for the purpose of knowledge, although often the faculty of knowledge is considered as serving only utilitarian ends. But concerning the emotions, joy, sorrow, rage, fear, love, hatred, pride, compassion, jealousy, concerning the sense of beauty, aesthetic pleasure, and artistic creation, concerning the moral sense, concerning all religious emotions, faith, hope, veneration, etc., concerning all human activity, things are not so clear. We usually do not see that all emotions and all human activity serve knowledge. How do fear or love or work serve knowledge? It seems to us that by emotions we feel, by work create. Feeling and creation seem to us as something different from knowledge. Concerning work, creative power, creation, we are rather inclined to think that they demand knowledge, and if they serve it, do so only indirectly. In the same way, it is incomprehensible how religious emotions serve knowledge. Usually, the emotional is opposed to the intellectual, heart to mind. Some place cold reason or intellect over against feelings, emotions, aesthetic, pleasure, and from these they separate the moral sense, the religious sense, and spirituality. The misunderstanding here lies in the interpretation of the words intellect and emotion. Between intellect and emotion, there is no sharp distinction. Intellect, considered as a whole, is also emotion, but in everyday language and in controversial psychology, reason is contrasted with feeling. Will is considered as a separate and independent faculty. Moralists consider moral feeling as entirely distinct from all these. Religionists consider spirituality separately from faith. One often hears such expressions as reason mastered feeling, will mastered desire, the sense of duty mastered passion, spirituality mastered intellectuality, faith conquered reason. But all these are merely the incorrect expressions of conversational psychology, just as incorrect as are the expressions sunrise and sunset. In reality, in the soul of man, nothing exists save emotions, and the soul life of man is either a struggle or a harmonious adjustment between different emotions. Spinoza saw this quite clearly when he said that emotion can be mastered only by another, more powerful emotion, and by nothing else. Reason, will, feeling, duty, faith, spirituality, mastering some other emotion can conquer only by force of the emotional element contained in them. The ascetic who kills all desires and passions in himself kills them by the desire for salvation. A man renouncing all the pleasures of the world renounces them because of the delight of sacrifice, of renunciation. A soldier dying at his post through his sense of duty or habit of obedience does so because the emotion of devotion or faithfulness is more powerful in him than all of the other things. A man whose moral sense prompts him to overcome passion in himself does so because the moral sense, i.e. emotion, is more powerful than all his other feelings, other emotions. In substance, all this is perfectly clear and simple, but it has become confused and confusing simply because men, calling different degrees of one and the same thing by diverse names, began to see fundamental differences where there were only differences in degree. Will is the resultant of desires. We call that man strong-willed, in whom the will proceeds on definite lines, without turning aside, and we call that man weak-willed, in whom the line of the will takes a zigzag course, turning aside here or there under the influence of every new desire. But this does not mean that will and desire are something opposite. Quite the reverse. They are one and the same, because the will is composed of desires. Reason cannot conquer feeling, because feeling can be conquered only by feeling. Reason can only give thoughts and pictures, evoking feelings, which will conquer the feeling of a given moment. Spirituality is not opposed to intellectual. I cannot say that word. Intellectuality or emotionality. It is only their higher flight. Reason has no limits, only the human Euclidean mind, the mind devoid of emotions, is limited. But what is reason? It is the inner aspect of a given being. In the earth's animal kingdom, in all animals lower than man, we see passive reason. But with the appearance of concepts, it becomes active. A part of it begins to work as intellect. The animal is conscious through the sensation and emotions. The intellect is present in the animal only in the embryonic state, as an emotion of curiosity, a pleasure of knowing. In man, the growth of consciousness consists in the growth of the intellect and the accompanying growth of the higher emotions, aesthetic, religious, moral, which according to the measures of their growth become more and more intellectualized. While simultaneously with this, the intellect is assimilating emotionality, ceasing to be cold. Thus, spirituality is the fusion of the intellect with the higher emotions. The intellect is spiritualized from the emotions. The emotions are spiritualized from the intellect. The functions of the rational faculty are not limited, but not often does the human intellect rise to its highest form. At the same time, it is incorrect to say that the highest form of human knowledge will not be intellectual, but of a different character. Only this higher reason is entirely unrestricted by logical concepts and by Euclidean modes of thought. We are likely to hear a great deal concerning this from the standpoint of mathematics, which as a matter of fact transcended the reasoning of logic long ago. But it achieved this by the aid of the intellect. A new order of receptivity grows in the soil of the intellect and of the higher emotions, but is not created by them. A tree grows in the earth, but it is not created by the earth. A seed is necessary. The seed may be in the soil or absent from it. When it is there, it can be cultivated or it can be choked. When it is not there, it is impossible to replace it with anything else. The soul, if a soul it may be called, lacking that seed, i.e., inept to feel and reflect the world of the wondrous, will never put forth the living sprout, but will always reflect the phenomenal world, and that alone. At the present stage of his development, man comprehends many things by means of his intellect, but at the same time he comprehends many things by the means of his emotions. In no case are emotions merely organs of feeling or feeling for feeling's sake. They are all organs of knowledge. In every emotion, man knows something that he could not know without its aid, something that he could know by no other emotion, by no effort of the intellect. If we consider the emotional nature of man as self-contained, as striving life and not serving knowledge, we shall never understand its true content and significance. Emotions serve knowledge. There are things and relations which can be known only emotionally and only through a given emotion. To understand the psychology of play, it is necessary to experience the emotions of the player. To understand the psychology of the hunt, it is necessary to experience the emotions of the hunter. The psychology of man in love is incomprehensible to him who is indifferent. The state of mind of Archimedes when he jumped out of the bathtub is incomprehensible to the staid citizen who would look on such a performance as a sign of insanity. The feelings of the globetrotter delightedly breathing in the sea air and sweeping with his eyes the wide horizon is incomprehensible to the sedentary stay-at-home. The feeling of a believer is incomprehensible to an unbeliever, and to a believer the feeling of an unbeliever is quite as strange. Men understand one another so imperfectly because they live always by different emotions, and when they feel similar emotions simultaneously, then and then only do they understand one another. The proverbial philosophy of the people knows this very well. A full man does not understand a hungry one. It says, a drunkard is no comrade for a sober man. One rogue recognizes another. In this mutual understanding, or in the illusion of mutual understanding, in this immersion in similar emotions, lies one of the principal charms of love. The French novelist de Maupassant has written very delightfully about this in his little story, Solitude. The same illusion explains the secret power of alcohol over the human soul, for alcohol creates the illusion of a communion of souls and induces similar fantasies simultaneously in two or several men. Emotions are the stained glass windows of the soul, colored glasses through which the soul looks at the world. Each such glass assists in finding in the contemplated object the same or similar colors, but it also prevents the finding of opposite ones. Therefore, it has been correctly said that one-sided emotional illumination cannot give a correct perception of an object. Nothing gives one such a clear idea of things as the emotions, yet nothing deludes one so much. Every emotion has a meaning for its existence, although its value from the standpoint of knowledge varies. Certain emotions are important and necessary for the life of knowledge, and certain emotions hinder rather than help one to understand. Theoretically, all emotions are an aid to knowledge. All emotions arose because of the knowing of one or another thing. Let us consider one of the most elementary emotions, the emotion of fear. Undoubtedly, there are relations which can be known only through fear. The man who has never experienced the sensation of fear will never understand many things in life and in nature. He will never understand many of the controlling motives in the life of man. What else but the fear of hunger and cold forces the majority of men to work? He will never understand many things in the animal world. For example, he will not understand the relation of mammals to reptiles. A snake excites a feeling of repulsion and fear in all mammals. By this repulsion and fear, the mammal knows the nature of the snake and the relation of that nature to its own, and knows it correctly, but strictly personally, and only from its own standpoint. But what the snake is in itself, the animal never knows by the emotion of fear. What the snake is in itself, not in the philosophical meaning of the thing in itself, nor from the standpoint of the man or animal whom it has bitten or may bite, but simply from the standpoint of zoology. This can be known by the intellect only. Emotions unite with the different eyes of our psyche. Emotions apparently the same may be united with the very small eyes and with the great and lofty eyes, and so the role and meaning of such emotions in life may be very different. The continual shifting of emotions, each of which calls itself I and strives to establish power over man, is the chief obstacle to the establishment of the constant I, and particularly does this interfere when the emotions are manifesting in and passing through the regions of the psyche connected with a certain kind of self-consciousness and self-assertion. These are the so-called personal emotions. The sign of the growth of the emotions is the liberation of them from the personal element and their sublimation on the higher planes. The liberation from the personal elements augments the cognizing power of the emotions, because the more there are of pseudo-personal elements in the emotion, the greater the possibility of delusion. Personal emotion is always partial, always unjust, by reason of the one fact that it opposes itself to all the rest. Thus, the cognitive power of the emotions is greater in proportion as there is less of self-elements in the given emotion, i.e., more consciousness that this emotion is not the I. We have seen before in studying space and its laws that the evolution of knowledge consists in a gradual withdrawing from oneself. Hinton expresses this very well. He says that only by withdrawing from ourselves do we begin to comprehend the world as it is. The entire system of mental exercises with colored cubes invented by Hinton aims at the training of consciousness to look at things from other than the pseudo-personal standpoint. When we study a block of cubes, writes Hinton, say the cube consisting of 27 lesser cubes, we first of all learn it by starting from the particular cube and axis and learning how 26 others come with regard to that cube. We learn that the block with regard to this axis, so that we can mentally conceive the disposition of every cube as it comes regarded from one point of view. Next, we suppose ourselves to be in another cube at the extremity of another axis, and looking from this axis, we learn the aspect of all the cubes and so on. Thus, we impress on the feelings what the block of cubes is like from every axis. In this way, we get a knowledge of the block of cubes. Now, to get to the knowledge of humanity, we must study it from the standpoint of the individuals composing it. The egotist may be compared with the man who knows a cube from one standpoint only. Those who feel superficially with a great many people are like those learners who have a slight acquaintance with a block of cubes from many points of view. Those who have a few deep attachments are like those who know them well from only one or two points of view. And after all, perhaps the difference between the good and the rest of us lies rather in the former being aware. This is something outside them which draws them to it, which they see, while we do not. Just as it is incorrect in relation to oneself Just as it is incorrect in relation to oneself to evaluate everything from the standpoint of one emotion, contrasting it with all the rest, so it is correspondingly incorrect in relation to the world and men to evaluate everything from the standpoint of one's own accidental I, contrasting oneself of a given moment with the rest. Thus, the problem of correct emotional knowledge consists in the fact that one shall feel in relation to the world and men from some standpoint other than the personal, and the broader the circle becomes for which a person feels, the deeper becomes the knowledge which his emotions yield. But not all emotions are equal potency in liberating from self-elements. Certain emotions from their very nature are disruptive, separative, alienating, forcing man to feel himself as individualized and separate. Such are hatred, fear, jealousy, pride, envy. These are emotions of a materialistic order, forcing a belief in matter. And there are emotions which are intuitive, harmonizing, making man feel himself to be a part of some great whole, such as love, sympathy, friendship, compassion, love of country, love of nature, love of humanity. These emotions lead man out of the material world and show him the truth of the world, of the wondrous. Emotions of this character liberate him more easily from self-elements than those of the former class. Nevertheless, there can be quite an impersonal pride, the pride in a heroic deed accomplished by another man. There can even be impersonal envy, when we envy a man who has conquered himself, conquered his personal desire to live, sacrificed himself for that which everyone considers to be right and just, but which we cannot bring ourselves to do, cannot even think of doing, because of weakness, of love of life. There can be impersonal hatred, of injustice, of brute force, anger against stupidity, dullness, aversion to nastiness, to hypocrisy. These feelings undoubtedly elevate and purify the soul of man and help him to see things which he would not otherwise see. Christ driving the money changers out of the temple, or expressing his opinion about the Pharisees, was not entirely meek and mild, and there are cases wherein meekness and mildness are not virtues at all. Emotions of love, sympathy, pity transform themselves very readily into sentimentality, into weakness, and thus transformed they contribute, of course, to nescience, i.e., matter. The difficulty of dividing emotions into categories is increased by the fact that all emotions of the higher order, without exception, can also be personal, and then their action partakes of the nature of this class. There is a division of emotions into pure and impure. We all know this. We all use the words but understand little of what they mean. Truly, what does pure or impure mean with reference to feeling? Common morality divides a priori all emotions into pure and impure according to certain outward signs, just as Noah divided the animals in his ark. All fleshly desires fall into the category of the impure. In reality, indeed, fleshly desires are just as pure as is everything in nature. Nevertheless, emotions are pure and impure. We know very well that there is truth in this classification, but where is it and what does it mean? Only an analysis of emotions from the standpoint of knowledge can give the key to this. Impure emotion. This is quite the same thing as impure glass, impure water, or impure sound, i.e., emotion which is not pure, but containing sediments, deposits, or echoes of other emotions. Impure, mixed. Impure emotion gives obscure, not pure knowledge, just as impure glass gives a confused image. Pure emotion gives a clear image. Pure emotion gives a clear, pure image of that for the knowledge of which it is intended. This is the only possible decision of the question. The arrival at this conclusion saves us from the common mistake of moralists who divide arbitrarily all emotion into moral and immoral. But if we try for a moment to separate emotions from their usual moral frames, then we see that matters are considerably simpler. That there are no in their nature pure emotions, no impure in their nature, but that each emotion will be pure or impure according to whether or not there are admixtures of other emotions in it. There can be a pure sensuality, the sensuality of the Song of Songs, which initiates into the sensation of cosmic life and gives the power to hear the beating pulse of nature. And there can be an impure sensuality mixed with other emotions, good or bad, from a moral standpoint, but equally making muddy the fundamental feeling. There can be pure sympathy, and there can be sympathy mixed with calculation to receive something for one's sympathy. There can be pure love of knowledge, a thirst for knowledge for its own sake, and there can be an inclination to knowledge wherein considerations of utility or profit assume the chief importance. In their outer manifestation, pure and impure emotions may differ very little. Two men may be playing chess acting outwardly very similarly, but in one will burn self-love, desire of victory, and he will be full of different unpleasant feelings towards his rival, fear, envy of clever motive, spite, jealousy, animosity, or schemes to win, while the other will simply solve a complex mathematical problem which lies before him, not thinking about his rival at all. The emotion of the first man will be impure, if only because it contains much of the mixed. The emotion of the second will be pure. The meaning of this is, of course, perfectly clear. Examples of a similar division of outwardly similar emotions may be constantly seen in the aesthetic, literary, scientific, public, and even the spiritual and religious activities of men. In all regions of this activity, only complete victory over the pseudo-personal elements leads a man to the correct understanding of the world and of himself. All emotions colored by such self elements are like concave, convex, or otherwise curved glasses which refract rays incorrectly and distort the image of the world. Therefore, the problem of emotional knowledge consists in a corresponding preparation of the emotions which serve as organs and knowledge. Become as little children, and blessed are the pure of heart in heart. In these evangelical words is expressed first of all the idea of the perfection of the emotions. It is impossible to know through impure emotions. Therefore, in the interest of a correct understanding of the world and of the self, man should undertake the purification and the elevation of his emotions. The last leads to an entirely new view of morality. That morality, the aim of which is to establish a system of correct relations towards the emotions and to assist in the purification and elevation, ceases in our eyes to be some wearisome and self-limiting exercise in virtue. Morality, this is a form of aesthetics. That which is not moral is first of all not beautiful, because not concordant, not harmonious. We see all the enormous meaning that morality may have in our life. We see the meaning morality has for knowledge, for the reason that there are emotions by which we know, and there are emotions by which we delude ourselves. If morality can actually help us to analyze these, then its value is indisputable from the standpoint of knowledge. Current popular psychology knows very well that malice, hatred, anger, jealousy blind a man, darken his reason. It knows that fear drives one insane, etc., etc. But we also know that every emotion may either serve But we also know that every emotion may serve either knowledge or nuisance. Nuisance. Let us consider such an emotion valuable and capable of high development as the pleasure of activity. This emotion is a powerful motive force in culture and of service in the perfection of life and in the evolution of all higher faculties of man. But it is also the cause of an infinite number of his delusions and faux pas for which he afterwards pays bitterly. In the passion of activity, man is easily inclined to forget the aim that started him to act, to accept the activity itself for the aim, and even to sacrifice the aim in order to preserve the activity. This is seen with especial clearness in the activity of various spiritual movements. Man, starting out in one direction, turns in the opposite one without himself noticing it, and often descends into the abyss thinking that he is scaling the heights. There is nothing more contradictory, more paradoxical than the man who is enticed away by activity. We have become so accustomed to man that the strange perversions to which he is sometimes subject fail to startle us as curiosities. Violence in the name of freedom, violence in the name of love, the gospel of Christianity with sword in hand, the stakes of the Inquisition for the glory of God of mercy, the oppression of thought and speech on the part of the ministers of religion. All these are incarnated absurdities of which humanity only is capable. A correct understanding of morality can preserve us in some degree from such perversions of thought. In our life in general, there is not much morality. European culture has gone along the path of intellectual development. The intellect invented and organized without considering the moral meaning of its own activity. Out of this arose the paradox that the crown of European cultures is the dreadnought. Many people realize all this and on account of it assume a negative attitude to all culture, but this is unjust. European culture created much other than dreadnoughts that is new and valuable, facilitating life, the elaboration of the principles of freedom and right, the abolition of slavery, though these are indeed nominal, the victory of man in many regions where nature presented to him a hostile front, the methods for the distribution of thought, the press, the miracles of contemporary medicine and surgery. All these are indisputably real conquests, and it is impossible not to take them into consideration, but there is no morality in them, i.e., there is no truth but too much of falsehood. We are satisfied with mere principles as such. We are content to think that eventually they will be introduced into life, and we neither marvel nor are disturbed at the thought that we ourselves, i.e., cultural humanity, developing beautiful principles, continually deny and controvert them in our lives. The man of European culture invents with equal readiness a machine gun and a new surgical apparatus. European culture began from the life of the savage, taking this new life as an example, as it were, and starting to develop all its sides to the utmost without thinking of their moral aspects. The savage crushed the head of his enemy with a simple club. We invented for this purpose complicated devices, making possible the crushing of hundreds and thousands of heads at once. Therefore, such a thing as this happened. Aerial navigation, toward which men had looked forward for millenniums, finally achieved, is used, first of all, for purpose of war. Morality should be the coordination and the necessity for the ordination of all sides of life, i.e., of the actions of man and humanity with the higher emotions and the higher comprehensions of the intellect. From this point of view, the statement previously made that morality is a form of aesthetics becomes clear. Aesthetics, the sense of beauty, is the sensation of the relation of parts to a whole and the perception of the necessity for a certain harmonious relation. The morality is the same. Those action, thoughts, and feelings are not moral, which are not coordinated, which are not harmonious with the higher understanding and the higher sensations accessible to man. The introduction of morality into the life would make it less paradoxical, less contradictory, more logical, and, most important, more civilized, because now our vaunted civilization is much compromised by dreadnoughts, i.e., war and everything that goes with it, as well as many things of peaceful life, such as the death penalty, prisons, etc. Morality or moral aesthetics, in such a sense as here shown, is necessary to us. Without it, we too easily forget that the world has, after all, a certain relation to the act. We are interested in many things, we enter into many things, but for some strange reason we fail to note the incongruity between our spiritual life and our life on earth. Thus we create two lives. In one we are paternally strict with ourselves, analyze with great care every idea before we discuss it. In the other, we permit with extreme ease any compromises and easily keep from seeing that which we do not care to see. Moreover, we reconcile ourselves to this division. We do not find it necessary seriously to introduce into our lives our higher ideals, and almost accept as a principle the division of the real from the spiritual. All of the indecencies of our life have arisen as a result of this. All of those infinite falsifications of our life, falsifications of the press, art, drama, science, politics, falsifications in which we suffocate as in a fetid swamp, but which we ourselves create, because we and none other are servants and ministers of those falsifications. We have no sense of necessity to introduce our ideals into life. We introduce them into our daily activity, and we even admit the possibility that this activity may go counter to our spiritual quests in accordance with one of those established standards, the harm of which we recognize, but for which no one holds himself responsible because he did not create them himself. We have no sense of personal responsibility, no boldness, and we are even without the consciousness of their necessity. All of this would be sad and hopeless if the concept "we" were not so dubious. In reality, the correctness of the very expression "we" is subject to grave doubt. The enormous majority of the population of this globe is engaged in effect in destroying, disfiguring, and falsifying the ideas of the minority. The majority is without ideas. It is incapable of understanding the ideas of the minority, and left to itself, it must inevitably disfigure and destroy. Imagine a menagerie full of monkeys. In the menagerie, a man is working. The monkeys observe his movements and try to imitate him, but they can imitate only his visible movements. The meaning and aim of these movements are closed to them. Therefore, their actions will have quite another result. And should the monkeys escape from their cages and get a hold of the man's tools, then perhaps they will destroy all his work and inflict great damage on themselves as well, but they will never be able to create anything. Therefore, a man would make a great mistake if he referred to their work and spoke of them as "we." Creation and destruction, or more correctly, the ability to create or the ability only to destroy, are the principal signs of the two types of men. Morality is necessary to man. Only by regarding everything from the standpoint of morality is it possible to differentiate unmistakably the work of man from the activity of apes. But at the same time, delusions are nowhere more easily created than in the region of morality. Allured by his own peculiar morality and moral gospel, a man forgets the aim of moral perfection, forgets that this aim consists in knowledge. He begins to see an aim in morality itself. Then occurs the priori division of the emotions into good and bad, moral and immoral. The correct understanding of the aim and meaning of the emotions is lost along with this man. Man is charmed with his niceness. He desires that everyone should be just as nice as he, or as that remote ideal created by himself. Then appears delight in the morality for morality's sake, a sort of moral sport. The exercise of morality for morality's sake. A man under these circumstances begins to be afraid of everything, everywhere, in all manifestations of life. Something immoral begins to appear to him, threatening to dethrone him or others from that height to which they have risen or may rise. This develops a paternally suspicious attitude toward the morality of others. In an order of proselytism, desiring to popularize his moral views, he begins quite definitely to regard everything which is not in accord with his morality as hostile to it. All this becomes black in his eyes, starting with the idea of utter freedom. By arguments, by compromises, he very easily convinces himself that it is necessary to fight freedom. He already begins to admit a censure of thought. The free expression of opinions contrary to his own seems to him inadmissible. All this may be done with the best intentions, but the results of it are very well known. There is no tyranny more ferocious than the tyranny of morality. Everything is sacrificed to it. And of course, there is nothing so blind as such tyranny, as such morality. Nevertheless, humanity needs morality, but of a different kind, such as is founded on the real data of superior knowledge. Humanity is passionately seeking for this and perhaps will find it. Then, on the basis of this, new morality will occur of great division, and those few who will be able to follow it will begin to rule others, or they will disappear altogether. In any case, because of this new morality and those forces which it will engender, the contradictions of life will disappear, and those biped animals which constitute the majority of humanity will have no opportunity to pose as men any longer. Right. Man. Okay. Almost there. The organized forms of intellectual knowledge are science founded upon observation, calculation, and experience, and philosophy founded upon the speculative method of reasoning and drawing conclusions. The organized forms of emotional knowledge are religion and art. Religious teachings, taking on the character of different cults as they depart from the original revelation, are founded entirely upon the emotional nature of man. Magnificent temples, the gorgeous vestments of priests and acolytes, the solemn ritual of worship, processions, sacrifices, singing, music, dances, all these have as their aim the attuning of man in a certain way, the evoking in him of certain definite feelings. The same proposed is served by religious myths, legends, stories of the lives of heroes and saints, prophecies, apocalypses. They all act upon the imagination, upon the feelings, although they fail to fulfill their original purpose, which is to transmit ideas, i.e., to serve knowledge. The aim of it is to give God to man, to give him morality, i.e., to give him an accessible knowledge of the mysterious side of the world. Religion may deviate from its true aim, may serve earthly interests and purposes, but its foundation is the search for truth, for God. Art serves beauty, i.e., emotional knowledge of its own kind. Art discovers beauty in everything and compels man to feel it and therefore to know. Art is a powerful instrument of knowledge of the nominal world, mysterious depths, each one more amazing than the last, open to the vision of a man when he holds in his hands this magical key. But let him only think that this mystery is not for knowledge but for pleasure in it, and all the charm disappears at once. Just as soon as art begins to take delight in that beauty which is already found, instead of the search for new beauty, an arrestment occurs and art becomes superfluous and aestheticism, encompassing man's vision like a wall. The aim of art is the search for beauty, just as the aim of religion is the search for God and truth. And exactly as art stops, so religion stops also as soon as it ceases to search for God and truth, thinking it has found them. This idea is expressed in the precipice, "Seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness." It does not say find, but merely seek. Science, philosophy, religion, and art are forms of knowledge. The method of science is experiment. The method of philosophy is speculation. The method of religion and art is moral or aesthetic emotional inspiration. But both science and philosophy, religion and art begin to serve true knowledge only when in them commence to manifest the sensing and finding of some inner property in things. In general, it is quite possible to say, and perhaps it will be most true to fact, that the aim of even purely intellectual systems of philosophy and science consists not at all in the giving to man of certain data of knowledge, but in the raising of man to such a height of thinking and feeling as to enable him to pass to those new and higher forms of knowledge to which art and religion approach more nearly. It is necessary, however, to remember that these very divisions into science, philosophy, religion, and art betray the poverty and incompleteness of each. A complete religion unites in itself religion, art, philosophy, and science. A complete art equally unites them. while a complete science or a complete philosophy comprehends religion and art. A religion which contradicts science and a science which contradicts religion are both equally false. Chapter 19. The Intellectual Method. Objective Knowledge. The limits of objective knowledge. The possibility of the expansion of the application of the psychological method. New forms of knowledge. The ideas of Plotinus. Different forms of consciousness. Sleep, the potential state of consciousness. Dreams, consciousness enclosed in itself, reflected from itself. Waking consciousness, dualistic sensation of the world, the division of the I and the not I. Ecstasy, the liberation of the self. Turiya, the absolute consciousness of all, as of the self. The dewdrop slips into the shining sea. Nirvana, not the band. Having established the principle of the possible unification of the forms of our knowledge, let us discover if this unification is not somewhere realized, how it may be realized, and whether it will be realized in a form entirely new or in one of the existing forms which I shall include all others in itself. For this we shall return to the fundamental principles of our knowledge and compare the possible chances for the development of physical paths, i.e., we shall try to find out as best we may that path which leads to the new knowledge and in the shortest time. Up to a certain point, we have already established this regarding the emotional path. The growth of emotions, their purification, and their liberation from the materialistic elements of possession and fear of loss must lead to superpersonal knowledge and to intuition. But how can the intellectual path lead to new forms of knowledge? First of all, what is the new knowledge? The new knowledge is direct knowledge, by an inner sense. I feel my own pain directly. The new knowledge can give me the power to sense, as mine, the pain of another man. Thus, the new knowledge is the expansion of a direct experience. The question is, how can the expansion of an object knowledge be founded upon this new experience? Let us analyze the nature of objective knowledge. Our objective knowledge is contained in science and philosophy. Inner experience science has always regarded as a thing given, which cannot be changed, but as something doubtful, standing in need of verification and affirmation by the objective method. Science has studied the world as an objective phenomenon, and it has striven to study the psyche and its properties as such, another objective phenomenon. In another quarter, the study of the psyche from the inside, so to speak, was proceeding simultaneously with this, but to this study no great significance was ever attached. The limits of inner knowledge, i.e., the limits of the psyche, were considered to be strictly definite, established, and unchangeable. Only for objective knowledge, founded upon identical inner experience, was the possibility of expansion admitted. Let us discover if there is not some mistake here. Is the expansion of objective knowledge founded upon a limited experience really possible, and are the possibilities of experience really limited? Developing science, i.e., objective knowledge, is encountering obstacles everywhere. Science studies phenomena. Just as soon as it attempts to discover causes, it is confronted with the wall of the unknown, and to it unknowable. The question narrows itself down to this: is this unknowable absolutely unknowable, or is it so only for the methods of our science? At the present time, the situation is just this. The number of unknown facts in every region of scientific knowledge is rapidly increasing, and the unknown threatens to swallow the known, or the accepted as known. One might define the progress of science, especially laterally, as a very rapid growth of the regions of nescience. Nescience, of course, existed before, and not in less degree than the present. But before, it was not so clearly recognized. At the time, science did not know what it does not know. Now it knows this more and more knows its conditionality. A little more, and in every separate branch of science that which it does not know will become greater than which it knows. In every department, science itself is beginning to repudiate its own foundations. A little more, and a little more, and science in its entirety will ask, "Where am I?" Positive thinking, which conceived of its problem as the deducing of general conclusions from the findings of each separate science and all of them combined, will feel itself compelled to deduce conclusions from that which science does not know. Then all the world will see before it the colossus with feet of clay, or rather without any feet at all, but with a formidable misty body hanging in the air. For a long time, philosophy has realized the lack of feet of this colossus, but the majority of cultivated mankind is still hypnotized by positivism, which sees something in place of those feet. However, it will be necessary to part company with this illusion very soon. Mathematics, lying at the very foundation of positive knowledge, and to which exact science always pointed with pride as to its subject and vassal, is in reality now denying all positivism. Mathematics was included in the cycle of positive sciences only by mistake, and soon, indeed, mathematics will become the principal weapon against positivism. By positivism, I mean, in this connection, that system which affirms, in contradiction to Kant, that the study of phenomena can bring us nearer to things in themselves, i.e., which affirms that by going along the path of the study of phenomena, we can come to an understanding of causes, and this is important, which regards physiomechanical phenomena as the cause of biological and psychic phenomena. The usual positivistic view denies the existence of the hidden side of life, i.e., it finds that the hidden side consists of electromagnetic phenomena and opens to us only little by little, and that the progress of science consists in a gradual unveiling of the hidden. This is not known as yet, says the positivist, when his attention is called to something hidden, but it will be known. Science, going by the same path that it has gone up to now, will discover this also. 500 years ago, Europe did not know of the existence of America. 70 years ago, we did not know of the existence of bacteria. 25 years ago, we did not know of the existence of radium. But America, bacteria, and radium are all discovered now. Similarly, and by the same methods, and by such methods only, will be discovered everything that is to be discovered. The apparatuses are being perfected. The methods, processes, and observations are being refined. That which we did not even suspect 100 years ago has now become a generally known and generally understood fact. Everything that is possible to be known will become known after this manner. Thus do the adherents of the positivistic viewpoint speak, but at the foundation of these reasonings lies a deep delusion. The affirmation of positivism would be quite true did positivism move uniformly in all directions of the unknown, if sealed doors did not exist for it. If in the multitude of questions the principal questions did not remain just as obscure as in those times when science did not exist at all. We see that enormous regions are closed utterly to science, that it never penetrated into them, and worst of all, it made not a single step in the direction of these regions. There are multitudes of problems, the solving of which science has not even attempted. problems in the presence of which the contemporary scientist, armed with all his science, is as helpless as a savage of a 4-year-old child. Such are the problems of life and death, the problems of space and time, the mystery of consciousness, etc., etc. We all know this, and the only thing we can do is to try not to think about the existence of these problems, to forget about them. We do so as a rule, but this does not annihilate them. They continue to exist, and at any given moment we may turn to them and try on them the rigidity and force of our scientific method. And every time at such an attempt, we find that our scientific method is not equal to these problems. By its aid, we can discover the chemical composition of remote stars, can photograph the skeleton within the human body, invisible to the human eye, can invent a floating mine which can be controlled from a distance by means of electrical waves, and can in this way annihilate in a moment hundreds of lives. But by the aid of this method we cannot tell what the man standing beside us is thinking about. No matter how much we may weigh, sound, or photograph a man, we shall never know his thoughts unless he himself tells them to us. But this is truly quite a different method. The sphere of action of the method of exact science is strictly limited. This sphere is the world of the immediate experience accessible for man. In the world laying beyond the domain of usual experience, exact science with its methods has never penetrated and will never penetrate. The expansion of objective knowledge is possible only in case direct experience is expanded. But in spite of all the growth of objective knowledge, science has made not one step in this direction, and the borderline of experience remains in the same place. Could science take a single step in this direction, were we able to feel or sense differently, then we might admit that science might move and take 2, 3, 10, or 10,000 steps. But it has taken not even one, and it is therefore reasonable to believe that it will never take it. The world outside the experience of the 5 senses is closed to objective investigation, and for this quite definite causes exist. By no means everything that exists can be detected by the 5 senses. Objective existence is a very narrowly defined form of existence, and does not by any means exhaust or comprehend existence as a whole. The mistake of positivism consists in the fact that it has recognized as really existing only that which exists objectively, and it has even begun to deny the very existence of all the rest. But what is objectivity? We can define it in this way. Because of the properties of our receptivity, or because of the conditions under which our psyche works, we segregate a small number of facts into a definite group. This group of facts represents in itself the objective world and is accessible to the investigation of science. But in no case does this group represent in itself everything that is existing. Extension in space and existence in time constitute the first condition of objective existence, and yet the forms of extension of a thing in space and those of its existence in time are created by the cognizing subject and do not belong to the thing itself. Matter is first of all three-dimensional. This three-dimensionality is the form of our receptivity. Matter of 4 dimensions would imply a change in the form of our receptivity. Materiality is the condition of existence in space and time, i.e., a condition of existence under which at one time and in one place 2 similar phenomena cannot occur. This is an exhaustive definition of materiality. It is clear that under the conditions known to us, two similar phenomena occurring simultaneously in one place will compose one phenomenon. But this is obligatory for those conditions of existence which we know, i.e., for such matter as we perceive. For the universe, it is absolutely not obligatory. I can say that word, I just can't say it today. Obligatory. Whatever. We constantly observe the conditions of materiality in those cases in which we must create in our life a sequence of phenomena, or are obliged to select, because our matter does not permit us to juxtapose in a definite interval of time more than a certain number of phenomena. The necessity for selection is perhaps the chief visible sign of materiality. Outside of matter, the necessity for selection is done away with, and if we imagine the life of a feeling being independent of the conditions of materiality, such a being will be capable of possessing simultaneously such faculties as from our standpoint are incompatible, opposite, and eliminative of one another. The power of being in several places at the same time, to command different views, to perform opposite and mutually exclusive actions simultaneously. In speaking of matter, it is necessary always to remember that matter is not a substance, but a condition. Suppose, for example, that a man is blind. It is impossible to regard this blindness as a substance. It is a condition of the existence of a given man. Matter is some sort of blindness. Objective knowledge can grow infinitely, its progress depending on the perfection of its instruments and the refinement of its methods of observation and experiment. One thing only it cannot transcend: the limits of the three-dimensional sphere, i.e., the conditions of space and time, for the reason that objective knowledge is created under these conditions, and the conditions of the existence of the three-dimensional world are the conditions of its existence. Objective knowledge will always be subject to these conditions, for otherwise it would cease to exist. No apparatus, no instrument will ever conquer these conditions. For should they conquer, they would destroy themselves, first of all. Perpetual motion, i.e., the violation of the fundamental laws of the three-dimensional world as we know it, would be the only victory over the three-dimensional world in the three-dimensional world itself. But it is necessary to remember that objective knowledge does not study facts, but only the perceptions of facts. In order that objective knowledge shall transcend the limits of the three-dimensional sphere, it is necessary that the conditions of perception shall change. As long as this does not happen, our objective knowledge is confined within the limits of an infinite three-dimensional sphere. It can proceed infinitely upon the radii of that sphere, but it will never penetrate into that region, a section of which constitutes our three-dimensional world. Moreover, we know from the preceding that should our receptivity become more limited, then objective knowledge would be correspondingly limited also. It is impossible to convey to a dog the idea of the sphericality of the earth, to make it remember the weight of the sun and the distances between the planets is equally impossible. Its objective knowledge is vastly more personal than ours, and the cause of it lies in the dog's more limited psyche. Thus we see that objective knowledge depends upon the properties of the psyche. Indeed, between the objective knowledge of a savage and that of Herbert Spencer there is an enormous difference, but that of neither the one nor the other transcends the limit of the three-dimensional sphere, i.e., the limits of the conditional, the unreal. In order to transcend the three-dimensional sphere, it is necessary to expand or change the forms of receptivity. Is the expansion of the limits of receptivity possible? The study of complex forms of consciousness assures us that it is possible. Plotinus, the famous Alexandrian philosopher, 3rd century, affirmed that for perfect knowledge the subject and object must be united, that the rational agent and the thing being comprehended must not be separate. For that which sees is itself the thing which is seen. Select works of Plotinus, Bond's Library, page 271. Here it is indeed necessary to understand, to see, other than in a literal sense. The seeing changes with the changes of the state of consciousness in which it is proceeding. But what forms of consciousness exist? Hindu philosophy makes the division into 4 states of consciousness: sleep, dream, waking, and the state of absolute consciousness, Turiya. The ancient wisdom, Annie Besant. G.R.S. Mead, in the preface to Taylor's translation of Plotinus, Bond's Library, correlates the terminology of Shankaracharya, the leader of the Advaita Vedanta school of ancient India, with that of Plotinus. The first, or spiritual state, was ecstasy. From ecstasy, it forgot itself into deep sleep. From profound sleep, it awoke out of unconsciousness, but still within itself, into the internal world of dreams. From dreaming, it passes finally into thoroughly waking state, and the outer world of sense. Ecstasy is the term used by Plotinus. It is entirely identical with the term Turiya of Hindu psychology. The consciousness, which is in a waking condition, is surrounded by what constitutes its sense organs and receptive apparatus in the phenomenal world. It differentiates the subject from the subjective from the objective, and differentiates its form of perception from reality. It recognizes the phenomenal objective world as reality and dreams as unreality, and includes along with it as being unreal the entire subjective world. Its vague sensation of real things lying beyond that which is apprehended by the organs of sense, i.e., sensations of nomina. Consciousness identifies as it were with dreams, with the unreal, imaginary, abstract, subjective, and regards phenomena as the only reality. Gradually convinced by reason of the unreality of phenomena, or inwardly sensing this unreality and the reality which lies behind, we free ourselves from the mirage of phenomena. We begin to understand that all the phenomenal world is in substance subjective, also that the great realities lie deeper down. Then a complete change takes place in consciousness in all its concepts about reality. That which before was regarded as real becomes unreal, and that which was regarded as unreal becomes real. 1. This transition into the absolute state of consciousness is union with divinity, vision of God, experiencing the kingdom of heaven, entering nirvana. All these expressions of mythical religions represent the psychological fact of the expansion of consciousness, such an expansion that the consciousness absorbs itself in the all. C.W. Ledbetter, in an essay, Some Notes on the Higher Planes, Nirvana, the Theosophist, July 1910, writes, Sir Edwin Arnold wrote of that beatific condition, that the dewdrop slips into the shining sea. Those who have passed through the most marvelous of experiences know that, paradoxical as it may seem, the sensation is exactly the reverse, and that a far closer description would be, the ocean had somehow been poured into the drop. The consciousness wide as the sea, with its center everywhere and its circumference nowhere, is a great and glorious fact. But when a man attains it, it seems to him that his consciousness has widened to take in all that, not that he has merged into something else. This pouring of the ocean into the drop occurs because the consciousness never loses itself, i.e., does not disappear, does not become extinguished. When it seems to us that consciousness is extinguished, in reality it is only changing its form. It ceases to be analogical to ours, and we lose the means of convincing ourselves of the existence. We have no exact data at all to think that it is dissipated. In order to escape from the field possible to our observation, it is sufficient for consciousness to change only a little. In the objective world, indeed, this slipping of the dewdrop into the sea leads to the annihilation of the drop, to the absorption of it by the sea. We have never observed another order of things in the objective world and therefore cannot imagine it. But in the real, i.e., the subjective world, of course another order must exist to operate. The drop of consciousness, The drop of consciousness merging with the sea of consciousness knows it, but does not itself cease to exist because of that. Therefore, undoubtedly, the sea is absorbed by the drop. In the letters to Flaccus of Plotinus, we find a wonderful description of a psychology and theory of knowledge founded exactly upon the idea of the expansion of receptivity. External objects present us only with appearances. Concerning them, therefore, we may be said to possess opinion rather than knowledge. The distinctions in the actual world of appearance are of import only to ordinary and practical men. Our question lies with the ideal reality that exists behind appearance. How does the mind perceive these ideas? Are they without us? And is the reason, like sensation, occupied with objects external to itself? With certainty, What certainty would we then have? What assurance that our perception was infallible? The object perceived would be as something different from the mind perceiving it. We should have then an image instead of reality. It would be monstrous to believe for a moment that the mind was unable to perceive ideal truth as it is, and that we had not certainty and real knowledge concerning the world of intelligence. It follows, therefore, that this region of truth is not to be investigated as a thing external to us, and so only imperfectly known. It is within us. Here the objects we contemplate and that which contemplates are identical. Both are thought. The object cannot surely know an object different from itself. The world of ideas lies within our intelligence. Truth, therefore, is not the agreement of our apprehension of an external object with its object itself. It is the agreement of the mind with itself. Consciousness, therefore, is the sole basis of certainty. The mind is its own witness. Reason sees in itself that which is above itself and its source, and again, that which is below itself as still itself once more. Knowledge has 3 degrees: opinion, science, illumination. The means or instrument of the first is sense, of the second dialectic, of the third intuition. To the last I subordinate reason. It is absolute knowledge founded on the identity of the mind knowing with the object known. There is a raying out of all orders of existence, an external emanation from the ineffable one. There is again a returning impulse, drawing all upward and inward toward the center from whence all came. The wise man recognizes the idea of the good within him. This he develops by withdrawal into the holy place of his known soul, of his own soul. He who does not understand how the soul contains the beautiful within itself seeks to realize beauty without by laborious production. His aim should rather be to concentrate and simplify, and so to expand his being instead of going out into the manifold, to forsake it for the one, and to float upwards toward the divine fount of being whose stream flows within him. You ask, how can we know the infinite? I answer, not by reason. It is the office of reason to distinguish and define. The infinite, therefore, cannot be ranked among its objects. You can only apprehend the infinite by a faculty superior to reason, by entering into a state in which you are your finite self no longer, in which the divine essence is communicated to you. This is ecstasy. It is the liberation of your mind from the finite consciousness. Like can only apprehend like when you thus cease to be finite. You become one with the infinite. Like can only apprehend like when you thus cease to be finite. You become one with the infinite. In the reduction of your soul to its simplest self, its divine essence, you realize this union, this identity. But this sublime condition is not of permanent duration. It is only now and then that we can enjoy this elevation above the limits of the body and the world. I myself have realized it but 3 times as yet, and Porphyry hitherto not once. All that tends to purify and elevate the mind will assist you in this attainment and facilitate the approach of the recurrence of these happy intervals. There are then different roads by which this end may be reached. The love of beauty which exalts the poet, that devotion to the one, and that ascent of science which makes the ambition of the philosopher, and that love of those prayers by which some devout and ardent soul tends in its moral purity towards perfection. These are the great highways conducting to the height above the actual and the particular, where we stand in the immediate presence of the infinite, who shines out as a form the depths of the soul. In another place in his works, Plotinus defines the ecstatic knowledge more exactly, presenting such properties of it as to reveal to us quite clearly that the infinite expansion of subjective knowledge is there meant. When we see God, says Plotinus, we see him not by reason, but by something that is higher than reason. It is impossible, however, to say about him who sees that he sees, because he does not behold and discern 2 different things, the seer and the thing seen. He changes completely, ceases to be himself, preserves nothing of his I. Immersed in God, he constitutes one whole with him, like the center of a circle which coincides with the center of another circle. Chapter 20. P. The sense of infinity. The neophyte's first ordeal. An intolerable sadness. The loss of everything real. What would an animal feel on becoming a man? The transition to the new logic. Our logic is founded on the observation of the laws of the phenomenal world. Its invalidity for the study of the world of noumena. The necessity for another logic. Analogy between the axioms of logic and of mathematics. 2 mathematics. The mathematics of real magnitudes, infinite and variable. The mathematics of unreal imaginary magnitudes, finite and constant. Transfinite numbers, numbers lying beyond infinity, the possibility of different infinities. There is in existence an idea which a man should always call to mind when too much subjugated by the illusions of reality of the unreal, visible world in which everything has a beginning and an end. It is the idea of infinity, the fact of infinity. In the book A New Era of Thought, concerning which I have had already much to say, in the chapter Space and Scientific Basis of Altruism and Religion, Hinton says, when we come upon infinity in any mode of our thought, it is a sign that the mode of thought is dealing with a higher reality than it is adapted for, and in struggling to represent it can only do so by an infinite number of terms, of realities of a higher code, of a higher order, Truly, what is infinity? As the ordinary mind represents it to itself. Truly, what is infinity? As the ordinary mind represents it to itself. It is the only reality, and at the same time, it is the abyss, the bottomless pit into which the mind falls, after having risen to heights to which it is not native. Let us imagine for a moment that a man begins to feel infinity in everything. Every thought, every idea leads him to the realization of infinity. This will inevitably happen to a man approaching an understanding of a higher order of reality. But what will he feel under such circumstances? Page 244. He will sense a precipice, an abyss everywhere, no matter where he looks, and experience indeed an incredible horror, fear, and sadness, until this fear and sadness shall transform themselves into the joy of the sensing of a new reality. An intolerable sadness is the very first experience of the neophyte in occultism, says the author of Light on the Path. We have already examined into the manner in which a two-dimensional being might approach to a comprehension of the third dimension, but we have never asked ourselves the question, what would it feel beginning to sense the third dimension, beginning to be conscious of a new world environing it? First of all, it would feel astonishment and fright approaching horror, because in order to find the new world, it must lose the old one. Let us imagine the predicament of an animal in which flashes of a human understanding have begun to appear. What will it sense first of all? First of all, that its old world, the world of the animal, its comfortable, habitable world, the one in which it was born, to which it has become accustomed, and which it imagines to be the only real one, is crumbling away and falling all around it. Everything that before seemed real becomes false, delusive, fantastic, unreal. The impression of the unreality of its environment will be very strong, until such a being shall learn to comprehend the reality of another, higher order, until it shall understand that behind the crumbling old world, one infinitely more beautiful and new is opening up. Considerable time will necessarily pass. And during all this time, a being in whom this new consciousness is in the process of unfoldment must pass from one abyss of despair to another, from one negation to another. It must repudiate everything around itself. Only by the repudiation of everything will the possibility of entering into a new life be realized. With the beginning of the gradual loss of the old world, the logic of the two-dimensional being, or that which stood for logic, will suffer continual violation, and its strongest impression will be that there is no logic at all, that no laws of any sort even exist. Formerly, when it was an animal, it reasoned, this is this, that house is strange, this house is my own, this is not that, that is that. The strange house is not my own. The strange house and its own house the animal regards as different objects, having nothing in common. But now it will surprisingly understand that the strange house and its own house are equally houses. How will it express this in its language of perceptions? Strictly speaking, it will not be able to express this at all, because it is impossible to express concepts in the language of an animal. The animal will simply mix up the sensations of the strange house and its own house. Confusedly, it will begin to feel some new properties in houses, and along with this, it will feel less clearly those properties which made the strange house strange. Simultaneously with this, the animal will begin to sense new properties which it did not know before. As a result, it will undoubtedly experience the necessity for a system of generalization of these new proper ties, the necessity for a new logic expressing the relations of the new order of things. But having no concepts, it will not be in a position to construe the axioms of Aristotelian logic, and will express its impression of the new order in the form of the entirely absurd but more nearly true proposition. This is that. Or let us imagine that to the animal with the rudimentary logic expressing its sensations, this is this, that is that, this is not that. Somebody tries to prove that two different objects, two houses, its own and strange one, are similar, that they represent one and the same thing, that they are both houses. The animal will never credit this similarity, for it, the two houses, its own, where it is fed, and the strange one, where it is beaten, if it enters, will remain entirely different. There will be nothing in common in them for it, and the effort to prove to it the similarity of these two houses will lead to nothing until it senses this itself. Then, sensing confusedly the idea of the likeness of two different objects and being without concepts, the animal will express this as something illogical from its own point of view. The idea, this and that are similar objects, the articulate two-dimensional being will translate into the language of its logic in the shape of the formula, this is that, and of course will pronounce it as an absurdity, and that the sensation of the new order of things leads to logical absurdities. But it will be unable to express that which it senses in any other way. We are in exactly the same position when we dead awaken, i.e., when we men come to the realization of that other life, to the comprehension of higher things. The same fright, the same loss of the real, the same impression of utter and never-ending illogicality, the same formula, this is that, will afflict us. In order to realize the new world, we must understand the new logical order of things. Our usual logic assists us in the investigation of the relations of the phenomenal world only. Many attempts have been made to define what logic is, but logic is just as essentially undefinable as is mathematics. What is mathematics? The science of magnitudes. What is logic? The science of concepts. But these are not definitions, they are only the translation of the name. Mathematics, or the science of magnitudes, is the system which studies the quantitative relations between things. Logic, or the science of concepts, is that system which studies the qualitative categorical relations between things. Logic has been built up quite in the same way as mathematics. As with logic, so also with mathematics, at least the generally known mathematics of finite and constant quantities, both were deduced by us from the observation of the phenomena of our world. Generalizing our observations, we gradually discovered those relations which we called the fundamental laws of the world. In logic, these fundamental laws are included in the axioms of Aristotle and of Bacon. A is A. That which was A will be A. A is not A. That which was not A will be not A. Everything is either A or not A. Everything will be either A or not A. The logic of Aristotle and Bacon, developed and supplemented by their many followers, deals with concepts only. Logos, the word, is the object of logic. An idea, in order to become the object of logical reasoning, in order to be subjected to the laws of logic, must be expressed in word. That which cannot be expressed in a word cannot enter into a logical system. Moreover, a word can enter into a logical system, can be subjected to logical laws, only as a concept. At the same time, we know very well that not everything can be expressed in words. In our life and in our feelings, there is much that cannot be expressed in concepts. Thus, it is clear that even at the present moment, at the present stage of our development, not everything can be entirely logical for us. There are many things which in their substance are outside of logic altogether. This includes the entire region of feelings, emotions, religion. All art is just one entire illogicality. And as we shall presently see, mathematics, the most exact of sciences, is entirely illogical. If we compare the axioms of the logic of Aristotle and of Bacon with the axioms of mathematics as it is commonly known, we find between them complete similarity. The axioms of logic: A is not A, everything is either A or not A, fully correspond to the fundamental axioms of mathematics, to the axioms of identity and difference. Every magnitude is equal to itself. The part is less than the whole. Two magnitudes equally separately to a third are equal to each other, etc. The similarity between the axioms of mathematics and those of logic extends very far, and this permits us to draw a conclusion about their similar origin. The law of mathematics and of logic are the laws of the reflection of the phenomenal world in our receptivity and in our reasoning faculty. Just as the axioms of logic can deal with concepts only and are related solely to them, so the axioms of mathematics apply to finite and constant magnitudes only, and are related solely to them. These axioms are untrue in relation to infinite and variable magnitudes, just as the axioms of logic are untrue even in relation to emotions, to symbols, to the musicality and the hidden meaning of words, to say nothing of those ideas which cannot be expressed in words. What does this mean? It means that the axioms of logic and of mathematics are deduced by us from the observation of phenomena, i.e., of the phenomenal world, and represent in themselves a certain conditional incorrectness which is necessary for the knowledge of the unreal subjective world in the true meaning of that word. As has been said before, we have in reality two mathematics. One, the mathematics of finite and constant numbers, represents a quite artificial construction for the solution of problems based on conditional data. The chief of these conditional data consists in the fact that in problems of this mathematics there is always taken from T of the universe only, i.e., one section only of the universe is taken, which section is never taken in conjunction with one another. This mathematics of finite and constant magnitudes studies an artificial universe and is in itself something especially created on the basis of our observation of phenomena and serves for the simplification of these observations. Beyond phenomena, the mathematics of finite and constant numbers cannot go. It is dealing with an imaginary world with imaginary magnitudes. The practical results of those applied sciences which are built upon mathematical science should not confuse the observer, because these are merely the solutions of problems in definite artificial conditions. The other, the mathematics of infinite and variable magnitudes, represents something entirely real, built upon the reasonings in regard to a real world. The first is related to the world of phenomena, which represents in itself nothing other than our incorrect apprehension and perception of the world. The second is related to the world of noumena, which represents in itself the world as it is. The first is unreal. It exists in our consciousness, in our imagination. The second is real. It expresses the relations of the real world. The mathematics of transfinite numbers, so called, may serve as an example of real mathematics, violating the fundamental axioms of our mathematics and logic. By transfinite numbers, as their name implies, is meant numbers beyond infinity. Infinity, as represented by the sign infinity, is the mathematical expression with which, as such, it is possible to perform all operations, divide, multiply, rise to powers. It is possible to raise infinity to the number of infinity. It will be infinity, infinity. This magnitude is an infinite number of times greater than simple infinity, and at the same time they are both equal. Infinity equals infinity, infinity. And this is the most remarkable property of transfinite numbers. You may perform with them any operations whatsoever. They will change in a corresponding manner, remaining at the same time equal. This violates the fundamental laws of mathematics accepted for finite numbers. After a change, the finite number cannot be equal to itself. But here we see how, changing, the transfinite number remains equal to itself. After all, transfinite numbers are entirely real. We can find examples corresponding to the expression of infinite and even infinite, infinite, and infinite, infinite, infinite in our world. Let us take a line, any segment of line. We know that the number of points on this line is equal to infinity, for a point has no dimension. If our segment is equal to 1 inch, and beside it we shall imagine a segment a mile long, then in the little segment, each point will correspond to a point in the large one. The number of points in a segment 1 inch long is infinite. The number of points in a segment 1 mile long is also infinite. We get infinity equals infinity. Let us now imagine a square, one side of which is a given segment, A. The number of lines in a square is infinite. The number of points in each line is infinite. Consequently, the number of points in a square is equal to infinity multiplied by itself an infinite number of times. Infinity, infinite, infinite. This magnitude is undoubtedly infinitely greater than the first one. Infinity, and at the same time they are equal, as all infinite magnitudes are equal. Because if there be an infinity, then it is one and cannot change. Upon the square A2, let us construct a cube. This cube consists of an infinite number of squares, just as squares consists of an infinite number of lines, and a line of an infinite number of points. Consequently, the number of points in the cube, A3, is equal to infinite, infinite, infinite. This expression is equal to the expression infinite, infinite, and infinite, i.e., this means that an infinity grows. This means that an infinity continues to grow, remaining at the same time unchanged. Thus, in transfinite numbers, we see that two magnitudes equal separately to a third can be not equal to each other. Generally speaking, we see that the fundamental axioms of our mathematics do not work there, are not there valid. We have therefore a full right to establish the law that the fundamental axioms of mathematics enumerated above are not applicable to transfinite numbers, but are applicable and valid only for finite numbers. We may also say that the fundamental axioms of our mathematics are valid for constant magnitudes only. In other words, they demand unity of time and unity of place. That is, each magnitude is equal to itself at any given moment. But if we take a magnitude which varies and take it in a different moments, then it will not be equal to itself. Of course, we may say that changing, it becomes another magnitude, that it is a given magnitude only so long as it does not change. But this is precisely the thing that I am talking about. The axioms of our usual mathematics are applicable to finite and constant magnitudes only. Thus, quite in opposition to the usual view, we must admit that the mathematics of finite and constant magnitudes is unreal, i.e., that it deals with the unreal relations of unreal magnitudes, while the mathematics of infinite and fluent magnitudes is real, i.e., that it deals with the real relations of real magnitudes. Truly, the greatest magnitudes of the first mathematics has no dimension whatever. It is equal to zero, or a point, in comparison with any magnitude of the second mathematics, all magnitudes of which, despite their diversity, are equal among themselves. Thus, both here as in logic, the axioms of the new mathematics appear as absurdities. A magnitude can be not equal to itself. A part can be equal to the whole, or it can be greater than the whole. One of two equal magnitudes can be infinitely greater than the other. All different magnitudes are equal among themselves. A complete analogy is observed between the axioms of mathematics and those of logic. The logical unit, a concept, possesses all the properties of finite and constant magnitude. The fundamental axioms of mathematics and logic are essentially one and the same. They are correct under the same conditions, and under the same conditions they cease to be correct. Without any exaggeration, we may say that the fundamental axioms of mathematics and of logic are correct only just as long as mathematics and logic deal with magnitudes which are artificial, conditional, and which do not exist in nature. The truth is that in nature there are no finite constant magnitudes, just as also there are no concepts. The finite constant magnitude and the concept are conditional abstractions, not reality, but merely the sections of reality, so to speak. How shall we reconcile the idea of the absence of constant magnitudes with the idea of an immobile universe? At first sight, one appears to contradict the other, but in reality, this contradiction does not exist. Not this universe is immobile, but the greater universe, the world of many dimensions, of which we know that perpetually moving section called the three-dimensional infinite sphere. Moreover, the very concepts of motion and immobility need revision, because as we usually understand them with the aid of our reason, They do not correspond to reality. Already we have analyzed in detail how the idea of motion follows from our time sense, i.e., from the imperfection of our space sense. Were our space sense more perfect in relation to any given object, say to the body of a given man, we could embrace all his life in time, from birth to death. Then, within the limits of this embrace, that life would be for us a constant magnitude. But now, at every given moment of it, it is for us not a constant but a variable magnitude. That which we call a body does not exist in reality. It is only the section of that four-dimensional body that we never see. We ought always to remember that our entire three-dimensional world does not exist in reality. It is a creation of our imperfect senses, the result of their imperfection. This is not the world, but merely that which we see of the world, the three-dimensional world. This is the four-dimensional world observed through the narrow slit of our senses. Therefore, all magnitudes which we regard as such in the three-dimensional world are not real magnitudes, but merely artificially assumed. They do not exist really, in the same way as the present does not exist really. This has been dwelt upon before. By the present, we designate the transition from the future into the past, but this transition has no extension. Therefore, the present does not exist. Only the future and the past exist. Thus, constant magnitudes in the three-dimensional world are only abstractions, just as motion in the three-dimensional world is, in substance, an abstraction. In the three-dimensional world, there is no change, no motion. In order to think motion, we already need the four-dimensional world. The three-dimensional world does not exist in reality, or it exists only during one ideal moment. In the next ideal moment, there already exists another three-dimensional world. Therefore, the magnitude A in the following moment is already not A, but B, in the next C, and so forth to infinity. It is equal to itself in one ideal moment only. In other words, within the limits of each ideal moment, the axioms of mathematics are true. For the comparison of two ideal moments, they are merely conditional, as the logic of Bacon is conditional in comparison with the logic of Aristotle. In time, i.e., in relation to variable magnitudes, from the standpoint of the ideal moment, they are untrue. The idea of constancy or variability emanates from the impotence of our limited reason to comprehend a thing otherwise than by its section. If we would comprehend a thing in four dimensions, let us say a human body from birth to death, then it will be the whole and constant body, the section of which we call a changing in time human body, a moment of life, i.e., a body as we know it in the three-dimensional world, is a point on an infinite line. Could we comprehend this body as a whole, then we should know it as an absolutely constant magnitude, with all its multifariousness of forms, states, and positions. But then to this constant magnitude, the axioms of our mathematics and logic would be inapplicable, because it would be an infinite magnitude. We cannot comprehend this infinite magnitude. We comprehend always its sections only, and our mathematics and logic are related to this imaginary section of the universe. All right, chapter 21. Man's transition to a higher logic. The necessity for rejecting everything real. Poverty of the spirit. The recognition of the infinite alone as real. Laws of the infinite. Logic of the infinite, of the finite. The organon of Aristotle and the Tertium Organum of Bacon. Logic of the infinite, Tertium Organum. The higher logic as an instrument of thought, as a key to the mysteries of nature, to the hidden side of life, to the world of the nomina. A definition of the world of nomina on the basis of all the foregoing. The impression of the nominal world on the unprepared consciousness. The thrice unknown darkness in the contemplation of which all knowledge is resolved into ignorance. Everything that has been said about mathematical magnitudes is true also with regard to logical concepts. Finite mathematical magnitudes and logical concepts are subject to the same laws. We have now established that the laws discovered by us in a space of 3 dimensions and operating in that space are inapplicable, incorrect, and untrue in a space of a greater number of dimensions. And as this is true of mathematics, so is it true of logic. As soon as we begin to consider infinite and variable magnitudes instead of those which are finite and constant, we perceive that the fundamental axioms of our mathematics cannot be applied to the former class. And as soon as we begin to think in other terms than those of concepts, we must be prepared to encounter an enormous number of absurdities from the standpoint of existing logic. These absurdities seem to us much because we approach the world of many dimensions with the logic of the 3-dimensional world. It has been proven already that an animal, i.e., to a 2-dimensional being, thinking not by concepts but by perceptions, our logical ideas must seem absurd. The logical relations in the world of many dimensions seems equally absurd to us. We have no reason whatsoever to hope that the realizations of the world of causes can be logical from our point of view. On the contrary, it may be said that everything logical is phenomenal. Nothing can be logical from our standpoint there. All that is there must seem to us a logical absurdity, nonsense. We must remember that it is impossible to penetrate there with our logic. The relation of the general trend of the thought of humanity towards the other world has always been highly incorrect. In positivism, men have denied that other world altogether. This was because, not admitting the possibility of relations other than those formulated by Aristotle and Bacon, men denied the very existence of that which seemed absurd and impossible from the standpoint of those formula. Also, in Spiritism, they attempted to construct the nominal world on the model of the phenomenal, that is, against reason, against nature. They wanted at all costs to prove that the other world is logical from our standpoint, that the same laws of causality operate just as in our world, and that the other world is nothing more than the extension of ours. The other world of spiritists or spiritualists in all existing descriptions of it is a naive and barbaric concept of the unknown. Positive philosophy perceived the absurdity of all dualistic theses, but having no power to expand the field of its activity, limited by logic and the infinite sphere, it could think of nothing better than to deny. Mystical philosophy alone felt the possibility of relations other than those of the phenomenal world, but it was arrested by hazy and unclear sensations, finding it impossible to define and classify them. Nevertheless, science must come to mysticism, because in mysticism there is a new method, and then to the study of different forms of a consciousness, i.e., of forms of receptivity different from our own. Science should throw off almost everything old and should start afresh with a new theory of knowledge. Science cannot deny the fact that mathematics grows, expands, and escapes from the limits of the visible and measurable world. Entire departments of mathematics take into consideration quantitative relations which did not and do not exist in the real world of positivism, i.e., relations which have no correspondence to any realities in the visible three-dimensional world. But there cannot be any mathematical relations to which the relation of some realities would not correspond. Therefore, mathematics transcends the limits of our world and penetrates into the world unknown. This is the telescope by the aid of which we begin to investigate the space of many dimensions of its worlds. Mathematics goes ahead of our thought, ahead of our power of imagination and perception. Even now, it is engaged in calculating relations which we cannot imagine or comprehend. It is impossible to deny all this, even from the strictly positive standpoint. Thus, science, having admitted the possibility of the expansion of mathematics beyond the limits of the sensually perceived world, that is, beyond the limits of a world accessible through theoretically the organs of sense and their mechanical aids, must thereby recognize the expansion of the real world far beyond the limits of any infinite sphere, or of our logic, i.e., must recognize the reality of the world of many dimensions. The recognition of the reality of the world of many dimensions is already accomplished transition to and understanding of the world of the wondrous. And this transition to the wondrous is impossible without the recognition of the reality of new logical relations which are absurd and impossible from the standpoint of our logic. What are the laws of our logic? They are the laws of our receptivity of the three-dimensional world, or the laws of our three-dimensional receptivity of the world. If we desire to escape from the three-dimensional world and go further, we must first of all work out the fundamental logical principles which would permit us to observe the relations of things in a world of many dimensions, seeing in them a certain reasonableness and not complete absurdity. If we enter there armed only with the principles of logic of the three-dimensional world, these principles will drag us back, will not give us a chance to rise from the earth. First of all, we must throw off the chains of our logic. This is the first, the great, the chief liberation towards which humanity must strive. Man throwing off the chains of three-dimensional logic has already penetrated in thought into another world. And not only is the transition possible, but it is accomplished constantly. Although unhappily we are not entirely conscious of our rights in another world, and often sacrifice these rights regarding ourselves as limited to this earthly world, paths nevertheless exist. Poetry, mysticism, the idealistic philosophy of all ages and peoples preserve the traces of such transitions. Following these traces, we ourselves can find the path. Ancient and modern thinkers have given us many keys with which we may open mysterious doors, many magical formula before which these doors open to themselves. But we have not understood either the purpose of these keys or the meaning of the formula. We have also lost the understanding of magical ceremonies and rites of initiation into mysteries which have had a single purpose, to help this transformation in the soul of man. Therefore, the doors remain closed, and we even denied that there was anything whatever behind them, or, suspecting the existence of another world, we regarded it as similar to ours, and separate from ours, and tried to penetrate there unconscious of the fact that the chief obstacle in our path was that our own division of the world into this world and that. The world is one, only the ways of knowing it are different, and with imperfect methods of knowledge it is impossible to penetrate into that which is accessible to perfect methods only. All attempts to penetrate mentally into that higher nominal world or world of causes by means of the logic of the phenomenal world, if they did not fail altogether, or did not lead to castles in the air, gave only one result. In becoming conscious of a new order of things, a man lost the sense of the reality of the old order. The visible world began to seem to him fantastic and unreal. Everything all about him was disappearing, was vanishing like smoke, leaving a dreadful feeling of illusion. In everything he felt the abyss of infinity, and everything was plunging into the abyss. This sense of the infinite is the first and most terrible trial before initiation. Nothing exists. A little miserable soul feels itself suspended in an infinite void. Then even this void disappears. Nothing exists. There is only infinity, a constant and continuous division and dissolution of everything. The mystical literature of all peoples abounds in references to this sensation of darkness and emptiness. Such was that mysterious deity of the ancient Egyptians, about which there exists a story in the Orpheus myth, in which it is described as a thrice unknown darkness in contemplation of which all knowledge is resolved into ignorance. This means that man must have felt horror transcending all limits as he approached the world of causes with the knowledge of the world of the phenomena only, his instrument of logic having proved useless because all the new eluded him. In the new as yet he sensed chaos only. The old had disappeared, gone away, and become unreal. Horror and regret for the loss of the old mingled with horror of the new, unknown and terribly by its infinitude. At this stage, man experiences the same thing that an animal becoming a man would feel. Having looked into the world for an instant, it is attracted by the life left behind. The world which it saw only for an instant seems but a dream, a vision, the creation of imagination, but the familiar world, too, is never thereafter the same. It is too narrow. In it there is not sufficient room. The awakening consciousness can no longer live the free life of the beast. Already it knows something different. It hears some voices, even though the body beholds it. And the animal does not know where or how it can escape from the body or from itself. A man on the threshold of a new world experiences literally the same thing. He has heard celestial harmonies and wearisome songs of earth touch him no longer, nor do they move him. Or if they touch and move him, it is because they remind him of celestial harmonies, of the inaccessible, of the unknown. He has experienced the sensation of an unusual expansion of consciousness, when everything was clear to him for a moment, and he cannot reconcile himself to the sluggish earthly work of the brain. These moments of the sensation of infinity are accompanied by unusual emotions. The theosophical literature and in books of occultism is often asserted that on entering into the astral world, man begins to see new colors, colors which are not in the solar spectrum. In the symbolism of the new colors of the astral sphere is conveyed the idea of those new emotions which man begins to feel along with the sensation of the expansion of consciousness, of the sea pouring into the drop. This is the strange bliss of which mystics speak, the heavenly light which saints see, the new sensations experienced by poets. Even conversational psychology identifies ecstasies with entirely unusual sensations, inaccessible and unknown to man in the life of every day. This sensation of light and of unlimited joy is experienced at the moment of the expansion of consciousness, the unfoldment of the mystical lotus of the Hindu yogi, at the moment of sensation of infinity, and it yields also the sensation of darkness and of unlimited horror. What does this mean? Now, shall we reconcile the sensation of light with the sensation of darkness, the sensation of joy with that of horror? Can these exist simultaneously? Do they occur simultaneously? They do so occur and must be exactly thus. Mystical literature gives us examples of it. The simultaneous sensations of light and darkness, joy and horror symbolize, as it were, the strange duality and contradiction of human life. It may happen to a man of dual nature who, following one side of his nature, has been led far into spirit, and on the other side is deeply immersed in matter, i.e., in illusion, in unreality, to one who believes too much in the reality of the unreal. Generally speaking, the sensation of light, of life, of consciousness penetrating all, of happiness, gives a new world. But the same world to the unprepared mind will give the sensation of infinite darkness and horror. In this case, the sensation of horror will arise from the loss of everything real, from the disappearance of this world. In order not to experience the horror of the new world, it is necessary to know it beforehand, either emotionally, by faith or love, or intellectually, by reason. And in order not to experience horror from the loss of the old world, it is necessary to have renounced it voluntarily, either through faith or reason. One must renounce at the beautiful, bright world in which we are living. One must admit that it is ghostly, phantasmal, unreal, deceitful, illusionary, myopic. One must reconcile oneself to this unreality, not be afraid of it, but rejoice it. One must give up everything. One must become poor in spirit, i.e., make oneself poor by the effort of one's spirit. This most profound philosophical truth is expressed in the beautiful evangelical symbol, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Nice. These words become clear in the sense of renouncement of the material world only. Poor in spirit does not mean poor materially in the worldly meaning of the word, and still less does it signify poverty of spirit. Spiritual poverty is the renouncement of matter. Such poverty is when a man has no earth under his feet, no sky above his head. Foxes have holes, and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. This is the poverty of the man who is entirely alone, because father, mother, other men, even the nearest here on earth, he begins to regard differently, not as he regarded them before, and renounces them because he discerns the true substances that he is striving toward, just as, renouncing the phenomenal illusions of the world, he approaches the truly real. The moment of transition, that terrible moment of the loss of the old and the unfoldment of the new, has been represented in innumerable allegories in ancient literature. To make this transition easy was the purpose of the mysteries. In India, in Egypt, in Greece, special preparatory rituals existed, sometimes merely symbolical, sometimes real, which actually brought a soul to the very portals of the new world and opened these portals at the moment of initiation. But no outward rituals and ceremonies could take place of self-initiation. The great work must have been going on inside the soul and mind of man. But how can logic help a man to pass to the consciousness of new and higher world? We have seen that mathematics has already found the path into that higher order of things. Penetrating there, it first of all renounces its fundamental axioms of identity and difference. In the world of the infinite and fluent magnitudes, a magnitude may be not equal to itself, a part may be equal to the whole, and of two equal magnitudes, one may be infinitely greater than the other. All this sounds like an absurdity from the standpoint of mathematics of finite and constant numbers, but the mathematics of finite and constant numbers is itself the calculation of relations between non-existent magnitudes, i.e., the absurdity, and therefore only that which from the standpoint of this mathematics seems an absurdity can be truth. Logic now goes along the same path. It must renounce itself, come to perceive the necessity of its own annihilation. Then out of it a new and higher logic can arise. In his critique of pure reason, Kant proved the possibility of transcendental logic. Before Bacon and earlier than Aristotle, in the ancient Hindu scriptures, the formula of this higher logic were given, opening the doors of mystery. But the meaning of these formula was rapidly lost. They were preserved in ancient books, but remained there as some strange mummeries of extinguished thought, the words without real content. New thinkers again discovered these principles and expressed them in new words, but again they remained incomprehensible. Again they suffered transformation into some unnecessary ornamental form of words, but the idea persisted. A consciousness of the possibility of finding and establishing the laws of the higher world was never lost. Mystical philosophy never regarded the logic of Aristotle as all-embracing and all-powerful. It built its system outside of logic or above logic, it unconsciously going along these paths of thought paved in remote antiquity. The higher logic existed before deductive and inductive logic was formulated. This higher logic may be called intuitive logic, the logic of infinity, the logic of ecstasy. Not only is this logic possible, but it exists and has existed from time immemorial. It has been formulated many times. It has entered into philosophical systems as their key, but for some strange reason has not been recognized as logic. It is possible to deduce the system of this logic from the many philosophical systems. The most precise and complete formulation of the law of a higher logic I find in the writing of Plotinus in his own intelligible beauty. I shall quote this passage in the succeeding chapter. I have called this system of higher logic Tertium Organum because for us it is the third canon, third instrument of thought after those of Aristotle and Bacon. The first was the Organon, the second Novum Organum, but the third existed earlier than the first. Man, master of this instrument, of this key, may open the door of the world of causes without fear. The axiom which Tertium Organum embraces cannot be formulated in our language. If we attempt to formulate, then in spite of this, If we attempt to formulate them in spite of this, they will produce the impression of absurdities. Taking the axioms of Aristotle as a model, we may express the principal axiom of the new logic in our poor earthly language in the following manner. A is both A and not A, or everything is both A and not A, or everything is all. But these axioms are in effect absolutely impossible. They are not the axioms of higher logic. They are merely attempts to express the axioms of this logic in concepts. In reality, the ideas of higher logic are inexpressible in concepts. When we encounter such an inexpressibility, it means that we have touched the world of causes. The logical formula, A is both A and not A, corresponds to the mathematical formula, a magnitude can be greater or less than itself. The absurdity of both these propositions shows that they cannot refer to our world. Of course, absurdity as such, is indeed not an index of the attributes of noumena, but the attributes of noumena will certainly be expressed in what are absurdities to us. To hope to find in the world of causes anything logical from our standpoint is just as useless as to think that the world of things can exist in accordance with the laws of the world of shadows, or stereometry according to the laws of planimetry. To master the fundamental principles of higher logic means to master the fundamentals of the understanding of a space of higher dimensions, or of the world of the wondrous, in order to approach to a clear understanding of the relations of the multidimensional world. We must free ourselves from all the idols of our world, as Bacon calls them, i.e., from all obstacles to correct receptivity and reasoning. Then we shall have taken the most important step toward an inner affinity with the world of the wondrous. A two-dimensional being, in order to approach to an understanding of the three-dimensional world, already should have become a three-dimensional being before it can rid itself of its idols, i.e., of its conventional converted into the axiomatic ways of feeling and thinking which create for it the illusion of two-dimensionality. What is it exactly from which the two-dimensional being must liberate itself? First of all, and most important, from the assurance that that which it sees and senses really exists. From this will come the consciousness of the incorrectness of its let me try this again. First of all, and most important, from the assurance that that which it sees and senses really exists. From this will come the consciousness of the incorrectness of its perception of the world, and then the idea that the real new world must exist in quite other forms, new, incomparable, incommensurable with relation to the old ones. Then the two-dimensional being must overcome its sureness of the correctness of its categories. It must understand that things which seem to be different and separate from one another may be parts of some to it incomprehensible whole, or that they have much in common which it does not perceive, and that things which seem to it one and indivisible are in reality infinitely complex and multifarious. The mental growth of the two-dimensional being must proceed along the path of the recognition of those common properties of objects unknown to it before, which are the result of the similar origin of similar functions, incomprehensible from the point of view of a plane. When once the two-dimensional being has admitted the possibility of the existence of hitherto unknown common properties of objects which before seemed different, then it has already approached to our own understanding of the world. It has approached to our logic, has begun to understand the collective name, i.e., a word used not as a proper noun, but as an appellate noun, a word expressing a concept. The idols of the two-dimensional being hindering the development of its consciousness are those proper nouns which it has itself given to all the objects surrounding it. For such a being, each object has its own proper noun, corresponding to its perception of the object, common names corresponding to concepts it knows not of. Only by getting rid of the idols, by understanding that the names of things can be not only proper, but common ones as well, will it be possible for it to advance farther, to develop mentally, to approach the human understanding of the world. Take the most simple sentence: John and Peter are both men. For the two-dimensional being, this will be an absurdity, and it will represent the idea to itself after this fashion: John and Peter are both John and Peters. In other words, every one of our logical propositions will be an absurdity to it. Why this is so is clear. Such a being has no concepts, no proper nouns which constitute the speech of such a being have no plurals. it is easy to understand that any plural of our speech will seem to it an absurdity. Where are our idols? From what shall we liberate ourselves in order to pass to an understanding of the multidimensional world? First of all, we must get rid of our assurance that we see and sense that which exists in reality, and that the real world is like the world which we see, i.e., we must rid ourselves of the illusion of the material world. We must understand mentally all the illusoriness of the world perceived by us in space and time. I know that the real world cannot have anything in common with it. Let me try that sentence again. I'm sorry. It's heavy stuff. We must understand mentally all the illusoriness of the world perceived by us in time and space, and know that the real world cannot have anything in common with it. To understand that, it is impossible to imagine the real world in terms of form. And finally, we must perceive the conditionality of the axioms of our mathematics and logic, related as they are to the unreal phenomenal world. In mathematics, the idea of infinity will help us to do this. The unreality of finite magnitudes in comparison with infinite ones is obvious. In logic, let us dwell upon the idea of monism, i.e., the fundamental unity of everything which exists, and consequently recognize the impossibility of constructing any axioms which involve the idea of opposites, of these and antithesis, of thesis and antithesis, upon our logic, upon which our logic is built. The logic of Aristotle and of Bacon is at bottom dualistic. If we really deeply assimilate the idea of monism, we shall dethrone the idol of this logic. The fundamental axioms of our logic reduce themselves to identity and contradiction, just as do the axioms of mathematics. At the bottom of them all lies the admission of our general axiom, namely, that every given something has something opposite to it. Therefore, every proposition has an anti-proposition. Every thesis has an antithesis. To the existence of anything is opposed the non-existence of that thing. To the existence of the world is opposed the non-existence of the world. Object is opposed to subject, the object world to the subjective. The I is opposed to the not I, to motion, immobility, to variability, consistency, to unity, heterogeneity, to truth, falsehood, to good, evil, and in conclusion, to every A in general as opposed not A. The recognition of the reality of these divisions is necessary for the acceptance of the fundamental axioms of logic of Aristotle and Bacon, i.e., the absolute and incontestable recognition of the duality of the world, of dualism. The recognition of the unreality of these divisions and that of the unity of all opposites is necessary for the comprehension of higher logic. At the very beginning of this book, the existence of the world and the psyche was admitted, i.e., the reality of the dual division of everything existent, because all other opposites are derived from this opposition. Duality is the condition of our knowledge of the phenomenal, three-dimensional world. This is the instrument of our knowledge of phenomena. But when we come to the knowledge of the nominal world, or the world of many dimension, this duality begins to hinder us, appears as an obstacle to knowledge. Dualism is the chief idol. Let us free ourselves from it. The two-dimensional being, in order to comprehend the relations of things in three dimensions and our logic, must renounce its idol. The absolute singularity of objects which permit it to call them solely by their proper names. We, in order to comprehend the world of many dimensions, must renounce the idol of duality. But the application of monism to practical thought meets the insurmountable obstacle of our language. Our language is incapable of expressing the unity of opposites, just as it cannot express spatially the relation of cause to effect. Therefore, we must reconcile ourselves to the fact that all attempts to express superlogical relations in our language will seem absurdities and really can only give hints at that which we wish to express. Thus, the formula A is both A and not A, or everything is both A and not A, representing the principal axioms of higher logic expressed in our language of concepts, sounds absurd from the standpoint of our usual logic and is not essentially true. Let us therefore reconcile ourselves to the fact that it is impossible to express superlogical relations in our languages as it is at present constituted. The formula A is both A and not A is untrue because in the world of causes there exists no opposition between A and not A, but we cannot express their real relation. It would be more correct to say A is all. But this also would be untrue because A is not only all, but also an arbitrary part of all, and at times the same time a given part. This is exactly the thing which our language cannot express. It is to this that we must accustom our thought and train it along these lines. We must train our thought to the idea that separateness and inclusiveness are not opposed in the real world, but exist together simultaneously without contradicting one another. Let us understand that in the real world, one and the same thing can be both a part and the whole, i.e., that the whole, without changing, can be its own part. Understand that there are no opposites in general, that everything is a certain image of all, and then, beginning to understand all this, we shall grasp the separate ideas concerning the essentials of the nominal world, or the world of many dimensions in which we really live. In such a case, the higher logic, even with its imperfect formula as they appear in our rough language of concepts, represents, in spite of this, a powerful instrument of knowledge of the world, our only means of preservation from deceptions. The application of this instrument of thought gives the key to the mysteries of nature, to the world as it is. Let us endeavor to enumerate those properties of the world of causes which result from all the foregoing. It is first of all necessary to reiterate that it is impossible to express in words the properties of the world of causes. Every thought expressed about them in our ordinary language will be false. That is, we may say in relation to the real world that every spoken thought is a lie. It is possible to speak about it only conditionally, by hints, by symbols, and if one interprets literally anything said about it, nothing but absurdity results. Generally speaking, everything said in the words regarding the world of causes is likely to seem absurd and is in reality a mutilation. The truth is impossible to express. It is possible only to give a hint at it, to give an impulse to thought. But everyone must discover the truth for himself. Another's truth is worse than a lie because it is two lies. This explains why truth very often can be expressed only by means of paradox or even in the form of a lie. Because in order to speak of truth without a lie, we should know some other language. Ours is unsuitable. What then are we able to say about the world of many dimensions, about the world of nomina or world of causes? 1. In the world, time must exist spatially, i.e., temporal events must exist and not happen. exist before and after their manifestation, and be located in one section, as it were. Effects must exist simultaneously with causes. That which we name the law of causality cannot exist there, because time is a necessary condition for it. There cannot be anything which is measured by years, days, hours. There cannot be before, now, after. Moments of different epochs divided by great intervals of time exist simultaneously and may touch one another. Along with this, all the possibilities of a given moment, even those opposite to one another, and all their results up to infinity must be actualized simultaneously with a given moment. But the length of a moment can be different on different planes. 2. There is nothing measurable by our measures, nothing commensurable with our objects, nothing greater or less than our objects. There is nothing situated on the right or left side, above or below one of our objects. There can be nothing similar to our objects, lines or figures, and at the same time exist. Different points in our space, divided for us by enormous distances, may meet there. Distance or proximity are there defined by inner affinity or remoteness, by sympathy or antipathy. I can't say that word. I.e., by properties which seem to us to be subjective. 3. There is neither matter nor motion. There is nothing that could possibly be weighed or photographed or expressed in the formula of physical energy. There is nothing which has form, color, or odor. Nothing possessing the properties of physical bodies. Nevertheless, the properties of the world of causes, granted an understanding of certain laws, can be considered in enumerated categories. 4. There is nothing dead or unconscious. Everything lives, everything breathes, thinks, feels. Everything is conscious and everything speaks. 5. In that world, the axioms of our mathematics cannot be applied because there is nothing finite. Everything there is infinite and from our standpoint variable. 6. The laws of our logic cannot act there. From the standpoint of our logic, the world is illogical. This is the realm the laws of which are expressed in Tertium Organum. 7. The separateness of our world does not exist there. Everything is the whole, and each particle of dust, without mentioning, of course, every life and every conscious being, lives a life which is one with the whole and includes the whole within itself. In that world, the duality of our world cannot. 8. In that world, the duality of our world cannot exist. Their being is not opposed to non-being. Life is not opposed to death. On the contrary, the one includes the other within itself. The unity and multiplicity of the I and the non-I, motion and immobility, union and separateness, good and evil, truth and falsehood. All these divisions are impossible there. Everything subjective is objective, and everything objective is subjective. The world is the world of the unity of opposites. 9. The sensation of the reality of that world must be accompanied by the sensation of the unreality of this one. At the same time, the difference between real and unreal cannot exist there, just as the difference between subjective and objective cannot exist. 10. The world of our world are not two different worlds. Let's try it again. 10. That world and our world are not two different worlds. The world is one. That which we call our world is merely our incorrect perception of the world seen by us through a narrow slit. That world begins to be sensed by us as the wondrous, i.e., as something opposite to the reality of this world, and at the same time, this, or our earthly world, begins to seem unreal. The sense of the wondrous is the key to that world. 11. But everything that can be said about it will not define our relation to that world until we come to understand that even comprehending it, we will not be able to grasp it as a whole, i.e., in all its variety of relations, but can think of it only in this or that aspect. 12. Everything that is said about the world of causes refers also to the all, but between our world and the all there may be many transitions. Chapter 22. Theosophy of Max Muller, Ancient India, Philosophy of the Vedanta, Tattvam Asi, Knowledge by means of the expansion of consciousness as a reality, Mysticism of different ages and peoples, Unity of experiences, Tertium Organum as a key to mysticism, Signs of the nominal world, Treatise of Plotinus on intelligible beauty as a misunderstood system of higher logic, Illumination in Jacob Boehme, a harp of many strings, of which each string is a separate instrument, while the whole is only one harp. Mysticism of the love of the good, Saint Ava, Dorotheus, and others. Clement of Alexandria, Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu, Light on the Path, The Voice of the Silence, Mohammedan mystics, Poetry of the Sufis, Mystical States under Narcotics, The Antisthetic Revelation, Experiments of Professor James Dostoevsky on Time, the Idiot, Influence of Nature and the Soul of Man. To trace historically the process of the development of those ideas and systems founded upon higher logic or proceeding from it, would indeed be a matter of great interest and importance, but this would be difficult and almost impossible of accomplishment, because we lack definite knowledge of the time or origin, the meanings of transmitting, and the sequence of ideas in ancient philosophical systems and religious teachings. There are innumerable guesses and speculations concerning the manner of this succession. Many of these guesses and speculations are accepted as unquestioned until new ones appear which controvert them. The opinions of different investigators in regard to these questions are very divergent, and the truth is often difficult to determine. It would be more accurate to say impossible if conclusions had to be based upon the material accessible to logical investigation. I shall not dwell at all on the question of the succession of ideas, either from the historical or any other point of view. The proposed outline of systems which refer to the world of noumena is not intended to be complete. This is not the history of thought, but merely examples of movements of thought which have led to similar conclusions. In the book Theosophy, or Psychological Religion, the noted scholar Max Muller gives an interesting analysis of mystical religions and mystical philosophical systems. He dwells much on India and her teachings. That which we can study nowhere but in India is the all-absorbing influence which religion and philosophy may exercise on the human mind. So far as we can judge, a large class of people in India, not only the priestly class, but the nobility also, not men only but women, never looked upon their life on earth as something real. What was real to them was the invisible, the life to come. What formed the theme of their conversations, what formed the subject of their meditations, was the real that alone lent some kind of reality to this unreal, phenomenal world. Whoever was supposed to have caught a new ray of truth was visited by young and old, was honored by princes and by kings, was looked upon indeed as holding a position far above that of kings and princes. This is the side of life of ancient India which deserves our study, because there has been nothing like it in the world, in the whole world, not even in Greece or Palestine. I know quite well, says Mueller, that there never can be a whole nation of philosophers or metaphysical dreamers, and we must never forget that all through history it is the few, not the many, who impress their character on a nation and have a right to represent it as a whole. What do we know of Greece at the time of the Ionian and Eleatic philosophers except the utterances of 7 sages? What do we know of the Jews at the time of Moses, except the traditions preserved in the laws and the prophets? It is the prophets, the poets, the lawgivers and teachers, however small their number, who speak in the name of the people, and who alone stand out to represent the nondescript multitude behind them, to speak their thoughts and to express their sentiments. Real Indian philosophy, even in that embryonic form in which we find it in the Upanishads, stands completely by itself. And if we ask what was the highest purpose of the teachings of the Upanishads, we can state it in 3 words, as it has been stated by the great Vedanta teachers themselves, namely Tat Twam Asi. This means thou art that. That stands for that which is known to us under different names in different systems of ancient and modern philosophy. It is Zeus, or the Theos, or on in Greek. It is what Plato meant by the eternal idea, what agnostics call the unknowable, what I call the infinite of nature. This is what in India is called Brahman, the being behind all beings, the power that emits the universe, sustains it, and draws it back again to itself. The thou is what I called the infinite in man, the soul, the self, the being behind every human ego, free from bodily fetters, free from passions, free from all attachment, Atman. The expression, thou art that, means thy soul is the Brahman, or in other words, the subject and the object of all being and all of knowing are one and the same. This is the gist of what I call psychological religion or theosophy, the highest summit of thought which the human mind can have. Let me try it again. This is the gist of what I call psychological religion or theosophy, the highest summit of thought which the human mind has reached, which has found different expressions in different religions and philosophies, but nowhere such a clear and powerful realization as in the ancient Upanishads of India. For as long as the individual soul does not free itself from nescience or a belief in duality, it takes something else for itself. True knowledge of the self, or true self-knowledge, expresses itself in the words, thou art that, or I am Brahman. The nature of Brahman being unchangeable, eternal cognition. Until that stage has been reached, the individual soul is fettered by the body, by the organs of sense, nay, even by the mind in its various functions. The soul, the self, says the Vedanta philosopher, cannot be different from the Brahman, because Brahman comprehends all reality, and nothing that reality is can therefore be different from Brahman. Secondly, the individual self cannot be conceived as a modification of Brahman, because Brahman by itself cannot be changed, whether by itself because it is one and perfect in itself, or by anything outside of it, because there exists nothing outside of it. Here we see, says Mueller, the Vedantist moves on exactly the same stratum of thought in the Eleatic philosophers move in Greece. If there is one infinite, they said, there cannot be another, for the other would limit the one and thus render it finite. So, as applied to God, the Eleatics argued, if God is to be the mightiest and the best, he must be one, for if there were 2 or more, he would not be the mightiest and best. The Eleatics continued their monistic argument by showing that this one infinite being cannot be divided, so that anything could be called a portion of it. Because there is no power that could separate anything from it. Nay, it cannot even have parts, for as it has no beginning and no end, it can have no parts, for a part has a beginning and an end. These elytic ideas, namely that there is and there can be only one absolute being, infinite, unchangeable, without a second, without parts and passions, are the same ideas which underlie the Upanishads and have been fully worked out in the Vedanta Sutras. In most of the religions of the ancient world, says Mueller, the relation between the soul and God has been represented as a return of the soul to God. A yearning for God, a kind of divine homesickness, finds expression in most religions, but the road that is to lead us home and the reception which the soul may expect in the Father's house have been represented in very different ways in different religions. According to some religious teachers, a return to the soul to God is possible after death only. According to other religious teachers, the final beatitude of the soul can be achieved in this life. That beatitude requires knowledge only, knowledge of the necessary unity of what is divine in man with what is divine in God. The Brahmins call it self-knowledge. That is to say, the knowledge that our true self, if it is anything, can only be that self which is all in all, and beside which there is nothing else. Sometimes this conception of the intimate relation between the human and the divine natures comes suddenly, as the result of the unexplained intuition of self-recollection. Sometimes, however, it seems as if the force of logic had driven the human mind to the same result. If God had once been recognized as the infinite in nature and the soul as the infinite in man, it seemed to follow that there could not be two infinites. The Elytics had clearly passed through a similar phase of thought in their own philosophy. If there is an infinite, they said, it is one, for if there were two, they could not be infinite, but would be finite one toward the other. But that which exists is infinite, and there cannot be more such. Therefore, that which exists is one. Nothing can be more definite than this elytic monism, and with it the admission of a soul, the infinite in man, as different from God, the infinite in nature, would have been inconceivable. In India, it was so expressed that Brahman and Atman, the spirit, were in their nature one. The early Christians also, at least those who had been brought up in the schools of Neoplatonist philosophy, had a clear perception that if the soul is infinite and immortal in its nature, it cannot be anything besides God, but that it must be of God and in God. St. Paul gave but his own bold expression to the same faith or knowledge when he uttered the words which have startled so many theologians. In him we live and move and have our being. If anyone else had uttered these words, they would at once have been condemned to pantheism. No doubt they are pantheism, and yet they express the very keynote of Christianity. The divine sonship of man is only a metaphorical expression, but it was meant originally to embody the same idea. And when the question was asked how the consciousness of this divine sonship could ever have been lost, the answer given by Christianity was by sin. The answer given by Upanishads was by avidya, nescience. This marks the similarity and the same time the characteristic difference between these two religions. The question how nescience laid hold on the human soul and made it imagine that it could live or move or have its true being anywhere but in Brahman remains as unanswerable in Hindu philosophy as in Christianity. The question how sin first came into the world. Both philosophies, that of the East and that of the West, says Mueller, start from a common point, namely from the conviction that our ordinary knowledge is uncertain, if not altogether wrong. This revolt of the human mind against itself is the first step in all philosophy. In our own philosophical language, we may put the question thus: how did the real become phenomenal, and how can the phenomenal become real again? Or, in other words, how was the finite changed into the how was the infinite changed into the finite? How was the eternal changed into the temporal? And how can the temporal regain its eternal nature? Or, to put it into more familiar language, how was this world created, and how can it be untreated again? Nescience or avdya is regarded as the cause of the phenomenal semblance. In the Upanishads, the meaning of Brahman changes. Sometimes it is almost an objective God, existing separately from the world. But then we see Brahman as the essence of all things, and the soul, knowing that it is no longer separated from that essence, learns the highest lesson of the whole Vedanta doctrine. Tat Twam Asi, thou art that. That is to say, thou who for a time didst seem to be something by thyself, art really nothing apart from the divine essence. To know Brahman is to be Brahman. Almost in the same words as the Eleatic philosophers and the German mystics of the 14th century, the Vedantists argue that it would be self-contradictory to admit that there could be anything besides the infinite of Brahman, which is all in all, and that therefore the soul also cannot be anything different from it, can never claim a separate and independent existence. Brahman has to be conceived as perfect and therefore unchangeable. The soul cannot be conceived as a real modification or deterioration of Brahman. That is deterioration. Yes. And as Brahman has neither beginning nor end, neither can it have any parts. Therefore the soul cannot be a part of Brahman, but the whole of Brahman must be present in every individual soul. This is the same as the teaching of Plotinus, who held with equal consistency that the true being is totally present in every part of the universe. The Vedanta philosophy rests on the foundation thesis that the soul or the absolute being or Brahman are one in their essence. The fundamental principle of the Vedanta philosophy is that in reality there exists and there can exist nothing but Brahman. That Brahman is everything. Idealistic philosophy has swept away this world-old prejudice more thoroughly in India than anywhere else. The nescience which creates the separation between the individual soul and Brahman can be removed by science or knowledge only, and this knowledge or vidya is imparted by the Vedanta, which shows that all our ordinary knowledge is simply the result of ignorance or nescience, is uncertain, deceitful, and perishable, or as we should say, is phenomenal, relative, and conditioned. The true knowledge or complete insight cannot be gained by sensuous perception nor by inference. According to the orthodox Vedantist, Shruti alone, or what is called revelation, can impart that knowledge and remove that nescience which is innate in human nature, or the higher Brahman. Nothing. Sorry, I'm messing up today. Trying. It's just tongue gets tied. Of the higher Brahman, nothing can be predicated. Yeah, predicated, but that it is, and that through the nescience it appears to be this or that. When an Indian sage was asked to describe Brahman, he was simply silent. That was his answer. When it is said that Brahman is, that means at the same time the Brahman is not. That is to say that Brahman is nothing of what is supposed to exist in our sensuous perceptions. Whatever we may think of this philosophy, we cannot deny its metaphysical boldness and its logical consistency. If Brahman is all in all, the one without a second, nothing can be said to exist that is not Brahman. There is no room for anything outside the infinite and the universal. Nor is there room for two infinities, for the infinite in nature and the infinite in man. There is and there can be one infinite and one Brahman only. This is the beginning and the end of the Vedanta. As the shortest summary of the ideas of the Vedanta, two verses of Sankara, the commentator and interpreter of Vedanta, are often quoted. Brahma is true, the world is false. The soul is Brahma and is nothing else. This is really a perfect summary. What truly and really exists is Brahman, the one absolute being. The world is false, or rather is not what it seems to be. That is, everything which is present to us by means of sense is phenomenal and relative and can be nothing else. The soul again, or rather every man's soul, though it may seem to be this or that, is in reality nothing but Brahma. In relation to the question of the origin of the world, two famous commentators of the Vedanta, Sankara and Ramanuja, differ. Ramanuja holds to the theory of evolution, Sankara to the theory of illusion. It is very important to observe that the Vedantist does not go so far as certain Buddhist philosophers who look upon the phenomenal world as simply nothing. No, their world is real, only it is not what it seems to be. Sankara claims for the phenomenal world a reality sufficient for all practical purposes, sufficient to determine our practical life, our moral obligations. There is a veil, but the Vedanta philosophy teaches us that the eternal light behind it can always be perceived more or less clearly through philosophical knowledge. It can be perceived because in reality it is always there. It may seem strange to find the results of the philosophy of Kant and his followers thus anticipated under varying expressions in the Upanishads and in the Vedanta philosophy of ancient India. In the chapters about the Logos and about Christian theosophy, Max Muller says that religion is the bridge between the visible and the invisible, between finite and infinite. It may be truly said that the founders of the religions of the world have all been bridge builders. As soon as the existence of beyond, of a heaven above the earth, of powers above us and beneath us has been recognized, a great gulf seemed to be fixed. Among contemporary thinkers, the noted psychologist Professor William James approached nearer than all others to the ideas of Max Muller's theosophy. In the last chapter of his book, The Varieties of a Religious Experience, Professor James says, "The warring gods and formulas of the various religions do indeed cancel each other, but there is a certain uniform deliverance in which religions all appear to meet. This is the liberation of the soul. Man becomes conscious that if his higher part is conterminous and continuous with a more of the same quality, which is operative in the universe outside of him, and which he can keep in working touch with, and in a fashion get on board of, he can save himself when all his lower being has gone to pieces in the wreck." What is the objective truth of content of religious experiences? Is such a more merely our own notion, or does it really exist? If so, in what shape does it exist? And in what form should we conceive of that union with it of which religious geniuses are so convinced? It is in answering these questions that the various theologies perform their theoretic work, and that their divergencies most come to light. They all agree that the more really exists, though some of them hold it to exist in the shape of a personal god or gods, while others are satisfied to conceive it as a stream of ideal tendency. It is when they treat of the experience of union with it that their speculative differences appear most clearly. Over this point, pantheism and theism, nature and second birth, works and grace and karma, immortality and reincarnation, rationalism and mysticism carry on inverterate disputes. At the end of my lecture on philosophy, I held out the notion that an impartial science of religions might sift out from the midst of their discrepancies a common body of doctrine which she might also formulate on terms to which physical science need not object. This, I said, she might adopt as her own reconciling hypothesis and recommend it for general belief. Let me then propose as the hypothesis to whatever it may be on its farther side, the more with which in religious experience we feel ourselves connected is on its hither side the subconscious continuation of our conscious life. The conscious person is continuous with a wider self. The further limits of our being plunge, it seems to me, into an altogether other dimension of existence from the sensible and merely understandable world. Name it the mystical region or the supernatural region, we belong to it in a more intimate sense than that in which we belong to thy visible world, for we belong in the most intimate sense wherever our ideals belong. The communion with this visible world is a real process with real results. Personal religious experience has its roots and center in mystical states of consciousness. But what, after all, is mysticism? Returning to the terminology established in the foregoing chapters, we may say that mystical states of consciousness are closely bound up with knowledge received under conditions of expanded receptivity. Until quite recently, philosophy did not recognize the reality of the mystical experience and regarded all mystical states as pathological ones, unhealthy conditions of the normal consciousness. Even now, many positive psychologists hold on this opinion, embracing in one common classification real mystical states, pseudo-mystical perversions of the usual state, purely psychopathic states, and more or less conscious deceit. This, of course, can be of no assistance to a correct understanding of the question. Before going further, let us therefore establish certain criteria for the identification of real mystical states. Professor James enumerates the following: infallibility, noetic quality, transiency, passivity. But some of these characteristics belong to simple emotional states, and he fails to define exactly how mystical states can be distinguished from emotional ones of analogous character. Considering mystical states as knowledge by expanded consciousness, it is possible to give quite definite criteria for their discernment and their differentiation from the generality of psychic experiences. 1. Mystical states give knowledge which nothing else can give. 2. Mystical states give knowledge of the real world with all its signs and characteristics. 3. The mystical states of men of different ages and different peoples exhibit an astonishing similarity, sometimes amounting to complete identity. 4. The results of the mystical experience are entirely illogical from our ordinary point of view. They are superlogical, i.e., Tertium Organum, which is the key to mystical experience, is applicable to them in all its entirety. The last named criterion is especially important. The illogicality of the data of mystical experience force science to repudiate them. Now we have established that illogicality, from our standpoint, is the necessary condition of the knowledge of truth or of the real world. This does not mean that everything that is illogical is true and real, but it means absolutely that everything true and real is illogical from our standpoint. We have established the fact that it is impossible to approach the truth with our logic, and we have also established the possibility of penetrating into these heretofore inaccessible regions by means of the new canon of thought. The consciousness of the necessity for such an instrument of thought undoubtedly existed from far back. For what, in substance, does the formula tot twam asi represent, if not the fundamental axiom of higher logic? Thou art that means thou art both thou and not thou, and corresponds to the superlogical formula A is both A and not A. If we examine ancient writings from this standpoint, then we shall understand that their authors were searching for a new logic and were not satisfied with the logic of the things of the phenomenal world. The seeming illogicality of ancient philosophical systems, which portrayed an ideal world, as it were, instead of an existing one, will then become comprehensible. For in these portrayals of an ideal world, systems of higher logic often lie concealed. One such misunderstood attempts to construe a system of higher logic to give a precise instrument of thought penetrating beyond the limits of the visible world in the treatise by Plotinus on intelligible beauty. Describing heaven and the gods, Plotinus says, all the gods are venerable and beautiful, and their beauty is immense. What else, however, is it but intellect through which they are such? And because intellect energizes in them in so great a degree as to render them visible by its light. For it is not because their bodies are beautiful, for these gods that have bodies do not through this derive their substance as gods, but these also are gods through intellect. For they are not at one time wise, and at another destitute of wisdom, but they are always wise in an impassive, stable, and pure intellect. They likewise know all things, not human concerns, precandinously, but their own, which are divine, and such as intellect sees. For all things there are heaven, and there the earth is heaven, as also are the sea, animals, plants, and men. The gods likewise that it contains do think men undeserving of their regard, nor anything else that is there, because everything there is divine, and they occupy and pervade without ceasing the whole of that blissful region. For the life which is there is unattended with labor and truth, as Plato says in Phaedrus, is the generator, the nutriment, their essence and nurse. They likewise see all things, not those with which generation, but those with which essence is present. And they perceive themselves in others. For all things there are diaphanous, and nothing is dark and resisting. But everything is apparent to every one internally and throughout. For light everywhere meets with light, since everything contains all things in itself and again sees all things in another. So that all things are everywhere, and all is all. Each thing likewise is everything, and the splendor there is infinite. For everything there is great, since even that which is small is great. The sun too, which is there, is all the stars, and again each star is the sun and all the stars. In each, however, a different property predominates, but at the same time all things are visible in each. Motion likewise there is pure, for the motion is not confounded by a mover different from it. Permanency also suffers no change of its nature, because it is not mingled with the unstable. And the beautiful there is beautiful, because it does not subsist in beauty as in a subject. Each thing, too, is there established, not as in a foreign land, but the seed of each thing is that which each thing is. Nor is the thing itself different from the place in which it subsists, for the subject of the intellect, and it is itself intellect. Each part always proceeds from the whole, and is at the same time each part of the whole. For it appears indeed as a part, but by him whose sight is acute, it will be seen as a whole. There is likewise no weariness of the vision which is there, nor any plenitude of perception which can bring intuition to an end. For neither was there any vacuity which, when filled, might cause the visive energy to cease, nor is there one thing, but that another, so as to occasion a part of one thing, is not to be amicable with that of another. And the knowledge which is possible there is insatiable, for by seeing itself more abundantly it perceives both itself and the objects of its perception to be infinite. It follows its own nature, unceasing contemplation. The life there is wisdom, a wisdom not obtained by reasoning process, because the whole of it always was, and is not in any respect deficient, so as to be in want of investigation. But it is the first wisdom, and is not derived from another. Closely akin to Plotinus is Jacob Bohemy, who was a common shoemaker in the German town of Gorlitz, end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th century, and has left a whole series of remarkable writings in which he describes revelations vouchsafed him in moments of illumination. His first illumination occurred in 1600 AD when he was 25 years old. Sitting one day in his room, let me make sure that's recording. Sitting one day in his room, his eyes fell upon a burnished pewter dish, which reflected the sunshine with such marvelous splendor that he fell into an inward ecstasy, and it seemed to him as if he could now look into the principles and deepest foundations of things. He believed that it was only a fancy, and in order to banish it from his mind, he went out upon the green. But here he remarked that he gazed into the very heart of things, the very herbs and grass, and that actual nature harmonized with what he had inwardly seen. He said nothing of this to anyone, but praised and thanked God in silence. Of the first illumination, Bohem's biographer says, he learned to know the innermost foundation of nature and acquire the capacity to see henceforth with the eyes of the soul into the heart of all things, a faculty which remained with him even in his normal condition. About the year 1600, in the 25th year of his age, he was again surrounded by the divine light and replenished with the heavenly knowledge, insomuch as going abroad in the fields to a green before Nay's gate at Gorlitz, he there sat down, and, viewing the herbs and grass of the field in his inward light, he saw in their essences, use, and properties, which were discovered to him by their lineaments, figures, and signatures. In like manner he beheld the whole creation, and from that foundation he afterwards wrote his book De Signature Rerum. It's murder. Anyways, De Signature Rerum, in the unfolding of those mysteries before his understanding, he had a great measure of joy, yet returned home and took care of his family, and lived in great peace and silence, scarce intimating to any these wonderful things that had befallen him. And in the year 1610, being again taken into this light, lest the mysteries revealed to him should pass through him as the stream, and rather for a memorable than intending any publication, he wrote his first book called Aurora, or The Morning Redness. The first illumination, in 1600, was not complete. 10 years later, 1610, he had another remarkable inward experience. What he had previously seen only chaotically, fragmentarily, and in isolated glimpses, he now beheld as coherent whole and in more definite outlines. When his third illumination took place, that which in former visions had appeared to him chaotic and multifarious was now recognized by him as a unity, like a sharp of many strings, of which each string is a separate instrument, while the whole is only one harp. He now recognized the divine order of nature and how, from the trunk of the tree of life sprung different branches, bearing manifold leaves and flowers and fruits, and he became impressed with the necessity of writing down what he saw and preserved the record. He himself speaks of this final and complete illumination as follows. The gate was opened to me that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than I had been many years at a university, at which I exceedingly admired and thereupon turned my praise to God for it. For I saw and knew the being of all beings, the abyss and the eternal generation of the Holy Trinity, the descent and original of the world and all creatures through divine wisdom. I knew and saw in myself all the three worlds, namely, 1, the divine, angelical, and paradisical, 2, and the dark, the original of the nature to the fire, and 3, the external invisible world, being a procreation of external birth from both the internal and spiritual worlds. And I saw and I knew the whole working essence in the evil and the good and the original of the existence of each of them, and likewise how the fruitful bearing womb of eternity brought forth, so that I did not only greatly wonder at it, but did also exceedingly rejoice. Describing illuminations, Boehme writes in one of his books, "Suddenly my spirit did break through, even in the innermost birth of genitor of the deity, and there I was embraced with love, as a bridegroom embraces his dearly beloved bride. But the greatness of the triumphing that was in the spirit I cannot express either in speaking or writing, neither can it be compared to anything, but that wherein the life is generated in the midst of death, and it is like the resurrection from the dead. In this light my spirit suddenly saw through all, and in and by all creatures, even in herbs and grass, it knew God, who he is, and how he is, and what his work is. And suddenly in that light my will was set on by a mighty impulse to describe the being of God. But because I could not presently apprehend the deepest births of God in their being, and comprehend them in my reason, there passed almost 12 years before the exact understanding thereof was given me. And it was with me as with a young tree which is planted on the ground, and at first is young and tender and flourishing to the eye, especially if it comes on lustily in its growing, but it does not bear fruit presently, and though it blossoms, they fall off. Also many a cold wind, frost, and snow puff upon it, before it comes to any growth and bearing fruit." Boehme's books are full of wonderment before these mysteries with which he was confronted. I was as simple concerning the hidden mysteries as the meanest of all, but my vision of the wonders of God taught me, so that I must write of his wonders, though indeed my purpose is to write this for the memorandum for myself. Not I, the I that I am, know these things, but God knows them in me. If you will behold your own self and the outer world, and what is taking place thereon, you will find that you, with regard to your external being, are that external world. The dialogues between disciple and master are remarkable. Disciple and master should be understood to refer to the lower and the higher consciousness of man. The disciple said to his master, "How may I come to the supersensual life, that I may see God and hear him speak?" His master said, "When thou canst grow thyself but for a moment into that where no creature dwelleth, then thou hearest what God speaketh." Disciple, is that near at hand or far off? Master, it is in thee, and if thou canst for a while but cease from all thy thinking and willing, then thou shalt hear the unspeakable words of God. Disciple, how can I hear him speak when I stand from thinking and willing? Master, when thou standest still from the thinking of self and the willing of self, when both thy intellect and will are quiet and passive to the impressions of the eternal world and spirit, and when thy soul is winged up and above that which is temporal, the outward senses and imagination being locked up by holy abstraction, then the eternal hearing, seeing, and speaking will be revealed in thee, and so God heareth and seeth through thee, being now the origin of his spirit, and so God speaketh in thee, and whispereth to thy spirit, and thy spirit heareth his voice. Blessed art thou therefore, if thou canst stand still from self-thinking and self-willing, and canst stop the wheel of imagination and senses, for as much as hereby thou mayest arrive at length to see thy great salvation of God, being capable of all manner of divine sensations and heavenly communications, since it is not indeed but thine own hearing and willing that do wonder thee, so that thou dost not see and hear God. Disciple, loving master, I can no more endure anything should divert me. How shall I find the nearest way to him? Master, where the way is hardest, there walk thou, and take up what thou world rejecteth, and what the world doth, and do not thou. Walk contrary to the world in all things, and thou comest the nearest way to him. Disciple, on how may I arrive at the unity of will, and how come into the unity of vision? Master, mark now what I say. The right eye looketh in thee into eternity, the left eye looketh backward into thee into time. If now thou sufferest thyself to be always looking into nature and the things of time, it will be impossible for thee ever to arrive at the unity which thou wishest for. Remember this, and be upon thy watch. Give not thy mind leave to enter in, nor to fill itself with that which is without thee. Neither look thou backward upon thyself. Let not thy left eye deceive thee by making continually one representation after another, and stirring up thereby an earnest longing in the propriety. But let thy right eye command back this left, and only bringing the eye of time into the eye of eternity, and descending through the light of God into the light of nature, thou shalt arrive at the unity of vision or uniformity of will. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop right there. Boy, I butchered that, but I try, probably about another 6 or 8 pages to go. And thanks. Okay, chapter 22, part 2. In another dialogue, the disciple and the master converse about heaven and hell. The disciple asked his master, "Whither go the souls when they leave these mortal bodies?" His master answered, "The soul needeth no going forth anywhere." Disciple, "Does it not enter into heaven or hell?" Master, "No, there is no such kind of entering. The soul hath heaven and hell in itself, and whether of the two states, either heaven or hell, shall be manifested in the soul, in that it standeth. The quotations given here are sufficient to indicate the character of the writings of an unlearned shoemaker from a little provincial town in Germany of the 16th and 17th centuries. Boehm is remarkable for the bright intellectuality of his comprehensions, although there is in them a strong moral element too. In the book above mentioned, The Varieties of Religious Experience, Professor James dwells with great attention on Christian mysticism, which afforded him much material for establishing the fact of the cognitive aspect of mysticism. I borrow from him the following description of the mystical experiences of certain Christian saints. Saint Ignatius confessed one day to Father Lanes that a single hour of meditation at Manfessa had taught him more truths about heavenly things than all the teachings of all the doctors put together could have taught him. One day in Orison, on the steps of the choir of the Dominican church, he saw in a distant manner the plane of divine wisdom in the creation of the world. On another occasion, during a procession, his spirit was ravished on God, and it was given him to contemplate in a form and images fitted to the weak understanding of a dweller on earth, the deep mystery of the Holy Trinity. This last vision flooded his heart with such sweetness that mere memory of it in the after times made him shed abundant tears. One day, being in Orison, Saint Teresa writes, "It was granted me to perceive in one instant how all things are seen and contained in God. I did not perceive them in their proper form, and nevertheless the view I had of them was of a sovereign clearness and has remained vividly impressed upon my soul. It is one of the most signal of all the graces which the Lord has granted me. The view was so subtle and delicate that the understanding cannot grasp it." She goes on to tell Professor James writes how it was as if the deity was an enormous and sovereignly limpid diamond, in which all our actions were contained in such a way that their full sinfulness appeared evident and as never before. Our Lord made me comprehend, she writes, in what way it is that one God can be in three persons. He made me see it so clearly that I remained as extremely surprised as I was comforted. And now, when I think of the Holy Trinity or hear it spoken of, I understand how the three adorable persons form only one God, and I experienced an unspeakable happiness. Christian mysticism, as Professor James shows, is very near to the Vedanta and the Upanishads. The fountainhead of Christian mysticism, Dionysius the Areopagite, tells about the absolute truth in negative formula only. The cause of all things is neither soul nor intellect, nor has it imagination, opinion, or reason, or intelligence, nor is it reason or intelligence, nor is it spoken or thought. It is neither number, nor order, nor magnitude, nor littleness, nor equality, nor inequality, nor similarity, nor dissimilarity. It neither stands, nor moves, nor rests. It is neither essence, nor eternity, nor time. Even intellectual contact does not belong to it. Art is neither science nor truth. It is not even royalty or wisdom, not one, not unity, not divinity or goodness, nor even spirit as we know it. The writing of the mystics of the Greek Orthodox Church are collected in the books The Love of the Good, comprising 5 large and formidable volumes. I selected several examples of profound and fine mysticism from the book. Superconsciousness and the Paths to Its Attainment by M.V. Lodezhensky in Russian, who studied these books and found therein remarkable examples of philosophical thought. Imagine a circle, says Ava Dorotheus, 6th century. Yeah, 6th century. And in the middle of it, a center. Let me do that again. Imagine a circle, says Ava Dorotheus, 6th century, and in the middle of it a center, and from this center forthgoing radii. The farther these radii go from the center, the more divergent and remote from one another they become. Conversely, the nearer they approach to the center, the more they come together among themselves. Now suppose that this circle is the world, the very middle of it, God, and the straight lines, radii, going from the center to the circumference, or from the circumference to the center, are the paths of life of men. And in this case also, to the extent that the saints approach the middle of the circle, desiring to approach God, do they, by so doing, come nearer to God and to one another. Reason similarly with regard to their withdrawing from God. They withdraw also from one another, and by so much as they withdraw from one another, do they withdraw from God. Such is the attribute of love. To the extent that we are distant from God and do not love him, each of us is far from his neighbor also. If we love God, then to the extent that we approach to him through love of him, do we unite and love with our neighbors. And the closer our union with them, the closer is our union with God also. Also, 1. Superconsciousness, page 266. Here now says Saint Isaac of Syria, 6th century, how man becomes refined, acquires spirituality, and becomes like the invisible forces. When the vision soars above things earthly, and above all troubles over earthly doings, and begins to experience revelations concerning that which is within, hidden from sight, and when it will turn its gaze upward and experiences faith in the guidance of future ages, and the ardent desire for promised things, when it will search for hidden mysteries, then faith itself consumes this knowledge and so transforms and regenerates it that it becomes entirely spiritual. Then may the vision soar on pinions into regions incorporeal, may touch the depths of inaccessible sea, participating in the mind divine and the miraculous acts of guidance in the hearts of thinking and feeling beings, discovering spiritual mysteries which become then comprehensible by the refined and simple mind. Then the inner senses are awakened to spirituality after the manner that they will be in the life immortal and incorruptible. For even here, this redemption of the mind is a true symbol of the general redemption. That's Superconsciousness, page 370. When the grace of the Holy Spirit, says Maxim Kapsokolevit, descends on anyone, there is shown to him nothing of the sensuous world, but that which he never saw or never imagined. Then the understanding of such a man receives from the Holy Spirit the highest and hidden mysteries, which according to the divine Paul, neither the human eye can understand nor the human reason comprehended unaided. That's 1 Corinthians 2. And that thou mayest understand how our reason sees them. Try to apprehend that which I say to thee. Wax, when it is placed far from fire, is solid, and it is possible to take it and hold it. But as soon as it is thrown in fire, it immediately melts, takes fire, burns, blazes, and ends thus in the midst of flames. So also is human reason when it is alone by itself, ununited with God. Then it comprehends in the usual way and according to its power all things surrounding it. But as it approaches the fire of divinity and the Holy Ghost, then it is entirely enveloped by that divine fire and immersed in divine meditation. And then in that fire of divinity, it is impossible for it to think about its own affairs and about that which it desires. Superconsciousness, page 370. Saint Basil the Great says about the revelation of God, absolutely unutterable and Indescribable are the lightning-like splendors of divine beauty, neither can speech express nor hearing apprehend. Shall we name the brilliance of the morning star, the brightness of the moon, the radiance of the sun? The glory of all these is unworthy of being compared with the true light, standing farther from it than does the gloomiest night and the most terrible darkness from the midday brightness. This beauty, invisible to bodily eyes, comprehensible to the soul and mind only, if it illumines some of the saints, leaves in them an unbearable wound through their desire that this vision of divine beauty should extend over an eternity of life. Disturbed by this earthly life, they loathe it as thought it were a prison. Superconsciousness, page 372. Saint Theogenes says, "A strange world will I say to thee. There is some hidden mystery which proceeds between God and the soul. This is experienced by those who achieve the highest heights of perfect purity of love and faith, when man, changing completely, unites with God as his own through ceaseless prayer and contemplation." Superconsciousness, page 381. Certain parts of the writings of Clement of Alexandria, 2nd century, are remarkably interesting. It appears to us that painting appears to take in the whole field of view in the scenes represented, but it gives a false description of the view, according to the rules of the art, employing the signs that result from the incidence of the lines of vision. By this means, the higher and the lower points in the view and those between are preserved, and some objects seem to appear in the foreground, and others in the background, and others to appear in some other way on the smooth and level surface. So also philosophers copy the truth after the manner of painting. Clement of Alexandria here reveals one very important aspect of truth, namely, its inexpressibility in words and the entire conditionality of all philosophical systems and formulations. Dialectically, truth is represented only in perspective, i.e., in an inevitably deformed shape. Such is his idea. What time and labor would be saved, and from what enormous and unnecessary suffering would humanity save itself, could it but understand this one simple thing, that truth cannot be expressed in our language? Then would men cease to think that they possess truth, would cease to force others to accept their truth at any cost, would see that others may approach truth from another direction exactly as they themselves approached it, by a way of their own. How many arguments, how many religious struggles, how much of violence towards the thoughts of others would be rendered unnecessary and impossible if men would only understand that nobody possesses truth, but all are seeking for it, each in his own way. The ideas of Clement of Alexandria about God are highly interesting and closely approximate to those of Vedanta, and particularly to the ideas of the Chinese philosophers. The discourse respecting God is the most difficult to handle, for since the first principle of everything is difficult to find out, the absolutely first and the oldest principle, which is the cause of all other things being and having been, is difficult to exhibit. For how can that be expressed which is neither genus, nor difference, nor species, nor individual, nor number, nay more, is neither an event, nor that to which an event happens? No one can rightly express this wholly, for on account of his greatness he is ranked as the all, and is the father of the universe, nor are any parts to be predicated of them. For the one is indivisible, wherefore also it is infinite, not considered with reference to its being without dimensions and not having a limit. Therefore it is without form and name, and if we name it, we do not do so properly, terming it either the one or the good, or mind, or absolute being, or Father, or God, or Creator, or Lord. We speak not as supplying his name, but for want. We use good names in order that the mind may have these as points of support so as not to err in other respects. Among Chinese mystical philosophers, our attention is arrested by Lao Tzu, 6th century BC, and Chuang-Tzu, 4th century BC, by the cleanliness of thought and the unusual simplicity with which they express the most profound doctrines of idealism. The sayings of Lao Tzu. The Tao, which can be expressed in words, is not the eternal Tao. The name which can be uttered is not its eternal name. Tao eludes the sense of sight and is therefore called colorless. It eludes the sense of hearing and therefore called soundless. It eludes the sense of touch and is therefore called incorporeal. These three qualities cannot be apprehended, and hence they may be blended into unity. Ceaseless in action, it cannot be named, but returns again to nothingness. We may call it the form of the formless, the image of the imageless, the fleeting and the indeterminable. There is something chaotic yet complete, which existed before heaven and earth. Oh, how still it is and formless, standing alone without changing, reaching everywhere without suffering harm. Its name I know not. To designate it, I call it Tao. Endeavoring to describe it, I call it great. Being great, it passes on. Passing on, it becomes remote. Having become remote, it returns. The law of Tao is its own spontaneity. Tao, in its unchanging aspect, has no name. The mightiest manifestations of active force flow from Tao. Tao, as it exists in the world, is like great rivers and seas which receive the streams from the valleys. All pervading is the great Tao. It can be at once on the right hand and on the left. Tao is a great square with no angles, a great sound which cannot be heard, a great image with no form. Tao produced unity, unity produced duality, duality produced trinity, and trinity produced all existing objects. He who acts in accordance with Tao becomes one with Tao. All the world says that my Tao is great, but unlike other teachings, it is just because it is great that it appears unlike other teachings. Wow. If it had this likeness, long ago would its smallness have been known. The sage attends to the inner and not to the outer. He puts away the objective and holds to the subjective. The sage occupies himself with inaction and conveys instructions without words. Who is there that can make muddy clear water? But if allowed to remain still, it will gradually become clear of itself. Who is there that can secure a state of absolute repose? But let time go on, and the state of repose will gradually arise. Tao is eternally inactive, and yet it leaves nothing undone. The pursuit of book learning brings about daily increase, i.e., the increase of knowledge. The practice of Tao brings about daily loss, i.e., the loss of ignorance. Repeat the loss again and again, and you will arrive at inaction. Practice inaction, and there is nothing which cannot be done. Practice inaction, occupy yourself with doing nothing. Leave all things to take their natural course, and do not interfere. All things in nature work silently. Among mankind, the recognition of beauty as such implies the idea of ugliness, and the recognition of good implies the idea of evil. Cast off your holiness, rid yourself of sagacity, and the people will benefit 100-fold. Those who know do not speak, those who speak do not know. He who acts destroys, he who grasps loses. Therefore the sage does not act, and so he does not destroy. He does not grasp, and so he does not lose. The soft overcomes the hard, the weak overcomes the strong. There is no one in the world but knows this truth. and no one who can put it into practice. A meditation of Shang Tzu. You cannot speak of ocean to a well frog, the creature of a narrower sphere. You cannot speak of ice to a summer insect, the creature of a season. You cannot speak of Tao to a pedagogue. His scope is too restricted. But now that you have emerged from your narrow sphere and have seen the great ocean, you know your own significance, and I can speak to you of great principles. Dimensions are limitless, time is endless, conditions are not invariable, terms are not final. There is nothing which is not objective, there is nothing which is not subjective, but it is impossible to start from the objective. Only from subjective knowledge is it possible to proceed to objective knowledge. When subjective and objective are both without their correlates, that is the very axis of Tao. Tao has its laws and its evidences. It is devoid both of action and of form. It may be obtained but cannot be seen. Spiritual beings draw their spirituality from Tao. To Tao, no point in time is long ago. Tao cannot be existent. If it were existent, it could not be non-existent. The very name of Tao is only adapted for convenience sake. Predestination and chance are limited to material existences. How can they bear upon the infinite? Tao is something beyond material existences. It cannot be conveyed either by words or by silence. In the state which is neither speech nor silence, its transcendental nature may be apprehended. In contemporary theosophical literature, two little books stand out: The Voice of the Silence by H.B. Blavatsky and Light on the Path by Mabel Collins. In both of them, there is much of real mystical sentiment. The Voice of Silence. He who would hear the voice of the silence, the soundless sound, and comprehend it, he has to learn the nature of the perfect inward concentration of the mind, accompanied by complete abstraction from everything pertaining to the external universe of the world of senses. Having become indifferent to objects of perception, the pupil must seek out the Raha of senses, the thought producer, him who awakes illusions. The mind is the greatest slayer of the real. Let the disciple slay the slayer, for when to himself his form appears unreal, as do on waking all the forms he sees in dreams, when he ceases to hear the many, he may discern the one, the inner sound which kills the outer. Then only, not till then, shall he forsake the region of Asat, the false, to come into the realm of Sat, the true. Before the soul can see, the harmony within must be attained, and fleshly eyes be rendered blind to illusion. Before the soul can hear, the image man has to become as deaf to warnings as to whispers, to cries of bellowing elephants as to the silvery buzzing of golden firefly. And then to the inner ear will speak and say, if the soul smiles while bathing in the sunlight of thy life, if the soul sings within her chrysalis of flesh and matter, if thy soul weeps inside her castle of illusion, if thy soul struggles to break the silver thread that binds her to the master, know, O disciple, thy soul is of the earth. Give up thy life if thou wouldest live. Learn to discern the real from the false, the ever-fleeting from the everlasting. Learn above all to separate head learning from soul wisdom, the eye from the heart doctrine. Light on the path like the voice of the that was the end. Light on the path like the voice of the silence is full of symbols, hints, and hidden meanings. This is a little book which makes demands upon the reader. Its meaning is elusive, and it requires to be read in a fitting state of spirit. Light on the path prepares the disciple to meet the master, i.e., the ordinary consciousness for communion with the higher consciousness. According to the author of Light on the Path, The terms the masters is the symbolical expression for the divine life. Light on the path. Before the eyes can see, they must be incapable of tears. Before the ear can hear, it must have lost its sensitiveness. Before the voice can speak in the presence of the masters, it must have lost the power to wound. Before the soul can stand in the presence of the masters, its feet must be washed in the blood of the heart. Kill out all sense of separateness. Desire only that which is within you. Desire only that which is beyond you. Desire only that which is unattainable. For within you is the light of the world. If you are unable to perceive it within you, it is useless to look for it elsewhere. It is unattainable, because it forever recedes. You will enter the light, but you will never touch the flame. Seek out the way. Look for the flower to bloom in the silence that follows the storm, not till then. And on the deep silence, the mystery's event will occur, which will prove that the way has been found. Call it by what name you will. It speaks in a voice that speaks where there is none to speak. It is a messenger that comes, a messenger without form or substance, or it is the flower of the soul that has opened. It cannot be described by any metaphor. To hear the voice of the silence is to understand that from within comes the only true guidance. For when the disciple is ready, the master is ready also. Hold fast to that which is neither substance nor existence. Listen only to the voice which is soundless. Look only on that which is invisible. Professor James calls attention in his book to the unusually vivid emotionality of mystic experiences, and to the quite unusual sensations felt by mystics. The deliciousness of some of these states can seem to be beyond anything known in ordinary consciousness. It evidently involves organic sensibilities, for it is spoken of as something too extreme to be borne, and as verging on bodily pain, but it is too subtle and piercing of delight for ordinary words to denote. God's touches, the wounds of his spear, references to aberrity and to mystical union have to figure in the phraseology by which it is shadowed forth. The joy of communion with God, described by Saint Simon, the New Theologian, 10th century, may serve as an example of such an experience. I am wounded by the arrow of his love, writes Saint Simon. He is himself inside of me, in my heart. He embraces me, kisses me, fills me with light. A new flower grows in me, now new because it is joyous. The flower is of an unutterable form, is seen when it grows merely, then suddenly disappears. Its indescribable appearance attracts my mind to itself, causes forgetfulness of everything to do with fear, and then flies suddenly away. Then does the tree of fear remain again lacking fruit. I moan in sorrow and pray to thee, my Christ. Again I see the flower amid the branches. I chain my attention to it alone, and I see not the tree alone, but the brilliant flower attracting me to itself irresistibly. This flower grows in the end into the fruit of love. Incomprehensible is it how from fear grows love. Mysticism penetrates into all religions. In India, Professor James says, training in mystical insight has been known from time immemorial under the name of yoga. Yoga means the experimental union of the individual with the divine. It is based on persevering exercise, and the diet, posture, breathing, intellectual concentration, and moral discipline vary slightly in the different systems which teach it. The yogi, or disciple, who has by these means overcome the obscurations of his lower natural sufficiently, enters into the condition termed samadhi, and he comes face to face with facts which no instinct or reason can ever know. When a man comes out of samadhi, Vedantists assure us that he remains enlightened, a sage, a prophet, a saint. His whole character changed, his life changed, illumined. The Buddhists use the word samadhi as well as the Hindus, but dhyana is their special word for the highest states of contemplation. Higher stages still of contemplation are mentioned, a region where there exists nothing and where the meditator says there exists absolutely nothing and stops. Then he reaches another region and says there are neither ideas nor absence of ideas and stops again. Then another region where, having reached the end of both idea and perception, he stops finally. This would seem to be not yet nirvana, but as close an approach to it as this life affords. In Mohammedanism, there is such a mysticism also. The most characteristic expression of Muslim mysticism is Persian Sufism. This is at the same time a religious sect and a philosophical school of high idealistic character, which struggled against materialism and against the narrow fanaticism and the literal understanding of the Quran. The Sufis interpreted the Quran mystically. Sufism, this is the philosophical free thinking of Mohammedanism, united with an entirely original symbolical and brightly sensuous poetry which has always a hidden mystical character. The blossoming of Sufism occurred in the early centuries of the second millennium of the Christian era. Sufism remained for a long time incomprehensible to European thought. From the point of view of Christian theology and Christian morality, the mixing up of sensuous and religious ecstasy is incomprehensible. But in the Orient, the two coexisted with perfect harmony. In the Christian world, the flesh has always been regarded as inimical to the spirit. In the Muslim world, the fleshly and sensuous was accepted as a symbol of spiritual things. The expression of philosophical and religious truths in the language of love was widely disseminated custom throughout the Orient. These things are oriental flowers of elegance. All allegories, all metaphors were taken from love. Muhammad fell in love with God, the Arabs say, desiring to convey the brightness of the religious ardor of Muhammad. Select for thyself a new wife every spring of the new year, because last year's calendar is no good, says the Persian poet and philosopher Sadi. And in such curious form, Sadi expresses the thought that Ibsen puts in the mouth of Dr. Stockman. Truths are not, as many believe, like long-living Methuselahs. Under normal conditions, a truth may exist about 17 or 18 years, rarely longer. The poetry of the Sufis will become clear to us if we always keep in mind this general, sensuous character of the literary language of the Orient, the heritage of profound antiquity. A classic example of this ancient literature is the Song of Songs. Many parts of the Bible and all ancient myths or stories are distinguished by sensuousness of form strange to us. The Persian mystical poet Sufis wrote about the love of God in the expressions applicable to their beautiful women, saying the translator of Jamie and other poets, Davis, because as they explain this, nobody can write in heavenly language and be understood. Persian mystics. The idea of Sufism, Max Muller says, is a loving union of the soul with God. The Sufi holds that there is nothing in human language that can express the love between the soul and God so well as the love between man and woman, and that if he is to speak of the union between the two at all, he can only do so in the symbolic language of earthly love. When we read some of the Sufi and raptured poetry, we must remember that the Sufi poets use a number of expressions which have recognized meaning in their language. Their sleep means meditation, perfume, hope of the divine favor, kisses and embraces, the raptures of piety, wine means spiritual knowledge, etc. The flowers which a lover of God had gathered in his rose garden, and which he wished to give to his friends, so overpowered his mind by their fragrance that they fell out of his lap and withered. Sadi says, a poet desires to express by this that the glory of ecstatic visions pales and fades away when it has to be put into human language. Max Mueller, Theosophy. Hold on one second. Man, okay. Generally speaking, never and nowhere has poetry been so blended with mysticism as in Sufism. The Sufi poets frequently lived the strange lives of hermits, anchorites, and wanderers, at the same time singing of love, the beauty of women, the aroma of roses and wine. Jalal Eden describes as follows the communion of the soul with God. A loved one said to her lover to try him early one morning, "O such a one, son of such a one, I marvel whether you hold me more dear or yourself. Tell me truly, O ardent lover." He answered, "I am so entirely absorbed in you that I am full of you from head to foot. Of my own existence nothing but the man remains. In my being is nothing besides you. O object of my desire, therefore I am thus lost in you. A stone which has been changed into a pure ruby is filled with the bright light of the sun." In two well-known poems of Jami, 15th century, Salman and Abezel and Yusuf and Zuleika, the ascending of the soul, its purification and its union with God is represented in the most passionate forms. I gotta pause right there. Can't do it. I got bread in the oven, so I gotta get on that, and then I'll try to. Boy, it's a long chapter. I don't even know how many pages are left. Okay, I could probably get this done today. I'll be back. I close this thing down. All right, chapter 22, part 3. Professor James pays great attention in his book to mystical states under narcosis. This is a realm that public opinion and ethical philosophy have long since branded as pathological, though private practice and certain lyric strains of poetry seem still to bear witness of its idolatry. Nitrous oxide and ether, especially nitrous oxide, when sufficiently diluted with air, stimulates the mystical consciousness in an extraordinary degree. Depth beyond depth of truth seems revealed in the inhaler. This truth fades out, however, or escapes at the moment of coming to, and if any words remain over in which it seemed to clothe itself, they prove to be the veriest nonsense. Nevertheless, the sense of profound meaning having been there persists, and I know more than one person who is persuaded that in the nitrous oxide trance we have a genuine metaphysical revelation. Some years ago, I myself made some observations on this aspect of nitrous oxide intoxication and reported them in print. One conclusion was forced upon my mind at that time, and my impression of its truth has ever since remained unshaken. It is that our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there are potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of the universe in its totality can be final, which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. At any rate, they forbid a premature closing of our accounts with reality. The whole drift of my education goes to persuade me that the world of the present consciousness is only one out of many worlds of consciousness that exist, and that those other worlds must contain experiences which have a meaning for our life also. Looking back on my experiences, they all converge towards a kind of insight to which I cannot help ascribing some metaphysical significance. The keynote of it is invariably a reconciliation. It is as if the opposites of the world, those contradictions and conflict, make all our difficulties and troubles, were melted into unity. Not only do they, as contrasted species, belong to one and the same genus, but one of the species, the nobler and the better one, is itself the genus, so soaks up and absorbs its opposite into itself. This is a dark saying, I know, when thus expressed in terms of common logic, but I cannot wholly escape from its authority. I feel as if it must mean something like what the Hegelian philosophy means. If one could only lay hold of it more clearly. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. To me, the loving sense of its reality only comes in artificial, mystic state of mind. What reader of Hegel can doubt that sense of a perfected being with all its otherness soaks up in itself, which dominates his whole philosophy, must have come from the prominence of his consciousness of mystical moods like this, in most persons kept subliminal. Man, it's a long sentence. I'm going to read that one more time. What reader of Hegel can doubt that sense of a perfected being with all its otherness soaked up in itself, which dominates his whole philosophy, must have come from the prominence of his consciousness of mystical moods like this, in most persons kept subliminal. The notion is thoroughly characteristic of the mystical level, and the Aufgabe, the problem of making it articulate, was surely set to Hegel's intellect by mystical feeling. I have friends who believe in the antitheistic revelation. For them, too, it is a monistic insight in which the other in its various forms appears absorbed into one. Into this pervading genus, writes one of them, we pass forgetting and forgotten, and thenceforth each is all in God. There is no higher, no deeper, no other than the life in which we are founded. The one remains, the many change and pass, and each and every one of us is the one that remains. This is the ultimatum. As sure as being, whence is all our care, so sure is content beyond duplexity, antithesis, or trouble, where I have triumphed in a solitude that God is not above. B.P. Blood, The Anesthetic Revolution and the Gist of Philosophy, Amsterdam, New York, 1874. Zenas Clark, a philosopher who died young at Amherst in the 80s, was also impressed by the revelation. In the first place, he once wrote to me, Mr. Blood, I agree that the revelation is, if anything, non-emotional. It is, as Mr. Blood says, the one sole and sufficient insight, why or why not, but how the present is pushed on us by the past and sucked forward by the vacuity of the future. It is an initiation of the past. The real secret would be the formula by which the now keeps exfoliating out of itself, yet never escapes. We simply fill the hole with the dirt we dug out. Ordinary philosophy is like a hound hunting its own tail. The more he hunts, the farther he has to go, and his nose never catches up with his heels, because it is forever ahead of them. So the present is already a foregone conclusion, and I am ever too late to understand it. But at the moment of recovery from antithesis, then, before starting on life, I catch, so to speak, a glimpse of my heels, a glimpse of the eternal process just in the act of starting. The truth is that we travel on a journey that was accomplished before we set out, and the real end of philosophy is accomplished not when we arrive at, but when we remain in our destination, being already there, which may occur vicariously in this life when we cease our intellectual questioning. That is why there is a smile upon the face of revelation as we view it. It tells us that we are forever half a second too late. That's all. You could kiss your own lips and you have all the fun to yourself. It says if you only knew the trick, it would be perfectly easy if they would just stay there till you got around to them. Why don't you manage it somehow? In his latest pamphlet, Mr. Blood describes the value of the anesthetic revelation for life as follows. The anesthetic revelation is an initiation of man into the mystery of the open secret of being, revealed as the inevitable vortex of continuity. Inevitable is the word. Its motive is inherent. It is what it has to be. It is not for any love or hate, nor for joy or sorrow, nor good nor ill. End, beginning, or purpose it knows not of. It affords no particular of the multiplicity and variety of things, but it fills the apprehension of the historical and the sacred with a secular and intimately personal illumination of the nature and motive of existence. Although it is at first startling in its solemnity, it becomes directly such a matter of course, so old-fashioned and so akin to proverbs that it inspires exultation rather than fear, and the sense of safety as identified with the aboriginal and the universal. But no words may express the surpassing certainty of the patient that he is realizing the primordial Adamic surprise of life. Repetition of the experience finds it ever the same, as if it could not possibly be otherwise. The subject resumes his normal consciousness only to partially and fitfully remember its occurrence, and to try to formulate its baffling import. With this consolatory afterthought, that he has known the oldest truth, and that he has done with human theories as to the origin, meaning, or destiny of the race, he is beyond instruction in spiritual things. The lesson is one of central safety. The kingdom is within. All days are judgment days, but there could be no climactic purpose of eternity, nor any scheme of the whole. The astronomer abridges the row of bewildering figures by increasing his unit of measurement. So may we reduce the distracting multiplicity of things to the unity for which each of us stands. This has been my moral sustenance since I have known of it. In my first printed mention of it, I declared, "The world is no more the alien terror that was taught me, spurning the cloud-grimed and still sultry battlements whence so lately Jehovan thunders boomed. My gray gull lifts her wings against the nightfall and takes the dim leagues with a fearless eye. And now, after 27 years of this experience, the wing is grayer, but the eye is fearless still, while I renew and doubly emphasize that declaration. I know, as having known the meaning of existence, the sane center of the universe, at once the wonder and the assurance of the soul, for which the speech of reason has yet no name but the anesthetic revelations." I subjoin, Professor James says, another interesting anesthetic revelation. This is what the subject, a gifted woman, writes about her experience when she was taking ether for a surgical operation. Excuse me. I wondered if I was in a prison being tortured, and why I remembered having heard it said that people learn through suffering. And in a view of what I was seeing, the inadequacy of this saying struck me so much that I said aloud, "To suffer is to learn." With that, I become unconscious again, and my last dream immediately preceded my real coming to. It only lasted a few seconds, and was most vivid and real to me. though it may not be clear in words. A great being of power was traveling through the sky. His foot was on a kind of lightning as a wheel is on a rail. It was his pathway. The lightning was made of innumerable spirits close to one another, and I was one of them. He moved in a straight line, and each part of the streak or flash came into its short conscious existence, only that he might travel. I seemed to be directly under the foot of God, and I thought he was grinding his own life up out of my pain. Then I saw that what he had been trying with all his might to do was to change his course, to bend the line of lightning to which he was tied, in the direction in which he wanted to go. I felt my flexibility and helplessness, and I knew that he would succeed. He bended me, turning his corner by means of my hurting me more than I had ever been hurt in my life. And at the acutest point of this, as he passed, I saw. I understood for a moment things I have now forgotten, things that no one could remember while retaining sanity. The angle was an obtuse angle, and I remember thinking as I woke that he had made it a right or acute angle. I should have both suffered the scene still more and should probably have died. He went on and I came to. In that moment the whole of my life passed before me, including each little meaningless piece of distress, and I understood them. This is what it had all meant. This was the piece of work it had all been contributing to. I did not see God's purpose. I only saw his intentness and his entire relentlessness towards his means. He thought no more of me than a man thinks of hurting a cartridge when he is firing. And yet, on waking, my first feeling was, and it came with tears, Domen nom sum digma. For I had been lifted into a position for which I was too small. I realized that in that half hour under ether I had served God more distinctly and purely than I had ever done in my life before, or than I am capable of desiring to do. I was the means of his achieving and revealing something. I know not what or to whom, and that to the exact extent of my capacity for suffering. While regaining consciousness, I wondered why, since I had gone so deep, I had seen nothing of what saints call the love of God, nothing but his relentlessness. And then I heard an answer which I could only just catch, saying, knowledge and love are one, and the measure is suffering. I give the words as they came to me. With that, I came finally to what seemed a dream world compared with the reality of what I was leaving. I.S. Simmons, who Professor James mentions, tells of an interesting mystical experience with chloroform. After the choking and stifling had passed away, I seemed at first in a state of utter blankness. Then came flashes of intense light, alternating with blackness, and with a keen vision of what was going on in the room around me, but no sensation of touch. I thought that I was near death, when suddenly my soul became aware of God, who was manifestly dealing with me, handling me, so to speak, in an intense personal present reality. I felt him streaming in like light upon me. I cannot describe the ecstasy I felt. Then I gradually awoke from the influence of the anesthetic. The old sense of my relation to the world began to return, and the new sense of my relation to God began to fade. I suddenly leapt to my feet on the chair where I was sitting and shrieked out, "It is too horrible, it is too horrible, it is too horrible," meaning that I could not bear this disillusionment. At last I woke, calling to the two surgeons who were frightened. "Why did you not kill me? Why would you not let me die?" Anesthetic states are very similar to those strange moments experienced by epileptics during their fits of illness. An artistic description of an epileptic states we find here in Dostoevsky's The Idiot. He remembered, among other things, that he always had 1 minute just before the epileptic fit. if it came on while he was awake, when he suddenly, in the midst of sadness, spiritual darkness, and oppression, there seemed at moments a flash of light on his brain, and with extraordinary impetus, all his vital forces suddenly began working at their highest tension. The sense of life, the consciousness of self, were multiplied 10 times at these moments which passed like a flash of lightning. His mind and his heart were flooded with extraordinary light. All his uneasiness, all his doubts, all his anxieties were relieved at once. They were all merged in a lofty calm, full of serene, harmonious joy and hope. Thinking of that moment later, when he was all right again, he often said to himself that all these gleams and flashes of the highest sensation of life and self-consciousness, and therefore also of the highest form of existence, were nothing but disease, the interruption of the normal condition. And yet he came at last to an extremely paradoxical conclusion. What if it is disease? He decided if the minute of sensation remembered and analyzed afterwards in health turns out to be the acme of harmony and beauty, and gives a feeling unknown and undivined till then, of completeness, of proportion, of reconciliation, and of ecstatic devotional merging in the highest synthesis of life. These vague expressions seemed to him very comprehensible, though too weak. That is, that it was beauty and worship, that it really was the highest synthesis of life. He could not doubt and could not admit the possibility of doubt. He was quite capable of judging of that when the attack was over. These moments were an extraordinary quickening of self-consciousness, if the condition was to be expressed in one word, and at the same time of the direct sensation of existence in the most intense degree, since at that second, that is, at the very last conscious moment before the fit, he had time to say to himself clearly and consciously, "Yet for this moment one might give one's whole life." Then without a doubt that moment was really worth the whole of life. For the very thing had happened. He actually had said to himself at that second that for that infinite happiness he had felt in it, that second really might be worth the whole of life. At that moment, as he told Rogozin one day in Moscow, at that moment I seemed somehow to understand the extraordinary saying that there shall be time no longer. Probably, he added, smiling, this is the very second which was not long enough for the water to be spilt out of Mohammed's pitcher, though the epileptic prophet had time to gaze at all the habitations of Allah. Narcosis or epilepsy are not at all necessary conditions to induce mystical states in ordinary men. Certain aspects of nature appear to have that peculiar power of awakening such mystical moods, says James. It would be more correct to say that in all conditions of encompassing nature this power lies concealed. The change of the seasons, the first snow, the awakening of spring, the summer days, rainy and warm, the aroma of autumn, awakes in us strange moods which we ourselves do not understand. Sometimes these moods intensify and become the sensation of a complete oneness with nature. In the life of every man there are moments which act upon him more powerfully than others. Upon one a thunderstorm acts mystically, upon another sunrise, a third to the sea, the forest, rocks, fire. The voice of sex embraces much of that same mystical sense of nature. In the sex impulse, man puts himself in the most personal relation with nature. The comparison of the sensation of women experienced by man, or vice versa, with the feeling for nature is met with very often, and it is really the same sensation as is given by forests, prairies, sea, mountains, only in this case it is even more intense, awakens more inner voices, forces the sounding... Come on. Forces the sounding of more inner strings. Animals often give the mystical sensation of nature to men. Almost everyone has a favorite animal, with which he has some inner affinity. In these animals, or through them, men sense nature immediately and personally. In Hindu occultism, there is the belief that every man has his corresponding animal, through which it is possible to act upon him magically, through which he himself can act upon others, and into which he can transform himself or be by others transformed. Each Hindu deity has his own particular animal. Brahma has a goose, Vishnu an eagle, Shiva a bull, Indra an elephant, Kali, Durga a tiger, Rama a buffalo, Ganesha a rat, Agni a ram, Kartikeya or Subramanya a peacock, and Kama, the god of love, a parrot. The same thing is true of Greece. All the deities of Olympus had their animals. In the religion of Egypt, sacred animals played an enormous part, and in Egypt the cat, the most magical of all animals, was held as sacred. The sense of nature sometimes unfolds something infinitely new and profound in things which seem to have been known a long time and in themselves contain nothing mystical. The consciousness of God's nearness came to me sometimes, quotes Professor James. A presence, I might say, something in myself made me feel a part of something bigger than I that was controlling. I felt myself one with the grass, the trees, birds, insects, everything in nature. I exulted in the mere fact of existence, of being a part of it all, the drizzling rain, the shadow of the clouds, the tree trunks, and so on. In my own notebook of 1908, I found a description of the same experienced state of consciousness. It was in the Sea of Marmora on a rainy day of winter. The far-off high and rocky shores were of a pronounced violet color of every shade, including the most tender, fading into gray and blending with the gray sky. The sea was the color of lead mixed with silver. I remember all these colors. The steamer was going north. I remained at the rail, looking at the waves. The white crests of waves were running towards us. A wave would run at the ship, raised as if desiring to hurl its crest upon it, rushing up with a howl. The steamer heeled, shuddered, and slowly straightened back. Then from afar a new wave came running. I watched this play of the waves with the ship and felt them draw me to themselves. It was not at all that desire to jump down which one feels in mountains, but something infinitely more subtle. The waves were drawing my soul to themselves, and suddenly I felt that it went to them. It lasted an instant, perhaps less than an instant, but I entered into the waves and with them rushed with a howl at the ship, and in that instant I became all. The waves, they were myself. The far, violent mountains, the wind, the clouds hurrying from the north, the great steamship, heeling and rushing irresistibly forward, all were myself. I sensed the enormous heavy body, my body, all its motions, shudderings, waverings, and vibrations, fire, pressure of steam, and weight of engines were inside of me. The unmerciful and unyielding propelling screw which pushed and pushed me forward, never for a moment releasing me, the rudder which determined all my motion. All this was myself, also two sailors, and the black snake of smoke coming in clouds out of the funnel. All. It was an instant of unusual freedom, joy, and expansion. A second, and the spell of charm disappeared. It passed like a dream when one tries to remember it, but the sensation was so powerful, so bright, and so unusual that I was afraid to move and waited for it to reoccur, but it did not return. And a moment later I could not say it had been, could not say whether it was a reality or merely the thought that, looking at the waves, it might be so. 2 years afterwards, the yellowish waves of the Finnish Gulf and the green sky gave me a taste of the same sensation, but this time it was dissipated almost before it appeared. The examples given in this chapter do not by any means exhaust the mystical experience of humanity, but what do we infer from them? First of all, unity of experience. In mystical sensations, All men feel definitely something in common, having a similar meaning and connection one with another. The mystics of many ages and many peoples speak the same language and use the same words. This is the first and most important thing that speaks for the reality of the mystical experience. Next is the complete harmony of data regarding such experience, with the theoretically deduced conditions of the world causes, the sensation of the unity of all, so characteristic of mysticism, a new sensation of time, the sense of infinity, joy of horror, knowledge of the whole in the part, infinite life, and infinite consciousness. All these are real sensed facts in the mystical experience. And those facts are theoretically correct. They are such as they should be according to the conclusions of the mathematics of the infinite and of the higher logic. This is all that is possible to say about them. All right. Chapter 23, Cosmic Consciousness of Dr. Buch. The three forms of consciousness according to Dr. Buch: simple consciousness, or the consciousness of animals; self-consciousness, or the consciousness of men, Dr. Buch's fundamental error; cosmic consciousness. In what is it expressed? Sensation, perception, concept, higher moral concept, creative intuition. Men of cosmic consciousness. Adam's fall into sin, the knowledge of good and evil. Christ and the salvation of man. Commentary on Dr. Buch's book, Birth of the New Humanity, Two Races, Superman, Table of the Four Forms of the Manifestation of Consciousness. Very many men believe that the fundamental problems of life are absolutely unsolvable, that humanity will never know why it is striving, or for what it is striving, or what it is striving, for what it suffers, or whither it is bound. It is regarded as almost indecent even to raise these questions. It is decreed that we live so that we simply live, thinking of nothing or thinking only of that which yields a solution, on the surface at least. Men have despaired of finding answers to fundamental questions and so have left them alone. Yet at the same time, men are not in the least aware of what really created in them such a sense of insolubility and despair. Whence comes this feeling that it is better not to think about many things? In reality, we feel this despair only when we begin to regard man as something finite, finished, when we see nothing beyond man and think that we already know everything about him. In such form, the problem is truly a desperate one. A cold wind blows on us from all those social theories promising incalculable welfare on earth, leaving a sense of dissatisfaction and chill even when we believe their promises. Why? What is all this for? Well, everybody will be well fed and well taken care of. Splendid. But after that, what? Let us suppose, although it is difficult, almost impossible to imagine, that materialistic culture of itself has led men to a fortunate state of existence. On earth, then, there exists an unadulterated civilization and culture. But after that, what? After that, many resounding phrases of incredible horizons open before science. Communication with the planet Mars, the chemical synthesis of protoplasm, the utilization of the rotation of the Earth around the Sun, energy imprisoned in an atom, vaccine for all diseases, life to the length of 100 years, or even to 150. After that, perhaps, the artificial creation of men, but beyond this imagination fails. It is possible to dig through the earth, but that would be entirely useless. Here indeed we encounter that feeling of the insolubility of the main questions concerning the aims of existence, and that feeling of despair on account of our lack of understanding. Truly, suppose that we have dug completely through the earth. What then? Shall we dig in another direction? but it is all very wearisome after all. Nevertheless, the various positivistic social theories, historical materialism, and so forth, promise nothing better and can promise nothing. To get any answer at all to such tormenting questions, we must turn in quite another direction to the psychological method of study of man and of humanity. And here we see with amazement that the psychological method gives an entirely satisfactory answer to those fundamental questions which seem to us quite insoluble, and around about which we fruitlessly wander equipped with the defective instrument of the positivistic method. The psychological method gives a direct answer at least to the question of the immediate purpose of our existence. For some strange reason, men do not care to accept this answer, and they desire at all costs to receive an answer in some form that they like, refusing to recognize anything that is different from that form. They require the solution of the destiny of man as they fancy him, and they do not want to recognize that man can and must become entirely different. In him there are not as yet manifest those faculties which will create his future. Man must not and cannot remain such as he is now. To think of the future of this man is just as absurd as to think of the future of a child as if it were always going to remain a child. The analogy is not quite complete, for the reason that probably only a small part of humanity is capable of growth, but nevertheless is comparison this comparison paints a true picture of our usual attitude towards this question, and the fate of the greater part of humanity, which will prove incapable of growth, depends not upon itself, but upon the minority which will progress. Only inner growth, the unfoldment of new forces, will give to man a correct understanding of himself, his ways, his future, and give him power to organize life on earth. At the present time, the general concept man is too undifferentiated and includes within himself entirely different categories, those capable of development and those incapable. In men capable of development, new faculties are stirring into life, though not as yet manifest, because for their manifestation they require a special culture, a special education. The new conception of humanity disposes of the idea of equality, which after all does not exist, and it tries to establish the signs and facts of the differences between men, because humanity will need soon to divide the progressing from the incapable of progress, the wheat from the tares, for the tares are growing too fast and choke the growth of the wheat. This is the key to the understanding of our life, and this key was found long ago. The enigma was solved long ago, but different thinkers, living in different epochs, finding the solution, expressed it differently, and often, not knowing one another, trod the same path amid enormous difficulties, unaware of the predecessors and contemporaries who had gone and were going along the self same path. In the world's literature, there exist books, usually little known, which accidentally or by design may happen to be assembled on one shelf in one library. These, taken together, will yield so clear and complete a picture of human existence, its path and its goal, that there will be no further doubts about the destiny of humanity, though only its minor part, but a destiny of quite a different sort from those hard labors of digging through the globe which positive philosophy, historical materialism, and socialism have in store for humankind. And if it seems to us that we do not as yet know our destiny, if we still doubt, and do not dare to part with the hopeless positivistic view of life, it is primarily because men of different categories, having quite different futures, are commingled into one in our perception, and secondarily because the necessary ideas by means of which we might understand the true relation of forces have not won for themselves their rightful place in official science, do not represent any recognized division or branch of science, it rarely possible to find them all in one book and it is even rarely possible to find books expressing these ideas assembled together. We do not understand many things because we too easily and too arbitrarily specialize. Philosophy, religion, psychology, mathematics, the natural sciences, sociology, the history of culture, art, each has its own separate literature. There is no complete whole at all. Even the little bridges between these separate literatures are built very badly and unsuccessfully, while they are often together absent. This formation of special literatures is the chief evil and the chief obstacle to correct understanding of things. Each literature elaborates its own terminology, its own language, which is incomprehensible to the students of other literatures and does not coincide with other languages. By this, it defines its own limits the more sharply, divides itself from others, and makes these limits impassable. There are movements of thought which strive not in words but in action to fight this specialization. Books appearing which it is impossible to refer to any accepted library classification, which it is impossible to enroll in any faculty. These books are the forerunners of new literature, which will break down all fences built in the region of thought and will clearly show to those who desire to know where they are going and where they can go. Names of the authors of these books yield the most unexpected combinations. I shall not now mention the names of these authors or the titles of these books, but shall dwell only upon the writings of Edward Carpenter and Dr. R. M. Buke. Edward Carpenter, directly and without any allegories and symbols, formulated the thought that the existing consciousness by which contemporary man lives is merely the transitory form of another higher consciousness, which even now is manifesting in certain men after appropriate preparation and training. This higher consciousness Edward Carpenter named cosmic consciousness. Carpenter traveled in the Orient, visited India and Ceylon, and there he found men, yogis, and ascetics striving to achieve cosmic consciousness, and he holds the opinion that the path of cosmic consciousness is already found in the Orient. In the book, From Adam's Peak to Elephanta, he says, the West seeks the individual consciousness, the enriched mind, ready perceptions and memories, individual hopes and fears, ambitions, loves, conquests, the self, the local self, in all its phases and forms, and sorely doubts whether such a thing as an universal consciousness exists. The East seeks the universal consciousness, and in these cases where its quest succeeds, individual self and life thin away to a mere film, and are only the shadows cast by the glory revealed beyond. The individual consciousness takes the form of thought, which is fluid and mobile like quicksilver, perpetually in a state of change and unrest, fraught with pain and effort. The other consciousness is not in the form of thought. It touches, sees, hears, and is those things in which it perceives, without motion, without change, without effort, without distinction of subject and object, but with a vast and incredible joy. The individual consciousness is specially related to the body. The organs of the body are in some degree its organs, but the whole body is only as one organ of the cosmic consciousness. To attain this latter one must have the power of knowing oneself separate from the body, of passing into a state of ecstasy. In fact, without this cosmic consciousness cannot be experienced. All the subsequent writings of Carpenter, and especially his book of free verse, Towards Democracy, deal with the psychology of the ecstatic experiences and portray the path whereby man goes towards the principal aim of his existence, i.e., to new consciousness. Only the attainment of this principal aim will illumine for man the past and the future. It will be a seership, an awakening. Without this, with only the ordinary sleepy individual consciousness, man is blind and cannot hope to know anything that he cannot feel with his stick. Dr. Buke, in his book Cosmic Consciousness, gives the psychological view of this awakening of the new consciousness. I shall give, in abbreviated form, several quotations from his book. What is cosmic consciousness? Cosmic consciousness is a higher form of consciousness than that possessed by the ordinary man. This last is called self consciousness, and it is that faculty upon which rests all our life, both subjective and objective, which is not common to us and the higher animals, except that small part of it which is derived from the few individuals who have had the higher consciousness above named. To make the matter clear, it must be understood that there are three forms or grades of consciousness. 1. Simple consciousness, which is passed by, say, the upper half of the animal kingdom. 2. Self consciousness, possessed by man in addition to the simple consciousness, which is similar in man and in animals. Cosmic consciousness. By means of simple consciousness, a dog or a horse is just as conscious of the things about him as man is. He is also conscious of his own limbs and body and knows that these are a part of himself. By virtue of self consciousness, man is not only conscious of trees, rocks, water, his own limbs and body, but he becomes conscious of himself as a distinct entity apart from all the rest of the universe. It is as good as certain that no animal can realize himself in that way. Further, by means of self consciousness, man becomes capable of treating his own mental states as objects of consciousness. The animal is, as it were, immersed in his consciousness as a fish in the sea. He cannot even imagine get outside of it for one moment so as to realize it. But man, by virtue of self consciousness, can step aside, as it were, from himself and think. Yes, that thought that I had about that matter is true. I know it is true, and I know that I know it is true. There is no evidence that any animal can think, but if they could, we should soon know it. Between two creatures living together as dogs or horses and men, and each self conscious, it would be the simplest matter in the world to open up communication. We do by watching the dog's acts enter into his mind pretty freely. If he were self conscious, we must have learned it long ago. We have not learned it, and it is as good as certain that no dog, horse, elephant, or ape ever was self conscious. Another thing, man's self consciousness is built everything in and about us distinctly human. Language is the object of which self consciousness is the subjective. Self consciousness and language, two in one, for they are two halves of the same thing, are the sine quota non of human social life, of manners, of institutions, of industries of all kinds, of all arts useful and fine. If any animal possessed self consciousness, it would build a superstructure of language, but no animal has done this. Therefore, we infer that no animal has self consciousness. The possession of self consciousness and language is other self by man creates an enormous gap between him and the highest creature possessing simple consciousness merely. Cosmic consciousness is a third form, which is as far above self consciousness as is that above simple consciousness. The prime characteristic cosmic consciousness is, as its name implies, a consciousness of the cosmos, that is, of the life and order of the universe. Along with the consciousness of the cosmos, there occurs an intellectual enlightenment or illumination, which alone would place the individual on a new plane of existence, would make him almost a member of a new species. To this is added a state of moral exaltation, an indescribable feeling of elevation, elation, and joyousness, and the quickening of the moral sense, which is fully as striking and more important both to the individual and to the race than is the enhanced intellectual power. With these come what may be called a sense of immortality, a consciousness of eternal life, not a conviction that he shall have this, but the consciousness that he has it already. Only a personal experience of it, or a prolonged study of men who have passed into the new life, will enable us to realize what this actually is. The writer expects his work to be useful in two ways. First, in broadening the general view of human life by comprehending in our mental vision this important phase of it, then by enabling us to realize in some measure the true status of certain men who, down to the present, are either exalted to the ranks of gods or judged insane. The writer takes the view that our descendants will sooner or later reach, as a race, the condition of cosmic consciousness, just as long ago our ancestors passed from simple to self consciousness. He believes that this step in evolution is even now being made, since it is clear to him both that men with the faculty in question are becoming more and more common, and also that as a race we are approaching nearer and nearer to that stage of self conscious mind from which the transition to the cosmic conscious is effected. He knows that intelligent contact with cosmic conscious minds assists self conscious individuals in the ascent to the higher plane. The immediate future of our race. Oh, wait, two. The immediate future of our race, the writer thinks, is indescribably hopeful. There are at the present moment impending over us three revolutions, the least of which would dwarf the ordinary historic upheaval called by that name into absolute insignificance. They are 1. The material, economic, and social revolution, which will depend upon and result from the establishment of aerial navigation. 2. The economic and social revolution, which will abolish individual ownership and rid the earth at once of two immense evils, riches and poverty. And 3. The psychical revolution, of which there is question. Either of the first two would and will radically change the conditions of and greatly uplift human life, but the third will do more for humanity than both of the former, were their importance multiplied by hundreds or even thousands. The three operating as they will together will literally create a new heaven and a new earth. Old things will be done away and all will become new. Before aerial navigation, national boundaries, tariffs, and perhaps distinctions of language will fade out. Great cities will no longer have reason for being and will melt away. The men who now dwell in cities will inhabit in summer the mountains and the seashores, building often in airy and beautiful spots, now almost or quite inaccessible, commanding the most extensive and magnificent views. In the winter, they will probably dwell in communities of moderate size, as herding together as now in great cities, so the isolation of the worker of the soil will become a thing of the past. Space will be practically annihilated. There will be no crowding together and no enforced solitude. Before socialism, crushing cruel anxiety, insulting and demoralizing riches, poverty and its ills will become subjects of historical novels. In contact with the flux of cosmic consciousness, all religions, known and namely today, will be melted down. The human soul will be revolutionized. Religion will absolutely dominate the race. Not depend on traditions. It will not be believed and disbelieved. It will be part of life, not belonging to certain hours, times, occasions. It will not be in sacred books, nor in the mouths of priests. It will not dwell in churches and meetings and forms and days. Its life will not be in prayers, hymns, nor discourses. It will not depend on special revelations, on the words of gods who came down to teach, nor on any Bible or Bibles. It will have no mission to save men from their sins or to secure their entrance to heaven. It will not teach a future immorality nor future glories, for immorality and all glory will exist in the here and now. Mortality, sorry. The future immortality nor future glories, for immortality and the glory will exist in the here and now. Big difference. The evidence of immortality will live in every heart as sight in every eye. Doubt of God and of eternal life will be as impossible as is now doubt of existence. The evidence of each will be the same. Religion will govern every minute of every day of all life. Churches, priests, forms, creeds, prayers, all agents and intermediaries between the individual man and God will be permanently replaced by direct, unmistakable intercourse. Sin will no longer exist, nor will salvation be desired. Men will not worry about death or a future, about the kingdom of heaven, about what may come with and after the cessation of the life of the present body. Each soul will feel and know itself to be immortal, will feel and know that the entire universe, with all its good and with all its beauty, is for it and belongs to it forever. The world peopled by men possessing cosmic consciousness will be as far removed from the world of today as this is from the world as it was before the advent of self consciousness. 3. There is a tradition, probably very old, to the effect that the first man was innocent and happy until he ate of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That having eaten thereof, he became aware that he was naked and was ashamed. Further, that their sin was born into the world, the miserable sense whereof replaced man's former feeling of innocency. That then, and not till then, man began to labor and do and to cover his body. Stranger than all, the story runs that along with this change, or immediately following upon it, there came into man's mind the remarkable conviction which has never since left it, but which has been kept alive by its own inherent vitality and by the teaching of all true seers, prophets, and poets, that man will be saved by the rising up within him of a Savior, the Christ. Man's progenitor was a creature with simple consciousness merely. He was, as are today the animals, incapable of sin and equally incapable of shame, at least in the human sense. He had no feeling or knowledge of good and evil. He as yet knew nothing of what we call work and had never labored. From this state he fell, or rose, into self consciousness. His eyes were opened. He knew he was naked. He felt shame, acquired the sense of sin, became in fact what is called a sinner, and learned to do certain things in order to encompass certain ends. That is, he learned to labor. For weary eons this condition has lasted. The sense of sin still haunts his pathway. By the sweat of his brow he still eats bread. He is still ashamed. Where is the deliverer, the Savior? Who or what? The Savior of man is cosmic consciousness, in Paul's language, the Christ. The cosmic sense The cosmic sense, in whatever mind it appears, crushes the serpent's head, destroys sin, shame, the sense of good and evil, as contrasted one with the other, and will annihilate labor, though not human activity. 4. A personal exposition of the writer's own experience of cosmic consciousness may help the reader to understand the meaning of the following facts. In childhood, he was subject at times to a sort of ecstasy of curiosity and hope. As on one special occasion, when about 10 years old, he earnestly longed to die that the secrets of life, of the beyond, if there were any beyond, might be revealed to him. At the age of 30, he fell in with leaves of grass and at once saw that it contained, in greater measure than any book so far found, what he had so long been looking for. He read the leaves eagerly, even passionately, but for several years derived little from them. At last light broke, and there was revealed to him, as far perhaps as much things can be revealed, at least some of the meanings. Then occurred that to which the foregoing is the preface. It was in the early spring, at the beginning of his 36th year. He and two friends had spent the evening reading Wordsmith, Shelley, Keats, Browning, and especially Whitman. They parted at midnight, and he had a long drive in a hansom. It was in an English city. His mind, deeply under the influence of the ideas, images, and emotions called up by the reading and talk of the evening, was calm and peaceful. He was in a state of quiet, almost passive enjoyment. All at once, without any warning of any kind, he found himself wrapped around, as it were, by a flame colored cloud. For an instant he thought of fire, some sudden conflagration in the great city. The next he knew the light was within himself. Directly afterwards came upon him a sense of exaltation, I said that right, of immense joyousness, accompanied or immediately followed by an intellectual illumination quite impossible to describe. Into his brain streamed one momentary lightning flash of the Brahmic splendor which has ever since lightened his life. Upon his heart fell one drop of Brahmic bliss, leaving thenceforward for always an aftertaste of heaven. Among other things he did not come to believe, he saw and knew that the cosmos is not dead matter, but a living presence. But a living presence, that the soul of man is immortal, that the universe is so built and ordered that without preadventure all things would together for the good of each and all, that the foundation principle of the world is what we call love, and that the happiness of everyone in the long run is absolutely certain. He claims he learned more within a few seconds during which the illumination lasted than in previous months or even years of study, and that he learned much that no study could ever have taught. The illumination itself continued not more than a few moments, but its effects proved ineffaceable. It was impossible for him ever to forget what he at that time saw and knew. Neither did he, nor could he, ever doubt the truth of what was then presented to his mind. There was no return that night or at any other time of the experience. The supreme occurrence of that night was his real and sole initiation to the new and higher order of ideas. But it was only an initiation. He saw the light, but had no more idea whence it came and what it meant than had the first creature that saw the light of the sun. Years afterward, he met a man who had a large experience in the higher life. His conversations with this man threw a flood of light upon the meaning of what he had himself experienced. Looking around then upon the world of man, he saw the significance of the subjective light in the case of Paul and in that of Mohammed. The secret of Whitman's transcendent greatness was revealed to him. Personal intercourse and conversations with men who had similar experiences assisted greatly in the broadening and clearing up of his speculations. After spending much time and labor in thinking, he came to the conclusion that there exists a family sprung from, living among, but scarcely forming a part of ordinary humanity, whose members are spread abroad throughout the advanced races of mankind and throughout the last 40 century of the world's history. The trait that distinguishes these people from other men is this: their spiritual eyes have been opened and they have seen. The better known members of this group, who, if they were collected together, could be accommodated at all at one time in a modern drawing room, have created all the great modern religions, beginning with Taoism and Buddhism. All, spe- speaking generally, have created, through religion and literature, modern civilization. Not that they have contributed any large numerical proportion of the books which have been written, but that they have produced the few books which have inspired the larger number of all that have been written in modern times. These men dominate the last 25, especially the last 5 centuries, as stars of the first magnitude dominated the midnight sky. 5. It remains to say a few words upon the psychological origin of what is called in this book cosmic consciousness. Although in the birth of the cosmic consciousness the moral nature plays an important part, it will be better for many reasons to confine our attention at present to the evolution of the intellect. In this evolution there are 4 distinct steps. The first of them was taken, whereupon the primary quality of excitability sensation was established. At this point began the acquisition and more or less perfect registration of self impressions, that is, of precepts. A precept is, of course, a sense impression. If we could go back far enough, we should find among our ancestors a creature whose whole intellect was made up simply of these precepts. But this creature had in it what may be called an illegibility of growth, and what happened with it was something like this. Individually and from generation to generation, it accumulated these precepts, the constant repetition of which, calling for further and further registration, led, in the struggle for existence and under the law of natural selection, to accumulation of cells in the central sense ganglia. At last, a condition was reached in which it became possible for our ancestor to combine groups of these precepts into what we today call a receipt. This process is very similar to that of composite photography. Similar precepts, as of a tree, are registered one over the other until they are generalized into the precept of a tree. Now, the work of accumulation begins again on a higher plane. The sensory organs keep steadily at work manufacturing precepts. The receptual centers keep steadily at work manufacturing more and yet more receipts from the old and the new precepts. The capacity of the central ganglia is constantly taxed to do necessary registration of precepts, the necessary elaboration of these into receipts. Then, as the ganglia by use and selection are improved, they constantly manufacture from precepts and from initial simple receipts more and more complex, that is, higher and higher receipts. At last, after many thousands of generations have lived and died, comes a time when the mind has reached the highest possible point of purely receptual intelligence, the accumulation of precepts and of receipts has gone on until no greater stores of impressions can be laid up and no further elaboration of these can be accomplished on the plane of receptual intelligence. Then another break is made, and the higher precepts are replaced by concepts. The relation of a concept to a recept, or receipt as I've been calling it, same with precept, is percept, percepts, recepts. Okay. Recept is a composite image of hundreds, perhaps thousands of percepts. It is it is itself an image abstracted from many images, but a concept is that same composite image, the same recept named, ticketed, and, as it were, dismissed. A concept is in fact neither more nor less than a named recept. The name that is the sign as in algebra, standing henceforth for the thing itself, that is, for the recept. Now it is clear as day to anyone who will give the least thought to the subject that the revolution by which concepts are substituted for recepts increase the efficiency of the brain for thought as much as the introduction of machinery increases the capacity of the race for work, as much as the use of algebra increases the power of the mind in mathematical calculations. To replace a great cumbersome recept by a simple sign was almost like replacing actual goods as wheat, fabrics, and hardware by entries in the ledger. But, as hinted above, in order that a recept may be replaced by a concept, it must be named, or, in other words, marked with a sign which stands for it. Just as a check stands for a piece of goods, in other words, the race that is in possession of concepts is also, and necessarily, in possession of language. Further, it should be noted, as the possession of concepts implies the possession of language, so the possession of concepts and language, which are in reality two aspects of the same thing, implies possession of self consciousness. All this means that there is a moment in the evolution of mind when the receptual intellect, capable of simple consciousness only, becomes almost or quite instantaneously a conceptual intellect in possession of language and self consciousness. Our intellect, then, today, is made up of a very complex mixture of precepts, no, percepts, recepts, and concepts. The next chapter in the story is the accumulation of concepts. This is a double process. Each individual accumulates a larger and larger number, while the individual concepts are becoming constantly more and more complex. Is there to be any limit to this growth of concepts in number and complexity? Whoever will seriously consider that question will see that there must be a limit. No such process could go on to infinity. We have seen that the expansion of the perceptual mind had a necessary limit, that its continued life led inevitably up to and into the receptual mind, that the receptual mind by its own growth was inevitably led up to and into the conceptual mind. A priori considerations make it certain that a corresponding outlet will be found for the conceptual mind. But we do not need to depend upon abstract reasoning to demonstrate the necessary existence of the supraconceptual mind, since it exists and can be studied with no more difficulty than other natural phenomena. The supraconceptual intellect, the elements of which, instead of being concepts, are institutions, is already, in small numbers it is true, an established fact, and the form of consciousness that belongs to that intellect may be called, and has been called, cosmic consciousness. The basic fact in cosmic consciousness is implied in its name. The fact is consciousness of the cosmos. This is what is called in the East the Brahmic splendor, which is, in Dante's phrase, capable of transhumanizing a man into a god. Whitman, who has an immense deal to say about it, speaks of it in one place as ineffable light, light rare, untellable, lighting the very light beyond all signs, description, languages. This consciousness shows the cosmos to consist not of dead matter governed by unconscious, rigid, and unintending law. It shows it, on the contrary, as entirely immaterial, entirely spiritual, and entirely alive. It shows that death is an absurdity, that everyone and everything has eternal life. It shows that the universe is God and that God is the universe. A great deal of this is, of course, from the point of view of self consciousness, absurd. It is nevertheless undoubtedly true. Now, all this does not mean that when a man has cosmic consciousness, he knows everything about the universe. We all know that when at 3 years of age we acquire self consciousness, we do not at once know all about ourselves. So neither does a man know all about the cosmos merely because he becomes conscious of it. It has taken the race several thousand years to learn a smattering of the science of humanity since its acquisition of self consciousness, so it may take millions of years to acquire cosmic consciousness. As one self consciousness is based, the human world as we see it with all its works and ways, so on cosmic consciousness is based the higher religions and the higher philosophies and what comes from them. And on it will be based, when it becomes more general, a new world of which it would be idle to try to speak today. The philosophy of the birth of cosmic consciousness in the individual is very similar to that of the birth of self consciousness. The mind becomes overcrowded, as it were, with concepts, and these are constantly becoming larger, more numerous, and more complex. Someday, the conditions being all favorable, the fusion of what might be called the chemical union of several of them and of certain moral elements takes place. The result is an intuition and the establishment of the intuitional mind, or, in other words, cosmic consciousness. The scheme by which the mind is built up is uniform from beginning to end. A receipt is made of many percepts, a concept of many or several recepts and percepts, and intuition is made of many concepts, recepts, and percepts together with other elements belonging to and drawn from the moral nature. The cosmic vision or the cosmic intuition from which what may be called the new mind takes its name is thus seen to be simply the complex and union of all prior thought and experiences, just as self consciousness is the complex and union of all thought and experience prior to it. All right, chapter 23, part 2. Cosmic consciousness, like other forms of consciousness, is capable of growth. It may have different forms, different degrees. It must not be supposed that because a man has cosmic consciousness, he is therefore omniscient or infallible. Men of cosmic consciousness have reached a higher level, but on that level there can be different degrees of consciousness, and it must be still more evident that, however godlike the faculty may be, those who first acquire it, living in diverse ages and countries, passing their life in different surroundings, brought up to view life from totally different points of view, must necessarily interpret somewhat differently those things which they see in the new world which they enter. Language corresponds to the intellect and therefore capable of expressing it perfectly and directly. On the other hand, the functions of the moral nature are not connected with language and are only capable of indirect and imperfect expression by its agency. Perhaps music, which certainly has its roots in the moral nature, is at present existing the beginning of a language which will tally and express emotions as words tally and express ideas. Language is the exact tally of the intellect. For every concept there is a word or words, and for every word there is a concept. No word can come into being except as the expression of a concept. Neither can a new concept be formed without the formation, at the same time, of the new word, which is its expression. But as a matter of fact, 99 out of every 100 of our sense impressions and emotions have never been represented in the intellect by concepts, and therefore remain unexpressed and inexpressible except by roundabout description and suggestion. As the correspondence of words and concepts is not casual or temporary, but resides in the nature of these, and continues during all time and under all circumstances, absolutely constant. So changes in one of the factors must correspond with changes in the other. So evolution of intellect must be accompanied by evolution of language. An evolution of language will be evidence of evolution of intellect. It seems that in every or nearly every man who enters into cosmic consciousness, apprehension is at first more or less excited, the person doubting whether the new sense may not be a symptom or form of insanity. Mohammed was greatly alarmed. The Apostle Paul was alarmed in the same manner. The first thing each person asks himself upon experiencing the new sense is, does what I see and feel represent reality, or am I suffering from a delusion? The fact that the new experience seems even more real than the old teachings of consciousness does not at first fully reassure him, because he knows the force of delusions. Simultaneously, or instantly following the above sense and emotional experiences, there comes to the person an intellectual illumination quite impossible to describe. Like there is presented to his consciousness a clear conception, a vision in outline of the meaning and drift of the universe. He does not come to believe merely, but he sees and knows that the cosmos, which to the self-conscious mind seems made up of dead matter, is in fact far otherwise, is in very truth a living presence. He sees that instead of men being, as it were, patches of life scattered through an infinite sea of non living substance, they are in reality specks of relative death in an infinite ocean of life. He sees that the life of which in man is eternal as all life is eternal, that the soul of man is immortal as God is, and man learns infinitely much of the new. Especially does he obtain such conception of the whole, or at least of an immense whole, as dwarfs all conception, imagination, or speculation, such a conception as makes the old attempts to mentally grasp the universe and its meaning petty and even ridiculous. This expansion of the intellect enormously increases the capacity both for learning and initiating. The history of the development and appearance of cosmic consciousness is cosmic. I'm trying again. The history of the development and appearance of cosmic consciousness in humanity is the same as that of the development of all the various psychic faculties. These faculties appear first in certain exceptional individuals, then become more frequent, thereafter become susceptible of development in all, and at last begin to belong to all men from their birth. Rare, exceptional, unique abilities appear in man in mature age, sometimes even in senility. Becoming more common, they manifest as talents in younger men, and then they appear as abilities even in children. At last they become the common property of all from their birth, and their absence is regarded as a monstrosity. Such is the faculty of speech, i.e., the faculty of making concepts. Probably in a distant past, at the beginning of the appearance of self consciousness, this faculty was the gift of a few exceptional individuals, and it began then to appear perhaps in senility. After that, it began to appear more frequently and to manifest itself earlier. Probably there was a period when speech was not a gift of all men, just as are not now artistic talents, the musical sense, the sense of color and form. Gradually, it became possible for all and then inevitable and necessary if some physical defect did not prevent its manifestation. Comments on the quotations from Dr. Buch's book. Dr. Buch, spelled Dr. Bucke apostrophe S. 1. Though I am quoting Dr. Buch's opinion regarding three coming revolutions, let me note that I do not at all share his optimism regarding social life, which, as follows from what he says, can and must change by reason of material causes, the conquest of the air and social revolution. The only possible ground for favorable changes in the outer life, provided such changes are generally possible, can only be changes in the inner life, such i.e., those changes which Dr. Buch calls the psychical revolution. This is the only thing that can create a better future for men. All cultural conquests in the realm of the material are double-edged, may equally serve for good or for evil. A change of consciousness can alone be a guarantee of the surcase of willful misuses of the powers given by culture, and only thus will culture cease to be a growth of barbarity. Democratic organization and the nominal rule of the majority guarantee nothing. On the contrary, even now, where they are realized, though only in name, they create without delay and promise in future to create on a larger scale violence towards the minority, the limitation of the individual, and the curtailment of freedom. Dr. Buch says that once human consciousness is attained, the further evolution is inevitable. In this affirmation, Dr. Buch makes a mistake common to all men who dogmatize about evolution. Having painted a very true picture of the consecutive gradations of the form of consciousness observed by us, an animal vegetable of animal and of man, Dr. Buke considers this gradation exclusively in the light of the evolution of one form from another, not at all admitting the possibility of other points of view. For example, the fact that each of the existing forms is linked of a separate evolutionary chains, i.e., that the evolutions of animal vegetables, of animals, and of men are different, by different routes, and do not impinge upon one another. And this standpoint is entirely justifiable when we take into consideration the fact that we never know transitional forms. Moreover, Dr. Buke makes an entirely arbitrary conclusion concerning the inevitability of the further evolution of man, because unconscious evolution, i.e., unconscious for the individual directed by the consciousness of the species in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, is impossible with the appearance of reasoning in man. It is necessary to recognize that the mind of a man depends upon itself to be considerably greater degree than the mind of an animal. The mind of a man has far more power over itself. It can assist in its own evolution and can also impede it. We are confronted with the general question: can conscious evolution proceed with the appearance of reasoning? It is far more correct to suppose that the appearance of reasoning annihilates the possibility of unconscious evolution. Power over evolution passes from the group soul or from nature to the individual itself. Further evolution, if it take place, cannot be an elemental or unconscious affair, but will result solely from conscious efforts towards growth. This is the most interesting point in the whole process, but Dr. Buke fails to bring it out. Man, not striving towards evolution, not conscious of its possibility, not helping it, will not evolve. And the individual who is not evolving does not remain in a static condition. He goes down, degenerates, i.e., some of his elements begin their own evolution, inimical to the whole. This is the general law. And if we take into consideration what an infinitesimal percentage of men think and are capable of thinking of their evolution or their striving towards higher things, then we shall see that to talk about the inevitability of this evolution is at least naive. 3. Speaking of the formation of the higher faculty of knowledge and reason, Dr. Buke fails to take into consideration one very important circumstance. He himself previously remarked that the blending of concepts with emotional elements proceeds in the mind, and as a result of this new understanding appears, and then cosmic consciousness. Thus it follows from his own words that cosmic consciousness is not simply a blending of concepts with emotional elements or ideas with feelings, but it is the result of this blending. Dr. Buke, however, does not dwell on this with sufficient attention. Moreover, he further regards the fundamental element of cosmic consciousness as the blending of sensations, perceptions, and concepts with elements properly belonging to the emotional nature. This is a mistake because one element of cosmic consciousness is not simply the blending of thought and feeling, but the result of this blending, or in other words, thought and feeling plus something else that is absent either in the intellect or in the emotional nature. Dr. Buke regards this new faculty of understanding and reasoning as a product of the evolution of existing faculties, and this vitiates all his deductions. Let us imagine that some scientist from another planet, not suspecting the existence of man, studies the horse and its evolution from colt to saddle horse, and regards as its highest evolution the horse with the horseman in the saddle. From our standpoint, it is clearly impossible to regard a man sitting in the horse's saddle as a fact of horse evolution. But from the point of view of the scientist who knows nothing about man, this will be only logical. Dr. Buke finds himself in exactly this position when he regards that which transcends the region of humanity altogether as a fact of human evolution. Man possessing cosmic consciousness or approaching cosmic consciousness is not merely man, but man with something higher added. Dr. Buke, like Edward Carpenter in many cases also, is handicapped by the desire not to go too strongly counter to accepted views, although that is inevitable, by the desire to reconcile those views with the new thought, to flatten out contradictions, to reduce everything to one thing, which is, of course, impossible, as is the reconciliation of correct and incorrect, true and false views upon one and the same thing. The greater part of Dr. Buke's book consists of examples and quotations from the teachings and writing of men of cosmic consciousness in the history of the world. He draws parallels between these teachings and establishes the unity of the forms of transition into the new state of consciousness in men of different centuries and of different peoples, and the unity of their sensations of the world and of the self, testifying more than anything else to the genuineness and reality of their experiences. The founders of the world religions, prophets, philosophers, poets, these are men of cosmic consciousness, according to Dr. Buke's book. He does not pretend to present a full list of them, and it is, of course, possible to add many names to the list. But after all, various little imperfections of Dr. Buke's book are not important, nor additions which might possibly be made. What is important is the general conclusion to which Dr. Buke comes, the possibility and imminence of the new consciousness. All this announces to us the nearness of the new humanity. We are building without taking into consideration the fact that the new master must come who may not at all like everything that we have built. Our social sciences, sociology, and so forth have in view only man, while, as I have several times shown before, the concept man is a complex one and includes in itself different categories of men going along different paths. The future belongs not to man, but to Superman, who is already born and who lives among us. A higher race is rapidly emerging among humanity, and it is emerging by reason of its quite remarkable understanding of the world and life. It will be truly a higher race, and there will be no possibility of falsification, any substitution, or any usurpation at all. It will be impossible for anything to be bought or appropriated to oneself by deceit or by might. Not only will this race be, but it already is. The men approaching the transition into a new race begin already to know one another. Already are established passwords and countersigns, and perhaps those social and political questions so sharply put forward in our time may be solved on quite another plane and by quite a different method than we think. May be solved by the entrance into the arena of a new race conscious of itself, which will judge the old races. In my remarks, I called attention to certain imperfections in Dr. Buke's book, arising chiefly from a strange indecisiveness. Dr. Buke's book, arising chiefly from a strange indecisiveness of his, from his timidity in asserting the dominant significance of the new consciousness. This results from the desire of Dr. Buke to establish the future of humanity from a positivistic standpoint upon social and political revolutions. But we may regard this view as having lost all validity. The bankruptcy of materialism, i.e., logical systems, when it comes to organizing life on Earth is now evident in the bloody epoch which we are undergoing, even to those men who but yesterday were prating of culture and civilization. It became clearer and clearer that the changes in our outer life of the majority, when these changes come, will do so as a result of inner changes in a few. We may say further with regard to Dr. Buke's entire book that touching the idea of the natural growth of consciousness, he does not notice that these faculties do not unfold themselves perforce. conscious work on them is necessary, and he does not dwell at all on conscious efforts in this direction, on the idea of the culture of cosmic consciousness. Meanwhile, there exists a whole series of psychological teachings, occultism, yoga, etc., and a large literature having in view a systematic culture of the higher consciousness. Dr. Buke does not remark this and insists upon the idea of natural growth, although he himself several times touches upon the culture of consciousness. In one portion of his book, he speaks very contemptuously regarding the use of narcotics for the creation of ecstatic states, not taking into consideration the fact that narcotics cannot give anything which man does not possess. This is the explanation of the different actions of narcotics on different men, but can only in certain cases unfold that which is already in the soul of man. This entirely alters the point of view upon narcotics, as Professor William James has shown in his book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. In general, allured by the evolutionary point of view and looking at the future, Dr. Buke, like many others, does not pay sufficient attention to the present. That new consciousness which men may discover or unfold in themselves now is indeed far more important than that which may or may not appear in other millenniums hence. Regarding from different standpoints the complex forms of the manifestation of spirit, and analyzing the views and opinions of various authors, we are always confronted with what seems to be consecutive phases of consecutive stages of this unfoldment, and we find such phases or stages to be 4 in number. Further consideration of the living world known to us from the lower animal organisms come up to the highly developed body of man reveals the simultaneous existence of all our 4 forms of consciousness to which all other aspects of the inner life correspond. The sense of space and time, the form of activity, etc., still further consideration of man of the higher type reveals the presence of all the 4 forms of consciousness which are in living nature, with forms corresponding to them. See tables. And I'm going to put this table, I'll put this table up here in a second. Shit, I'll put it up right now. Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to try this. I don't normally do this. Let me see. I'm going to give it a shot. I'll go to this one right here. Make sure. Yeah, let's see what we got. Can you see the table? You can pause the table and look at the table. Okay. That's it. Put this back here. All right. I mean, it's a table. If people want me to like post that, I will. I'll take pictures or whatever. But there you go. I just wanted to make sure I'm being thorough. Anyways, C, table. The simultaneous coexistence of all 4 forms of consciousness at once, both in nature and in higher type of man, makes the exclusively evolutionary standpoint seem forced and artificial. The evolutionary standpoint is often made the means of escape from difficult problems and from hard thinking. Some people apply the evolutionary theory where there is no necessity for it whatever. In many cases, this is a compromise of thought. Not understanding the existing variety of forms and not possessing the skill to think of all this as a unity, men have recourse to the evolutionary idea and regard this great variety of forms as an ascending ladder, not because this conforms to facts, but from a desire to systemize the observed facts at all costs. though on entirely artificial foundations. It appears to men that having built a system they already know something, whereas in reality the absence of a system is often much nearer to real knowledge than an artificial system. Boy, this is a long chapter. With another, evolutionists being incapable of understanding the whole without representing it to themselves as a chain, one link of which is connected with another, are like the blind men in the Oriental fable who feel of an elephant in different places, and one affirms that the elephant is like pillars, another that it is like a thick rope, and so forth. The evolutionists, however, add to this that the trunk of the elephant must evolve from the feet, the ears from the trunk, and so on. But we, after all, know that this is an elephant, i.e., a single being, unknown to men who are blind. Such a being is the living world. And with regard to the forms of consciousness, it is far more correct to consider them not as consecutive phases or steps of evolution, which are separate from one another, but as different sides or parts of one whole which we do not know. A man, this unity is apparent. All forms of consciousness in him can exist simultaneously. The life of cells and organs with their consciousness, the life of the entire body, taken as a whole, the life of the emotions and of logical reason, and the life of the higher understanding and feeling. The higher form of consciousness is not necessary for life. It is possible to live without it, but without it the organization and orderliness of life is impossible. Long under the domination of materialism and positive thinking, forgetting and perverting religious ideas, men thought that it was possible to live by the merely logical mind alone. But now, little by little, it is becoming quite evident to those who have eyes that merely by the exercise of logical reason, men will not be able to organize their life on earth. And if they do not finally exterminate themselves, as some tribes and peoples are doing, in any case they will create, and have already created, impossible conditions of life in which everything gained will be lost, i.e., everything that was given them in the past by men of self-consciousness and cosmic consciousness. I'm going to stop for part 2 right there. And anyone who is watching all these, which is amazing if you are, feel free in the comments to tell me if the audio quality sucks in certain spots. I mean, I probably know, or whatever. I don't normally rewatch these. I just post them up. So, if anything is off, or you can think of something I could do better other than an entirely different person doing it their own way, you know what I'm saying? Just let me know, because I'm always receptive. So, yeah, thanks for anyone who watches this stuff. And I'll do the next part probably later today. Thanks. All right, chapter 23, part 3. Living world of nature, including man, is analogous to man, and it is more correct and more convenient to regard the different forms of consciousness and different divisions and strata of living nature as belonging to one organism and performing different but related functions than as separate and evolving from one another. Then the necessity disappears for all this naive theorizing on the subject of evolution. We do not regard the organs and members of the body of man as evolved one from another in a given individual, and we should not be guilty of the same error in relation to the organs and members of the body of living nature. I do not deny the law of evolution, but the application of it to the explanation of many phenomena of life is in great need of correction. Firstly, if we accept the idea of one common evolution, after all, it is necessary to remember that the types which develop slower, the remnants of evolution, may not continue to follow after and at a slow pace the same evolution, but may begin an evolution of their own, developing in many cases exactly those properties on account of which they were thrown out from basic evolution. Secondly, though we accept the law of evolution, there is no necessity to regard all existing forms as having been developed one from another, like man from the ape, for example. In such cases, it is more correct to regard them as the highest types in their own evolution. The absence of intermediate forms makes this view much more probable than that which is usually accepted, and which gives such rich material for discussions about the obligatory and inevitable perfection of all, perfection from our standpoint. The views propounded here are indeed more difficult than the usual evolutionary point of view, just as the conception of the living world as an entire organism is more difficult. But this difficulty must be surmounted. I have said already that the real world must be illogical from the usual points of view, and by no means can it be made simple and comprehensible to one and all. The theory of evolution is in need of many corrections, additions, and much development. If we consider the existing form on any given plane, it will be quite impossible to declare that all these forms evolved from the simplest forms on this plane. Some undoubtedly evolved from the lowest ones, others resulted from the process of degeneration of the higher ones, and a third developed from the remnants of some evolved form, while a fourth class resulted as a consequence of the incursion into the given plane of the properties and characteristics of some higher plane. It is certainly impossible to regard these complex forms as developed by an evolutionary process upon the given plane. The below classification will show more clearly this correlation of forms of manifestation of consciousness, or of different states of consciousness. First form, a sense of one-dimensional space in relation to our outer world. Everything transpires on a line, as it were. Sensations are not differentiated. Consciousness is immersed in itself, in its works of nutrition, digestion, and assimilation of food, etc. This is the state of the cell, the group of cells, of tissues and organs of the body, of an animal, of plants, and lower organisms. In a man, this is the instinctive mind. Second form, a sense of two-dimensional space. This is the state of the animal, that which is for us the third dimension, for it is motion. It already senses, feels, but does not think. Everything that it sees appears to it as genuinely real, emotional life and flashes of thought in a man. Third form, a sense of three-dimensional space, logical thinking, philosophical division into I and not I, dogmatic religions or dualistic spiritism, codified morality, division into spirit and matter, positivistic science, the idea of evolution, a mechanical universe, the understanding of cosmic ideas as metaphors, imperialism, historical materialism, socialism, etc., subjection of the personality to society and law, automatism, death as the extinction of the personality, intellect and flashes of self-consciousness. Fourth form, beginning of the understanding of the four-dimensional space, a new concept of time, the possibility of more prolonged self-consciousness, flashes of cosmic consciousness, the idea and sometimes the sensation of a living universe, a striving toward the wondrous, sensation of infinity, beginning of self-conscious will and moments of cosmic consciousness, possibility of personal immortality. Thus, the third form includes that man whom science studies, but the fourth form is a characteristic of the man who is beginning to pass out of the field of observation of positivism and logical understanding. The table at the end of the book is a summing up of the contents of the entire book and shows more in detail the correlation of the observed forms of consciousness in the living world and in man. Evolution or culture. The most interesting and important questions arising with regard to cosmic consciousness may be summed up as follows. 1. Is the manifestation of cosmic consciousness a problem of the distant future and of generations? I.e., must cosmic consciousness appear as the result of an evolutionary process after centuries and millenniums, and will it then become a common property or a property of the majority? 2. Can cosmic consciousness make its appearance now in contemporary man, i.e., at least as the result of a certain education and self development, which will aid the unfolding in him of dominant forces and capabilities, i.e., as the result of a certain culture? It's a question. It seems to me that with regard to this, the following ideas are tenable. The possibility of the appearance or development of cosmic consciousness belongs to the few. But even in the case of those men in whom cosmic consciousness may appear, certain quite definite inner and outer conditions are requisite for its manifestation. A certain culture, the education of those elements congenial to cosmic consciousness, and the elimination of those hostile to it. The distinguishing signs of those men in whom cosmic consciousness is likely to manifest are not studied at all. The first of these signs is the constant or frequent sensation that the world is not at all as it appears, that what is most important in it is not at all what is considered most important. The quest of the wondrous sensed as the only real and true results from this impression of the unreality of the world and everything related thereto. High mental culture, high intellectual attainments are not necessary conditions at all. The example of many saints who were not intellectual, but who undoubtedly attained cosmic consciousness, shows that cosmic consciousness may develop in purely emotional soil, i.e., in the given case as a result of religious emotion. Cosmic consciousness is also possible of attainment through the emotion attendant upon creation in painters, musicians, and poets. Art in the highest manifestations is a path to cosmic consciousness. But equally, in all cases, the unfoldment of cosmic consciousness demands a certain culture, a correspondent life. From all the examples cited by Dr. Buke, and all others that one might add, it would not be possible to select a single case in which cosmic consciousness unfolded in conditions of inner life adverse to it, i.e., in moments of absorption by the outer life, with its struggles, its emotions, and interests. For the manifestation of cosmic consciousness, it is necessary that the center of gravity of everything shall lie for man in the inner world, in self-consciousness, and not in the outer world at all. If we assume that Dr. Buke himself had been surrounded by entirely different conditions than those in which he found himself at the moment of experiencing cosmic consciousness, then in all probability his illumination would not have come at all. He spent the evening reading poetry in the company of men of high intellectual and emotional development, and was returning home full of thoughts and emotions of the evening. But if instead of this he had spent the evening playing cards in the society of men whose interests were common and whose conversation was vulgar, or at a political meeting, or had he worked a night shift in a factory at a turning lathe, or written a newspaper editorial in which he himself did not believe and nobody else would believe, then we may declare with certainty that no cosmic consciousness would have appeared in him at all. For it undoubtedly demands a great freedom and concentration on the inner world. This conclusion, in regard to the necessity for special culture and definitely favorable inner and outer conditions, does not necessarily mean that cosmic consciousness is likely to manifest in every man who is put in these conditions. There are men, probably an enormous majority of contemporary humanity, in whom exists no such possibility at all, and in those who do not possess it in some sort already, it could not be created by any culture whatever, in the same way that no kind or amount of culture will make an animal speak the language of man. The possibility of the manifestation of cosmic consciousness cannot be inoculated artificially, and a man is either born with or without it. This possibility can be throttled or developed, but it cannot be created. Not all can learn to discern the real from the false, but he who can will not receive this gift of discernment free. This is a thing of great labor, a thing of great work, which demands boldness of thought and boldness of feeling. I'll save that. That's it. All right, chapter 24, the conclusion. In conclusion, I wish to speak of those wonderful words full of profound mystery from the Apocalypse and the Apostle Paul's epistle to the Ephesians, which are placed as the epigraph of this book. The apocalyptic angel swears that there shall be time no longer. We know not what the author of the Apocalypse wanted to convey, but we do know those states of spirit when time disappears. We know that in this very thing, in the change of the time sense, the beginning of the fourth form of consciousness is expressed, the beginning of the transition to cosmic consciousness. In this, and in phases similar to it, the profound philosophical content of the evangelical teachings sometimes flashes forth. And the understanding of the fact that the mystery of time is the first mystery to be revealed is the first step towards the development of cosmic consciousness along the intellectual path. But what did the apocalyptic sentence mean? Did it mean precisely what we are now able to construe in it, or was it simply a bit of verbal art, a rhetorical figure of speech, the accidental harping of a string which has continued to sound up to our own time through centuries and millenniums with such a wonderfully powerful, true, and beautiful tone of thought? We know not now, nor shall we ever, but the words are full of splendor, and we may accept them as a symbol of remote and inaccessible truth. The Apostle Paul's words are even more strange, even more startling by reason of their mathematical exactness. A friend showed me these words in A. Dobrolubov's from the book Invisible, who saw in them a direct reference to the fourth measure of space. Truly, what does this mean? That ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all saints what is the breadth and length and depth and height. First of all, what does the comprehension of breadth and length and depth and height mean? What is it but the comprehension of space? And we now know that the comprehension of the mysteries of space is the beginning of the higher comprehension. The apostle says that being rooted and grounded in love with all saints, they may comprehend what space is. Here arises the question, why must love give comprehension? That love leads to sanctity. This is easily understood. Love in the first sense that the Apostle Paul understands it. Chapter 13 of the first epistle to the Corinthians is the highest of all emotions, the synthesis, the blending of all highest emotions. Incontestably, this leads to sanctity. Sanctity, that is the state of the spirit liberated from the duality of man, from his eternal disharmony of the soul and body. In the language of the Apostle Paul, sanctity meant even a little less than in our contemporary language. He called all members of his church saints. Sanctity meant to him righteousness, morality, religiosity. We say that all this is merely the path to sanctity. Sanctity is something more, something attained, but it is, after all, immaterial how we shall understand his words, in his meaning or in ours. Sanctity is a superhuman quality. In the region of morality, it corresponds to genius. In the region of mind, love is the path to sainthood. But with sanctity, the Apostle Paul unites knowledge. Saints comprehend what is the breadth and length and depth and height, and he says that all, through love, may comprehend this with them. But may comprehend what exactly? Comprehend space, because breadth and length and depth and height, translated into our language of shorter definitions, actually means space. This last is the most strange. How could the Apostle Paul possibly know that sanctity gives a new understanding of space? We know that it must give it from what could he know that? None of his contemporaries ever united sanctity with the idea of the comprehension of space, and in general, there was no discussion at all about space at that time, at least among the Greeks and Romans. Only now, after Kant, and after we have had access to the treasures of thought of the Orient, do we understand that the transition into a new phase of consciousness is possible without the expansion of the space sense. But we wonder if this is what the Apostle Paul wanted to say, that strange man, Roman official, persecutor of the first Christianity, who became its preacher, philosopher, mystic, the man who saw God, the bold reformer and moralist of his time, who fought for the spirit against the letter, and was, of course, not responsible for the fact that he himself was understood by others, not in the spirit, but in the letter. Is it this that he wanted to say? We do not know. But let us look at these words of the Apocalypse and the epistles from the standpoint of our usual positivistic thinking, which sometimes condescendingly agrees to admit the metaphorical meaning of mysticism. What shall we see? We shall see nothing. The flash of mystery, which appeared just for an instant, will immediately disappear. The words will be without any content. Nothing in them will attract our wearied attention, which will merely glide over them as it glides over everything. We will indifferently turn the page and indifferently close the book. An interesting metaphor, yes, but nothing else. And we fail to observe that we rob ourselves, deprive life of all beauty, all mystery, all content, and wonder afterwards why everything is so uninteresting and detestable to us. Why do we not desire to live, and why we do not understand anything around us? We wonder why brute force wins, or deceit and falsification, though to these things we have nothing to oppose. The method is no good. In its time, positivism appeared as something refreshing, sober, healthful, and progressive, which explored new avenues of thought. After the sentimental speculations of naive dualism, positivism was indeed a great step forward. Positivism became a symbol of the progress of thought, but we see now that it inevitably leads to materialism. And in this form, it arrests thought. From revolutionary, persecuted, anarchistic, free-thinking, positivism became the basis of official science. It is decked out in full dress. It is given medals. There are academies and universities dedicated to its service. It is recognized. It teaches. It tyrannizes over thought. But having attained to well-being and prosperity, positivism immediately opposed obstacles to the forward march of thought. A Chinese wall of positivistic sciences and methods is built up around free investigation. Everything rising above this wall is condemned as unscientific, and seen in this way, positivism, which before was a symbol of progress, now appears as conservative reactionary. The existing order is already established in the world of thought, and to fight against it is declared to be a crime. With astonishing rapidity, those principles which only yesterday expressed the highest radicalism in the region of thought have become the basis of opportunism in the region of ideas and serve as blind alleys, stopping the progress of thought. In our eyes, this occurred with the idea of evolution, and which it is now possible to build up anything, and with the help of which it is possible to tear down anything. But thought, which is free, cannot be bound by any limits. The true motion which lies at the foundation of everything is the motion of thought. True energy is the energy of consciousness, and truth itself is motion and can never lead to arrestment, to the cessation of search. All that arrests the motion of thought is false. Therefore, the true and real progress of thought is only in the broadest striving towards knowledge that does not recognize the possibility of arrestment in any found forms of knowledge at all. The meaning of life is in eternal search, and only in that search can we find something truly new.